All right. Well, it is that time. It is Faction Wars. We've all been looking forward to this, seeing like Legion in a competitive format for I think the first time for like an actual like competitive tournament. We've had some casual tournaments. I know there's been some fight nights that have had Legion show up and see how it does, but this is I think the first real big tournament where we're gonna see how it
Yeah,
performs. So with me,
first one with
I've got Neb.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I've got
Hello.
Neb, and he's our wonderful tournament organizer. Uh,
Hello.
in a bit, we'll start bringing in our casters, as we have quite a few today. We have Brightworks, we have Hell's Hound, we have Shadow, we have many others, and you will see them throughout the day. But it's gonna be fun. We've got a lot of teams signed up. I think Neb, you said we have what 25 right now, or
Yeah, let's see. More might have checked in. So we're at 26 teams right now.
26 teams.
So
26 teams at
yeah,
three is a lot of people that have signed up to really show us some good games.
yeah. It's gonna be really awesome. I'm honestly like blown away by the turnout and participation. So I'm very excited, and it is the first big Legion tournament with an actual like cash prize pool. So
Yeah,
it'll
I
be
mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to see. I mean, we've seen Legion as like, a faction that is a little more casual. It hasn't really been shown in a competitive format as like it's been in active development for quite some time. But
yeah.
like I know it's definitely looking a little more complete as the days go on, and I think this will be an interesting test for it, and we'll have to see how it does. But
Yeah, I agree.
yes, we have the schedule is a bit in depth, right? We've got a few days. We've got the qualifiers,
Yeah,
which are today. We have the
yeah,
the main stage, which is the semifinals, I believe, right? Or the main pre-finals warm-up, I guess,
yeah.
which will be next weekend, and with the finals the following day. And it should be cool. It should be really cool. Like, is there anything you gotta say about this, like Neb? Is there?
Yeah, it's like a familiar format, kind of adjusted from the other tournaments. So qualifiers are a best of two Swiss that we're doing today. We're gonna see a bunch of teams compete, and at the end, 8 teams will be continuing on to the main stage. And then the main stage will eliminate 4 of those teams in a double elimination best of 3. And then those 4 teams, there's going to be 2 teams that are going to be favored because they'll go undefeated in the main stage. And then 2 teams that are going to be your wild card teams that had a single loss in the main stage. And they'll compete in the semifinals in a best of 5, and we'll give the favored teams a slight advantage. And then after that, we'll be left with 2 teams that go head to head in the grand finals. So
And that is going to be
yeah,
exciting, I think, for sure.
I'm very excited.
Like, if we look at the challenge for this, like, there's a lot of names here that probably people will recognize from other like competitive team tournaments. Like, there's a lot of new names as well. Like, a lot of people have signed up and are
Yeah,
willing to go out there and actually fight for the Legion Kings, I guess. Like, who's
yeah.
really gonna show up? But
It's gonna be such a toss-up, honestly. I mean, I think there's a few favored teams for sure, but something interesting is because it's like a 3v3 format. We had those like 5-player Omega Series teams that kind of had to be split up
yeah,
for this. So we have pretty interesting matchups that were I wasn't really expecting, but I'm excited to see them.
I am too
Uh,
for sure. Like, I mean, I played with some of these guys, and it'll be interesting to see like what their take is on some of the Legion units and how they perform, because I imagine most of these guys also have not played with Legion very much, so
yeah,
it should be pretty cool.
well, it looks like people are itching to get started,
Yeah.
and I'm actually playing too. So
Yeah.
before we kick off, I just wanted to say that everyone who's watching, you're gonna see some really cool visuals that were made by Prodar.
Oh
So I
yeah.
wanted to say, yeah, thank you to him. Volshok Shadow and Zephyr Skies both have also all been helping with the visuals and getting the stream together, getting the tournament together. So
A lot of really talented
and
people
thank
doing
you
some good
to-
work.
Yeah, and then all of our casters too. Like, thank you for hosting. But yeah, it's gonna be a really fun time. So I should probably go get this started and find my team.
Yeah. So we have a few people casting today. For our first casting duo, we have Hells and I, which we've casted a few stuff together a few times, maybe perhaps. I believe Hells is here.
Some
hopefully,
might know us.
Oh, yeah,
Some
we might
know of
They
us.
might. You know, it's not often, of course, I think you hear us, but I'm not really sure exactly whose team we're gonna watch first, as you know, there are quite a few really fun matchups. I'm not exactly sure if we're all like locked in. Are the brackets final? Are we ready to go? I don't know, but I guess we'll have to
I
see.
can tell you who I would like to watch.
Oh yeah, what you got?
The Casual Newbies vs. I Will Meow is definitely going to be one of the best games I can see, but there's a number of good ones.
That's
yeah.
such a funny name. Like I Will Meow is just it's such a good name. Like it's so good.
I was just looking at the team lists, and that's two
Yeah.
strong teams right there in
Yeah.
the first round.
I'm assuming the brackets are final. I would just like I'm not 100% positive. I never know with challenge. Does it say that they're final somewhere? I'm assuming it does somewhere.
It does say it's live, so I'm going to assume
I'm also going
that
to assume.
yes, this is
That would make sense to me.
fairly accurate.
But yeah, I think you're right. Casual Newbies versus I Will Meow. I'm down to watch that if
That is also one of the most deceptive names, Casual Newbies.
yeah.
Just, ooh, perhaps the most opposite of that name.
Well, let's see. Do we have a lobby with the it looks like you're already in it. My god, you're ahead of me. You're so
Yes.
good.
I'm speedy, yeah. I'm on top of the game.
All right. So we are in the lobby. Let's see how long let's see how long it takes to actually get these guys to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they won't keep us waiting. Not these people. We know them so well from so many games.
Yeah. We've known some of them, and it is kind of funny seeing the disconnect from the small team OS from large team OS. It's a little amusing, but I there's been no. Oh god, maybe we should confirm with Neb, okay? Because now everybody else
maybe
is
Neb
confused.
should make sure.
Everybody else.
Casters, yeah, casters.
Look, we just work here, okay? I will ask him. I'm being accused of favoritism. Been accused of favoritism. Oh man. Look, can you?
I'm just saying, these teams are both interesting, but boy oh boy is one of these teams scary.
Yeah. All right, so okay, so we are the bracket is finalized. We are good to go. Everybody's fine. What are picks and bans? Everybody, does anyone know? They're asking. Nice.
This is peak. Don't worry, I definitely don't know. So.
I also definitely don't know. We need to find somebody that knows something.
Let me go read something quickly.
It's so good. We always have this moment where we need somebody. I'm assuming the challenge actually shows it, doesn't it? It's gotta show it.
Some would say somewhere.
Holy, it does. It does show it. This? Okay, look, we're gonna figure it out.
Huh.
Oh, Slick was faster than me. He's too quick. I'm curious what maps they're gonna pick. Like, if we look at the actual maps,
Yes.
like, there's a lot of decently smallish maps. Like with Theta, of course, is like a good macro map. But I'm not. There's not like a big map, you know? Like it's mostly like small 1v1 style maps almost.
Yeah. I mean, maybe even pools of no. There's nothing that I'd really say is big. Actually, Prismatic Anomaly might be. What's the map I'm thinking of?
That's the pyramid map, right? The new like
Yes.
awesome looking pyramid map.
That's relatively large, I
Yeah.
guess. But
Yeah.
there's nothing here that makes me go, this is going to drag out into a long macro game. This will be pretty aggressive. FTL banned.
Wait, do I have to?
Unbelievable.
Oh god, you know what I just realized? This lobby's not locked, and do I have to be the guy kicking everybody?
Probably, yes.
You're not allowed to call on. Wait.
But you're not a boss. You're not a boss.
Oh, you tried to make
Has
me
to be.
boss. Wait, what?
Yeah, no, you're safe. You're not that guy yet.
Qual lobbies have to be unlocked? Wait, what? Alright, we're learning things. We're learning things? Never mind.
Oh, let me click on sign up and info. Give me
Wait,
a
why would it
moment.
be unlocked? That doesn't even make sense to me. Alright, whatever. It's fine. I trust.
Probably so the replays exist,
Oh, I mean that would make sense, but
but I don't know if locking stops. to be
it does.
fair.
Like locking it, yeah. Locked lobbies don't show up as the replays, but I see Chisato
Password lobbies, yeah.
is still in his all caps.
Always caps. Look, he's just excited, and now Sash is also.
Like I'm always afraid to like swap over to like the bar screen so people can like see the lobby chat when we have Chisato typing things like that, and it's like, you know what? I feel justified not
No,
swapping
it's definitely a lot safer not showing the chat. That is definitely true.
Yeah. So it's not wrong scene, guys, okay? I'm intentionally not letting you see their chat, but intentionally not showing
If
you.
they say anything important, we will pass it on. It's just
Yep.
for your own safety.
Oh, man.
Okay, spectating is allowed. Substitutes are forbidden from spectating.
Oh, okay, so it is an unlocked lobby. Okay, so I need to actually, when we load in, real quick, I need to remember to turn off spectator chat. I need to remember to turn that off.
Thing. Good luck.
Yep. Because normally I'll have that on if the lobbies are locked, but, you know, we can't always trust that people will be responsible with that
God.
power.
They're just spamming copy pastors.
Yep.
They're gonna be here for a while. This was a poor choice. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I forgot who these players are.
Okay,
But
just gonna keep on track. Alright, so what do we actually get? I have you. So they banned.
Faster Than Light's gone. I'm reading through all of this.
Yeah.
Heinous is gone.
Canis, yeah.
Gasbag is gone.
So.
Aurelia is gone.
What? Ban
Another
Aurelia pick, by the way. What? Pick Aurelia? What?
I just slapped myself in the head.
These guys, I swear. Alright, so they're picking Aurelia.
Wait, is Aurelia picked or banned?
I have literally no idea.
FTL is banned, so they need to ban 4 maps. So FTL is 1, Canis is 2, 3 is Gasbag. No, so the 4th ban is Aurelia.
Alright, hold on. We're just gonna ask. We're gonna ask.
Who knows? Okay, it's Pig.
Because
They didn't ban.
Shouldn't there be 4
They
bans?
didn't ban 4 maps. Just let them sort it out.
I mean, but I'm
Let them
looking.
sort it out.
I'm looking at the thing, and it says 4 bans, 2 picks. They banned. Oh, okay.
Okay, Incandescence.
We missed the map ban. There you go. Incandescence. They banned.
Okay, the yapping distracted us. Okay, so it's Aurelia's picked, Theta Crystals is picked.
Oh, it's Theta?
Yeah.
Alright. Wait. Is it? Where? Second pick Theta?
Yes.
Yeah, second pick Theta. Okay. Jeez. Oh, we're good. We got Aurelia and we got
We're back
Theta.
up to date.
Holy my god. Look. It's a trial and error. Everybody's getting into the swing of things. I think we're good to go.
Yeah, first match of the day. First game of the match. It's gonna take some teething pains. Wait, don't I need to pick a third map still?
No, because it's a best of two. Best of two
really?
for...
Back to the best of two rotation.
Yeah.
I see.
You just gotta convince these nerds to ready up. Oh, I should clarify. For any newer players, not up on basically the rename lingo, as Bar will have pretty frequent renames of pretty prominent players. Everybody here actually generally has the correct name, except for one player.
Yeah.
There's a player called Yanami, who otherwise known in FAF as Yudi, or commonly known in Bar as Chisato. You will probably hear us refer to him as Chisato for most of the game, or Yudi even, one or the other. Know that we were talking about Yanami, and know that it's just too hard keeping up with the renames. There's too many, but
there's too many and it's too often, and players make their name under a name.
Oh god.
And then rename.
Yep.
You know, winning 3 tournaments or 4 tournaments, however many tournaments it was as Chisato, establishes Chisato as the name.
Yeah, he is now Chisato, whether he wants to be or not. All right, we've hid spectator chat. I'm swapping over. Yeah, look. We're finally in. We're finally in. Everybody wanted
Honestly,
to see the screen, but they're not allowed to see the screen. As again, we had some funny lobby conversation that nobody should be allowed to see.
Honestly, exciting to see Legion finally showing up, I guess. Very different from everything else.
Definitely far prettier than everything else.
True. Both teams opting for different setups.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's not a clear.
It's an interesting spawn from Chisato. He's sacrificing one of the spawning mexes to actually, I'm assuming, walk forward a little more aggressively.
I guess so. I guess if you're guessing that your opponent's going to play weak on this side and you can walk forward and take more mexes.
Yeah.
You have more area.
I'm going to assume we're going to see one lab, probably from Otto's position and Meow's position, and it's just the normal co-op overflow.
It might be Sash. It might be Sash.
Sash?
Looking at just because of the lines they're drawing, the pictures they're painting.
Could be.
It looks like Otto is going to be running all the way down mid. Sash is getting his 3 starting block.
Yeah, and it's like it's a bit more forward of a spawn too, right? It's a little more dangerous, I guess, towards the water for like comm walks and stuff.
Chisato is apparently pinging where he should be spawning, but not placing there.
It's good that they're getting all this coordination and planning out now during the tournament instead of beforehand.
I know that Sash and Otto have done a lot of 2v2 practice. I mean, they are pretty much training partners in all things.
Oh yeah, they've played so much bar together. Like Sashcorn recently renamed to Autopilot's #1 fan or #1 Autopilot fan, and it's like
if only he's kept that name for this tournament.
It would have been good.
That would have been good.
It would have been really good. But he is back to Sashcorn. But yeah, those two have actually played quite a bit together. And of course, Chisato once again just being Chisato. Pretty good on any team he's on. All right.
This meme meta.
So it is.
So I believe that
Meow is spawning with the lab, and he is going Legion open. So I was not sure if we would see.
I believe that Legion tier 1 units are pretty good cost-wise.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Helios spam. Although it looks like actually for the other team we have Otto opening with an armed vehicle.
Yeah. So Auto going arm vehicle. Chisato does look like he's going to be the one walking forward more aggressively. Classic booster gameplay going on here.
Yeah. It's pretty similar
Everyone
from
have
both, I
their
think, right?
sliders. More or less the same.
Yeah.
Looks like Classic is dropping an LLT, Chisato's dropping an LLT.
I love these wheelies. They're
No one
so
really
cool.
walking it. The name really.
They're so good.
I'm not sold on that name yet.
No. The wheelie is such a good name. Look at like it's a wheelie. Look at it, man. That's so good.
Literally is a wheelie.
It's so good. Well, it's starting to come across the map now. It's we're gonna see wheelie on rover action.
Guessing the rover probably better.
It's funny you and I again like we have so much bar experience, but when it comes to Legion, we actually have very little. So we're not really sure on what wins where.
Yeah, how things are going to match up, I don't honestly know with Legion. They've definitely got great designs, and being the Raptors gamer that I am, I have seen late game Legion, but
It looks like a few rovers are going to get in and run into Classic's LLTs, so neither team managing to get any sort of damage.
like there's one wheelie annoying Chisato up here, living on the edge.
Oh man, actually, yeah. Oh, might kill us solar? Not quite.
Not quite. Nearly though. Close.
He annoyed him. So we've got quite a bit of rovers coming out, as well as some blitzes for Team Casual Newbies. Not so many units coming out of I Will Meow so far.
More defenses dropped though. Classics on his third LLT on that side, but it's gonna make sense because that's where the pressure's being aimed.
And the first Helios are now starting to get made, and I have seen that this little medium tank or medium tank light seems to be somewhat popular with the Legion lab.
We do see Janus coming out though from Casual Newbie side, which normally matches up pretty well into vehicles, into larger tanks. It'll be interesting to see how they match up versus Helios.
So we do have Classic and Chisato are slowly reaching each other on the other side. Does not look like Chisato has any units to really pressure Classic, as Blitzes and Rovers not so good into fighting commanders. Oh, I wonder.
Can he sneak past?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Oh my god, he
it's
can.
just driving under the water.
He's too
the
smart.
Amphibious rover attack. This could actually be an annoying situation because there's no cons on this side of the map. And so we actually see Casual Newbies gameplay paying off a bit here. They've got more of the map, so they'll have more mexes in the long run.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to lose some X's here. That little, like, sneaky path Chisato just took with his 2 blitzes and Rover, like, this could do real damage.
I guess, fortunately, there is a commander here to replace everything.
I like the attempt
got
at the self-Ds, but didn't quite manage to get them. Oh, interesting. Classic's position.
Classic and Chisato just passing like ships in the night. But this could actually box off Chisato's commander if he's not careful.
There are
he does have whistlers coming along.
He has a couple whistlers. Like, he should be okay. It is looking like Sash is being pretty aggressive with Janus push down mid. We'll have to see how he manages to do with that in a moment. As this whistler,
I do wonder
annoying.
if Chisato just goes for the comm trade here, because this is on his side of the map. But Classic has a lot of units coming on his side. Those Helios are all pathing up towards him, so that trade could go very poorly if Chisato commits to it.
And Helios are honestly not that bad at fighting commanders. Like, they outrange commanders, they're decently fast, as long as Classic micros well. Chisato should actually be in some decent danger.
I think this just goes straight into the base, no?
Yeah. I don't think Helios care about LLTs, right? They probably will just keep driving, and if Chisato doesn't have anything, like, this could actually cripple.
That many LLTs especially.
Yeah.
And this is on the T2 timing. Sash is going T2 at the moment.
I see Legionnaire.
Bags are being built.
I see Legionnaire on the minimap. Looks like we have a gunship transition. Yes. Quite a lot of mosquitoes have been made.
This is very dangerous, actually, for
Auto
casual newbies.
They
have multiple issues at the moment. There's a flak now being built at the T2 lab. But these mosquitoes are going to deny a lot of expansion mexes, and that's not even counting the Helios currently running through, taking out all of these mexes.
Yeah, honestly, if Slick
He's-
manages to split these mosquitoes well, like he could cripple this team's economy without running into this flak. Like one or two flaks is an inconvenience to these.
Yeah. They definitely can't dive, but
Yeah.
I mean, just all of these mexes can be denied. But
And-
there is now going to be a counter jag timing, which you have to be careful of. Classic is pushing aggressively in, and they're still going.
Yeah, like these Helios did manage to clean up all of Chisato's mexes, it looks like. Like he's lost all like casual newbies have lost all their mexes on that side of the map.
But funnily enough, actually wait, Chisato died to LLTs, by the way. I just noticed his commander is dead in a ditch.
Well, that's incredibly unfortunate. How did he? But yeah, Classic's not even. He's not even hurt. Like that was actually just raw. He died to LLTs. Looks like Sash handed off his
Funny
commander.
enough, though, the eco is pretty even.
Ooh. Classic's trading with
This is
Chisato. He's gonna put them on last comm, and Otto is their last commander in the water.
And Meow his comm is there. To be fair, the Jag, I don't know if you're brave enough to go there with the Jags out already.
Especially at half health, it's a little risky.
That is 3 Commander X, which equalize this game. The problem for them is that even after all of this, they're struggling on metal. Like, at best, they've got equality. They're not even ahead from all this harassing. And now the
Yeah.
T2 is coming out. But we do see T2 coming out from Meow as well.
Ooh, good D-gun from Classic. Does manage to get one of the Jags. If he's smart, he gets the other one. Nice, just the heat ray. There's a third Jag coming, but it's gonna
very
lose into an
helpful,
LT. Oh no!
LT is doing some work. Oh,
Jag has lived at
that's
24
not enough
HP.
HP.
Yeah.
See the mosquitoes flying in to keep being annoying.
We do have Legion 2-2 vehicles lab is up with a Medusa on the way out.
Medusa.
This
This will definitely help deal with the pressure they've been feeling on the front line.
I'm curious what their answer is to the Jags on the other side, but I mean they're getting so much metal from these Comrex. Like this is looking very bad for casual newbies.
Yeah, this is these Comrex are definitely putting I Will Meow slightly ahead.
I can't not laugh at that name. It's too
Such
good.
it's such a good name. Knowing the reference
Yeah,
to
yeah,
another
it's so
player in
good.
it is
Yeah. So these mosquitoes have done like pretty decent damage. Like they're still harassing, sniping mexes. Might even get a con here. Maybe not quite the con, but they've done good damage.
They did work, and they took out all the the island mexes. They forced autopilot back because they're on last comm. And
Yeah. Like Otto
there
can't
is
even, like, he can't even leave the water to like retake these mexes, right? With the fear of mosquitoes. Like I guess maybe
Yeah.
he can now that he knows like he thinks the last one's been shot down.
But with this, it does feel a bit like they need to find some damage, because now the T2 bulls are coming out to break open this flank.
And now Classic's commander's in a little bit more danger, as you know, Jags you can maybe fight, but bulls are gonna kill a commander very quickly. Oh my god.
Oh, he's on a radar. He took out one Jag, but now this bull is a problem.
Yeah. Another Medusa, it looks like there is their option, which it feels like they're gonna be an awkward choice into Jags and bulls. I feel like maybe you can deal with one or two of them, but I guess there's not that much
I
in front of them.
don't know. I don't know how it works compared to like a Banisher. Is it the same? Does it hit moving targets as well?
Yeah, like the missile tracks very well. It's just it's got a pretty long reload, like kind of like Starlight-esque, like long reload. And not a full 360 arc, right? As you can see when I select it, not quite. I mean, said we are opting for some gladiators to offset or to help the Medusa like stay alive and actually get its damage done. Yeah, the first Medusa is getting some aggression going on the middle of the map, but
Hasn't really found its place yet.
oh, it's so cool looking when that fires. Yeah, the Medusan gladiators should be able to clean up the bull and Jags from Chisato, but it looks like I Will Meow will need to like quickly re-expand to these mexes as they are losing them all in return.
Yeah, this counter push has been an issue. They seem to be trading better in general, but it's not quite working for map control.
Yeah. Yeah, they are slightly ahead. No, actually, pretty even. Actually, they were slightly ahead in metal produced with the Comrex, but actually, it looks like with the tier 2 mechs kicking in for casual newbies, they are.
Looks
Oh yeah, this
like this
Medusa's
Medusa's
getting caught.
caught,
It might be able to pop this ball before it dies, but
wiggling it to get the ball.
it is
But
going to
it does go down.
very expensive tank dying right there. Nothing to support it. Kind of just gets run down. Classic has his own Medusa push happening on the other side, but
To be fair, this push looks far better supported
yeah,
with
the gladiators to support it.
gladiators. The
Yeah.
gladiators are pretty interesting doing the triple fire.
Yeah, they got okayish AOE. It seems like they've got decent range. They're fast. Like there just seems like a general
Their
purpose
range
sneaking tank.
actually seems really good.
Yeah, 600, 600
And they're
range.
tanky. Like that is some solid range on this unit. Okay.
Trasada's
Watching
gonna
the
need
Medusa
something.
lose target and have the rockets just wildly spin is funny.
Little
as
dangerous.
it dies. That can kill a lot of extra things.
So if we zoom out, how are we looking tier 2 mechs wise? So Casual Newbies has a lot of tier 2 mechs at the moment.
Yeah, they're
on their
mostly done
fusion.
with their central area, moving on to the flanks being upgraded to tier 2. But it's not like I Will Meow is too far behind, it's just for some reason they didn't upgrade 2 of their side mexes.
Oh
But
yeah.
I Will Meow is still down multiple mexes, and Casual Newbies have taken the island mexes, which I Will Meow have not even contested so far. This is the real question is, how do the gladiators deal with Bull?
I'm gonna
And
go with
honestly,
not well. Based on what I'm seeing, the answer is solidly not well, as it looks like this another Medusa is gonna die to basically just bowls. Oh, and it even shot
And
the
it did attack.
Oh, he didn't.
It seems like you could kite the bulls completely fine. 5 speed, 60.
Well, it only has 270 arc, right? So like the bull being on the side was the only reason
Yeah,
you could even target it, right?
Sorry, I mean the gladiators.
Oh,
seem
the
to be
gladiator,
fine at
yes,
kiting
yes,
bulls,
yes.
but if the bulls ever get in range, they just absolutely eat you alive. It
Oh.
is pretty standard for bulls. They are extremely cost-efficient units, generally.
I seem to be in another awkward position now. Okay, Classic has no units. Looks like he's been gifted a Prometheus from his lamb, his
It's actually
teammate's lamb.
dangerous. This is their final comm.
Oh, this is their final comm. That is actually very dangerous. As there's three bulls will volley down a commander very quickly.
Especially with ticks to give flanking damage.
Time to see how this
We s-
Prometheus does, as this is a very expensive tank for Legion.
Not got the greatest range. Pretty high DPS.
Yeah. We're gonna have to see how it fights into bulls. Although Chisado wisely is splitting the bulls up to go snipe 2/2 mexes rather than directly going to fight the army.
We do see a slight difference here. Is there a difference between Legion advanced metal extractors at all? No, not really.
Oh, good selfie on
I
the
know
bull.
the T1 mixes are different.
Yeah, I don't think there's a difference in the 2/2 mexes, but again, Legion noob here. Don't take my word as gospel.
Yeah, because the tier 1 mexes produce metal and energy, but they produce less metal.
Yeah.
But it looks like the T2 mexes are completely equivalent.
Man. Oh, Chisado being
Because-
very smart, killing all the tier 2 mexes here, and then killing the wreck of the tier 2 con to deny res. Very, very annoying for these guys.
Yeah.
And even
then self-being the
the
trapped
bulls.
units. That is very efficient gameplay. We do see Starlights now coming out as well. One feels like the time is ticking out for I Will Meow.
Although Medusas
just-
actually have comparable range to Starlights, I really do wonder how this trades. I think the tick difference is actually going to be the biggest difference between this, as it does not look like anybody's using Hold Fire on their Medusas and they're just swinging in the breeze.
There does also seem to be at the moment there is a pretty big economic deficit now between the teams, and also I guess the fact that there are 3 Starlights out and I only see 1 Medusa currently.
Ooh. Chisato is going to lose his Starlight, but that Prometheus does die to the Starlight plus the ticks right as it kills him. And Gladiators versus Bulls. I'm assuming you're going to need pretty decent numbers to fight into that.
The real question: does the Medusa one-shot? Oh, he lost.
Oh, he lost lock because he turned. Oh, yeah, that's brutal. All the missiles end up missing the Starlight, and with the Medusa dead there, I don't know. This is looking quite bad.
Yeah, this push does not look like something that they can stop. This is a large number of Jags. Well, not a large number, but comparatively large number of Jags.
And they're getting pressured on each side. Like, Chisato is pushing back with just a singular bull and some ticks. Like, these gladiators can't seem to fight into that. While there's a massive doom push in mid.
Prometheus is lighting up the Jags, though. Holy moly.
Yeah, Jag's not known for being particularly tanky. Oh, they're calling it.
I will now frozen the towel.
It seemed like a good start.
Don't think they could realistically deal. Yeah, they had a good start, and I thought getting the Comrex would give them more.
3 Comrex, like... I'm surprised that. I mean, I guess it was just the tier 2 mechs difference was kind of wild.
I think also they had the major issue that they never really contested. I'm not sure if you're still looking at the map. They never really contested the island mexes.
Yeah.
They never really contested the side mexes. So they're down about 4 mexes, and because of how Chisato started, they took the back mexes a little bit slower. But they got the forward 3-4 mexes on the flank.
Yeah.
Which I think led to them having a pretty large metal advantage, and even after they got 3 commanders, nearly 4,000 metal, they were only ahead 1,000.
Yeah.
And by then, they casual newbies had been on T2 for a few minutes already.
It kind of felt like they also like heavily invested in what, 3 Medusas, and a lot of them just ended up getting kind of out of position and sniped by like just a very small like smattering of like bulls, and like I think we watched a Janus kill a Medusa, and it's just these are very expensive units that need to get pretty good value, and losing them like that is just hard to come back
especially
from.
To rush them.
Yeah.
To rush them and then not get meaningful damage is painful.
I do think
that maybe. Yeah, I thought the mosquitoes did a lot of work. I'm not sure how expensive they are, but I can't imagine they're too pricey. But it seemed like it kept some pressure on. But maybe they had to be more careful and not lose them and keep them more.
Keep the threat of them.
To bother and harass. Yeah.
All right, we're going into game 2, Theta Crystals.
Theta Crystals. Do you think we're going to see Legion T2 tech again?
I hope we do.
That's shocking to me that Meow wasn't bulling SARS.
Well, he tried, but unfortunately,
is he okay?
Yeah, Legion Czar is not quite Czar. Like, you know, it's not. It's got a heat ray. It doesn't hit the same, you know. All right.
It would be interesting if those Medusas, if they'd grouped up the Medusas together and used them to kind of make a Doom push instead of splitting it up.
Yeah,
I wonder.
That Doom push hits earlier than like a Starlight push, right? Like you don't need the energy. Like, they're expensive, but I actually really, I'm kind of with you. It'd be interesting to see if they like full committed mid there.
But they probably needed to diversify it. Have some T1 bot. Some just like the ticks are there to give vision. Just something to skirmish and waste shots on.
The tick difference was, as usual, too big.
Yeah, very different set of starts here if Classic is actually spawning to take this mech.
Yeah, I'm
not sure that's worth it, but it's interesting.
I'm assuming they're gonna co-op the lab on Slick, right? If I had to guess.
It would make the most sense. That would actually make sense, yeah. Grab that mech and then co-op the lab. I guess if Classic takes the hill mechs and the 1 mechs under Slick, and Slick takes the 2 above him, that would be pretty efficient.
Yeah. Curious what Chisano's gonna end up doing. Of course, cannot have a game without claiming Meowland.
Meowland has been claimed. Oh? How does Sash... What? My god.
Hmm?
Is he just predicting this? Do you see where Sash drew the 2 circles?
Wait. Oh my god. How does he know? Wait, hold on, let me go look. There is a
How does
delay,
he know?
okay. How did he know this? Maybe he's seen some
That is
scrims that
wild.
we have not, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'm sure people have been practicing against each other. So maybe he's just suspicious of their intentions. So that is shockingly close.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I do see the reasoning behind spawning like this.
Yeah.
Although you are going to be a bit slower in taking your back mexes, right? Like, I'm assuming Chisada is going to probably, like, unless he's the lab maker, I'm assuming he's going to walk forward and, you know, grab
It's the classic trade-off now.
Yeah,
You delay. You have a faster lab with more units out for slightly less eco.
Bro, stop. Misclick.
Oh, that's what lagged me. I wondered what lagged me.
How have they found another Curse of Ra variant? How is that possible, man? Nobody tell choice. Nobody tell choice. They'll
Just
never
keep-
unlearn it.
Just keep going through esoteric languages that have random characters that a computer can make, and
Misclick, he says, this guy. I cannot believe him. Alright, so it looks like we aren't
Ooh,
getting more than one
Cortex
lab.
bot lab.
We're getting more than one lab from casual newbies. We actually have a Legion and a ARM bot lab.
Huh.
Whoa. Which, you know, from I Will Meow, we are
Right.
seeing a Cortex bot and a Legion bot lab. Definitely interesting.
Legions has been made, yeah. I wonder...
Oh, Legion Tank Lab, I mean. Sorry, not Legion Bot Lab for both. It's Legion Tank Lab for both.
Oh.
I don't quite
Tank
know
Lab,
the models yet. We're learning. We're learning live.
I guess the bots are going to be fighting over the hill, and the tank labs are going to be fighting over the
Yeah,
flat.
for
That's why they've done
traditional
this
Theta
positioning.
crystals, I think, right? Like you have the big flat area for tanks to fight in the south, and then you have the Thug Hill, and you know, one of these players has thugs, the others have maces. We'll have to see who comes out ahead. Not just
We
out
see
of.
already a metal advantage for casual newbies, though.
Yeah, I mean, spawning on the back
Chisada's
mexes was
stuff.
just auto walking, right? Like he's just gonna get all of these mexes kind of for free.
Yeah.
How do I see that? Did I not turn off spectator chat? Okay, boys,
You
live.
have
We're
to
gonna
do it
check.
for every game.
Hide spectator chat is on. How did I see that? Alright, that's
Can't
concerning.
hide from all spectators
Yep.
chatting.
I'm a little concerned that I just saw that, but you know what? We'll just have to hope that everybody makes good choices. Oh, Wheelie getting in
Yeah.
from Chisato and is going to snipe a Resbot.
Being chased down by other wheelies currently.
Ooh, a lot of BP built
Decent.
on Slick's lab already. Like, they have actually pretty good BP advantage on this lab. And Classic
They
is
might-
already at the hill, basically. Like, they walked really quickly.
Yeah, because I guess he's being Problem is he might be contested by 2 comms. See a lot of harassment coming on out here.
Yeah,
Oh, that next barely living.
giving all these wheelies to Chisato, you know, our many time 1v1 champion, letting him go out and do his harassment. It's gonna be a little
Yeah.
brutal to deal with.
Really is escaping through to the back of the lane. Super annoying.
Oh man.
There's a fair few wheelies that have been made, to be fair.
Well, they're definitely getting value. Multiple mexes have died at this point.
We actually see light tanks catching out a Konya now at the front.
Ooh,
But-
Alaris. Yeah, we have not seen these yet. Oh, he does manage to get it just barely.
That is maybe the most painful casualty so far.
And sniping. Oh man, it is still going. They're still losing so many mexes. Oh, Classic
But
does
they
have
have
thugs on
secured the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And having access to this hill, it is always so brutal to try and take it back. Like it's very hard to recover the hill once you've taken it, or once you've lost it. I mean,
The spawn from Sash is also taking out mexes. It might even get this con if he micros it.
man, and
There's,
Chisato
there's a tick still going.
It's
Oh
killing
no!
everything. He's killed so many mexes.
And they killed the expanding con as well.
No,
Oh,
does this
no.
tick keep going? How? Well,
And eventually dies to the exploding mechs. Oh man.
I
The
would,
good news for I Will Meow is they have the hill.
but they
But
did
other than
lose.
that,
So
there's not a lot of good news.
if you zoom out and just look at how many mexes they own versus
I
casual
think they're
newbies.
losing another con,
Oh,
by the way.
no,
Oh
man.
my. That is...
I liked their open.
Not-
It seemed like they were getting good value, but they just have no mexes. Like, if you don't have economy, you don't have units, and they don't really have economy
Yeah.
with no mexes.
And currently there's another run-in from Autopilot that's sneaked
Oh
past.
man. And it's not like Meow can really afford to make that many units. Like he just doesn't have have income. Like he has no
He
metal.
just doesn't have units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't even. Does he not even?
Does he even know?
No, he doesn't even have
I
a
don't think
radar.
they have a radar.
There's no radar on this side of the map at all. He has no vision that this is happening. Oh man, that's gonna be GG. I think that's gonna kill a whole base.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I think Meow's just dead, right? Like just seems. Of course, handing them to Chisato. Let Chisato micro once again, as he's shown that he's been very adept at this harassment.
The 3 1v1 players, well, I shouldn't call them 1v1 players, but 3 players who are extremely proficient in 1v1s.
Yeah.
Being extremely proficient with raiding.
And yeah, they're
Yeah.
even they're calling it like that. That does seem like you just kind of can't recover from that amount of economic damage. It's just too much.
Yeah, that was really brutal. Holy. So we did see Legion seems to have some good harassing units in there. Well, I mean, I guess Release ticks and that work, but the Alaris seems to be an interesting option. Extremely squishy, but pretty high damage.
Yeah, it seemed to like kill that con pretty quickly. So it is looking like while we're waiting for the next round, DME versus Pog would be a fun one to watch, and they are 3 minutes in. I don't know if you wanna hop in
Yeah,
there.
no, definitely.
Especially on this very cool looking map, very well designed, I think.
Yeah, I do have to download it, but I'm actually surprised. I have watched a game on this map. It's a
Wonder if
very
there's been
interesting map.
I wonder if there's been a change. It's very cool looking. I think this is made by Neb, I'm pretty sure, but it's very visually, it looks very good.
Yeah, I think the last few released maps have been visually very nice.
Yeah. And we just gotta convince some of these wonderful map makers to make some free-for-all maps, and we'll be set. It'll be good times. Oh, we're actually seeing Legion bots in this one. That's kind of cool. We didn't get to see that yet. It's mostly been tank enjoyers. As what are these goblins? They're big goblin wars happening right now.
Nice. I
One
do
day.
appear to be stuck in my download, yeah.
One day.
Let me retry it quickly.
So we are kind of seeing like a pretty similar, one lab setup for both teams. You know, everybody with the shared economy, kind of just boosting each other. Both teams pretty, I would just say relatively even with their labs, but then you look at their economic differences, and I would actually say that Red Team, who not exactly sure their name at the moment, as their names have changed every tournament, is slightly ahead. A bit of a goblin run by. Well, they're going into some satires, and I'm not light plasma bot. Interesting.
Yeah, I was looking at the stats, and they seem to be like slightly better than rocket bots in terms of damage, but lower DPS than
Wait, this is
thugs or
the
maces.
yeah. This is like the 60 metal. So this is like not quite a thug. Like this is like in between a thug and a grunt. I don't like. What do you even call this?
Yeah.
Like a thug and a pawn. Like
They're like a light heavyweight.
yeah, a
thug.
light thug. I don't know. Like what do you call it? It's
Thug
very unique.
lights.
Thug lights. Yep. Well, decent AoE. They're kind of slaughtering these goblins. Although goblins, of course, 25 metal, very cheap unit, not quite meant for this sort of fight.
Effectively tick, but of
Yeah.
a different brand.
Yeah. And you know, it's like this is a lot of satires that are currently running at him.
Yeah, we do see mosquitoes.
Even seen some of the Legion, you know, unique fighters, very tiny looking things, but you know, they have built-in radar, unlike most fighters, and it is it's interesting. They do seem to be not quite killing these mosquitoes. Like just the jukes a little bit that Zeeberg was doing seemed good enough to avoid dying. Ooh, Bloatier actually almost dying to the mosquitoes on the other side.
We actually see mosquitoes on both flanks currently. That's doing work. DME definitely seems to have decided that mosquitoes are a good choice, but that is a large Satyr push.
42 Centaur. That is a lot. Oh, Mirrored going for the
Is that
combo.
worth it? I wonder.
He killed about 20 of them, but I mean that is still way more than they can handle.
What, 1,200? I mean, I guess it's a fair trade. I almost always prefer going in guns blazing if a mob is walking towards me.
Yeah.
And just doing the blind self-D, but...
They don't actually seem to be respecting this at all. They're not building any sort of lab. They're just kind of... Like, they're just kind of
mosquitoes coming out.
Well, mosquitoes, unlike most gunships, right? Like, they need time to charge
but
their
they're passing
magazines.
the mosquitoes up. Oh, that's not good.
Ooh,
They're
that's
getting
not good at all.
defenses up.
Yeah, as you can see, like most of the mosquitoes are spending most of this time reloading, right? Like they don't actually have like consistent fire like a Banshee would.
Yeah, this is probably game-ending damage, honestly. Like, all their wins are going to die, yeah.
I mean, oh my god, the Pounder, the Dragon's Jaw, like with the pop-up Pounder gun, actually pretty effective there, but
they did get in and cause a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, quite a lot of wins just died, and like if they're double air labbing, like this energy is very important.
Yeah, and it does look like at the moment the Team Pog have I'm not 100%.
Wait, I've never seen the Legion res bots. Those look amazing. Oh my god.
That is definitely a unique design.
That looks very cool. Okay, wow, sorry. I got distracted. We're gonna get distracted by cool-looking Legion units, I think, a lot of this tournament. But that is very good-looking. Holy.
Legion has a very nice aesthetic design, I'd say. But it seems now that DME have lost air control, which is not good if you're a double air lab.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to see them swamp off of these labs, and it looks like they even have...
switched to T2. Yeah, T2 bot lab
Tier
at the
2
moment.
bots.
Hoplites coming out.
Which I believe
They're
is
also
like
a pretty cool unit.
Like the Fiend Sprinter equivalent for those of us not in the know, I believe. Oh my god.
Can shoot at air units.
Well, Legion, you know,
Huh.
pretty more unique, has these Gatling units and Gatling weapons, right? And these Gatling weapons seem to be able to both shoot air and ground. So it is just very inaccurate, but quite effective. We'll have to see what they manage to do with this. Oh, Zeeberg does end up going down.
Yeah. Another Sato ball wombling around, yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of
They just
dangerous.
seem to have a lot of units against them. Even in mid, we see another push coming down, yeah.
Well, the mid one at least should run into these tier 2 like Strider or Hoplites, right?
Yeah.
I'll have to see how they actually manage as they're spending most of their fire shooting air, which is a little awkward actually.
Yeah, probably not where they want to be shooting. They seem to be carving through
decent
these
damage.
T1 units.
A lot of the looks like at long range, a lot of the shots do appear to actually be missing. So I would assume it's a little bit better close range. But let's see. We do
Still dealing with these topside issues.
Yeah, we just have Striders or Hoplites. God, okay. They used to be called Striders. Now the name's changed, and apparently, like, oh, it's bad.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm the same with the Goblin and the Lava. Is it Lava?
Yeah, it used to be
Goblin
Lava, now it's Satyr, right?
Satyr, yeah.
Yeah, these Hoplites, they're pushing back a lot of the tier 1, but Looks like
there are no
X-Factor.
counter-hoplites coming.
Yeah, X-Factor did manage to, you know, get his own tier 2 lab up and running. Yeah, they're just losing map, like slowly but surely being condensed back into their corner.
Yeah, and economically still down on E. Pretty far down on M income.
Yeah, if you just look, it's just all the way down the list. It's just they're pretty far down, like damage. You know, they're keeping up in damage dealt. You know what? We can confirm they're keeping up in that. But
they do have some phalanxes coming out, but we see that X-Factor, or Darth Revan as he's currently known, has gotten 2 T2 cons out.
Yes, and it looks like DME opting for, you know, they're feeling the pressure, not opting for any tier 2 cons whatsoever. They are kind of all in on units at the moment. Ooh.
I wonder if there's a defender's advantage with Gatling guns, where the retreater has better fire control than the attacker.
My God, we're learning things. I don't know. I have no idea. You know what? Now I wanna see, but I'm not sure.
I think so. I think it's a bit like pawn-on-pawn conflict.
Yeah, or
and even grunt-on-grunt,
yeah, as well.
where just retreating is an advantage.
I'll have to see how these phalanxes handle the hoplites. Although, if that looked like a pounder gun, so I'm going to assume they're going to handle it quite well. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I believe that they are effectively pounders.
Yeah.
Very tanky pounders at that.
I believe these are the units where they have a shield that once they take a certain amount of damage, the shield will fall off and slowly regenerate over time. And while the shield is up, they do take less damage, which is a pretty cool mechanic.
Ooh, these hoplites seem... Have they gotten past? Oh, he doesn't commit to the run.
Oh my God, that thing is so... Yeah, look, the shield just dies, and all of a sudden it's actually taking noticeable damage. But before that point, it was very tanky. It looks like we have our own phalanxes from red team coming down as well.
Yeah, large number of those. If they have the shield on them, they have 200% max HP.
200? Okay, wow.
Their max HP, if they have the shield, they have an HP of 10,060.
Holy. These are... Oh, we got some suicide drones, some martyrs coming in.
Yeah, those are going to be a problem. And they are going straight into the eco.
I'm assuming we just have... Yeah, we just have like a little lime drag.
There are some AA turrets here, but... That is...
It's annoying.
A fair chunk.
Yeah.
Of wins gone.
Any amount of energy lost at this point is like energy you kind of can't afford to lose.
Yeah, nothing like more catastrophic than what has happened, but pretty catastrophic. But even bot side is now just like fully folding to the hoplites. Mud is folding to the phalanx.
Yeah, they're just... Bar's a macro game, and one team has substantially more economy than the other, and looks like DME is realizing that and calling it. What was that?
The phalanx on phalanx action was pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, we got to see some different units. I like that. I guess we should ask these guys if that was
Legion bot. Game 1 or game 2? I'm guessing game 1.
That has to be game 2, right?
Sorry, I'm guessing game 2. I'm guessing. Yes. Okay, let's go see. Who else is not yet done?
Yeah, let's see. What do we got? Any let me get the brackets up. Any bracket updates? We're gonna swap over to the challenge. Let's see. So Pog versus DME is what we just looked at.
There is a game that's 2 minutes in. Peace through power versus Fed.
I'm assuming you're in that lobby, or?
I'm just looking at the lobbies. I just search for Faction Wars. People seem to have been good with their names.
People are smart. Oh my God, that's that's crazy. Yeah. We could actually find it easily.
I think there's 2 games going on. Just here for explosions, maybe? I'm not sure which is which. So which one would you like?
You know what? I chose this one. I will let you choose. Okay, I'm gonna join off of you. You pick one, and I will join you.
I chose the first one. Okay, there's the team playing.
Hang on. I
Let me just check. Who is this just here for explosions? I'm just not sure if they're... Okay, they
I know
are.
Two Heads
That's
is
okay.
the Jamaicus and Five Head team,
let's
right?
go watch that one.
Alright.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. This is probably not going to be a balanced match. This does look like one of the upper end teams versus one of the lower teams, but maybe we see an upset.
Let's go see what we can see.
On Pools of Illis again, which is the main reason I chose this, is I wanted to see this map again.
It's a cool. It is visually very cool. I want to see the Pyramid one that I still don't know the name of yet in my head, but
I should know it, but I've already forgotten.
it's just too new. It hasn't had time to really sink in.
I've got it for you. Prismatic Anomaly.
Prismatic Anomaly. Yeah, very cool looking map. Very unique looking. Alright. Oh man. Legion Geothermal.
Dot?
Wow, I've never not seen that before. It looks cool. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I'm not looking for this Legion Geothermal.
It's in the North Nez's lane. It's it just actually looks very cool.
It does actually. We currently see Dot, or as he is known, Lord Fivehead now.
Yeah.
Very far down the center. Naughty Spock has run into Lord Jamicus.
Has no units as well. Like he doesn't even have units coming. It looks like Fivehead. Wait, where's Red Team's units at all? Hold on. Like if we zoom out, where are the
coming out
units?
of the base. They're holding the units in their base. You see a large number of pawns from UEF Naval Commander. Clearly a Subcom fan there.
Oh man. Clearly a Subcom fan. But not Subcom.
You do see a
too,
Legion vehicle. Yeah, definitely not that. That is not a game to be a fan of.
Oh, well, you could take it out of my cold dead hand.
Sorry, I don't want to take it. You can keep it. No one wants to take it.
Quite a dangerous position here for Nordy Spock, as Fivehead is in pretty close range of just degunning his lab.
Yeah, Naughty Spock his comm is under pressure and probably going to go down. And UEF Naval Commander just lost all of his pawns. Unfortunately, we do see... what is it? Just here for explosions. Struggling to have enough units.
Yeah.
Many Alaris pouring back to try and provide support, but it feels like Dot's command is just in too good of a position. Sorry, well, Fivehead's command.
Yeah,
what a name, Dot.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
luck. Good luck
Thanks,
with the
Dot.
renames. Yep. Yep. Fivehead,
Really
otherwise known as
appreciate
Dot.
this name.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Helios, well, they can fight commanders. I'm interested to see how they fight something a little more tanky, like these Centurions and Maces. They do actually not
They
seem
seem
to be doing...
doing fine right until they went too close and they were
They got volleyed, yeah.
But they probably don't have the HP. Yeah, no, they definitely don't have the HP to just stand and fight with.
Yeah, they're a bit of
Maces and
like a middle ground, right, between a medium tank and a light tank, right?
Yeah.
So they can't quite manage to fight that. UEF Naval Commander is unfortunately just getting volleyed by these Maces, and it does look like he might, if he's not careful, die on top of his ally's lab.
Naughty Spork is also in full retreat, currently being chased back by some Maces and Pawns.
Ooh, looks like Neza might trade with Smite 1, but I'm not sure who this exactly favors, as Nez does have his own cons already there and ready.
The bad news for Smite 1 is that we see some quick shots coming out of Neza. So
Oh my God,
this
look at him
comm trade is just going to give 2,500 metal over, unfortunately.
Yeah, Nordy Spock does manage to die. He manages to get away from Lord Jamaicus, just to run right into Fivehead and die.
We do see a pretty much full collapse now of the front line of just like explosions.
Yeah.
Too many idle labs, and they seem to have just lost a bit too much position. It kind of looks like they built too many light T1 units and just couldn't actually hold any area.
Yeah. These quick shots
But,
are
like-
pretty impressive. They're very fast.
Yeah, they are super fast. I think they're only slower than like Rascals and Rovers.
135 speed is wow. they
Yeah,
were
they are
dying very easily,
motoring.
but yeah.
Not tanky units, but decent damage, extremely fast. So
That's
not
what
bad.
We have So
Tough matchup for just like explosions. This is one of their top teams against them.
Yeah, so it's looking like we're waiting on a few teams to finish up. Oh, another team just finished. Executive
You
decision.
might have Peace Through Power the Feds. I'll join that.
All right, where are you at? There?
Assuming that was game 2 of that.
Well, they're saying GG. I'm going to assume.
Yeah, I'm relatively
Yeah.
certain. That was a sub 10-minute game. Shouldn't be game 1.
All right, let's go see. Let's go see how another. Again, we're just catching up on the stragglers of round 1, but while we're waiting for round 2 to finish. Or sorry, while we're waiting for round 2 to start.
Yeah. Round 2, guys, nearly finished.
Yeah, we're struggling for words already. It's only about an hour in, maybe. Okay, not even.
We see mosquitoes having caused some serious damage here.
Oh wow, yeah, look at that.
The Fed. They took out NZ Sass, I'm going with. Took out his full base pretty much with mosquitoes.
Yeah, but I've been liking these this mosquito usage so far. They do seem pretty good at this harassment.
We see the Juno bomber.
Oh, do we? Where?
It just got shot down. It just dropped its bomb in the middle. Yeah, but
Oh.
it just got shot down. Don't you worry, you missed it.
Oh, I have not seen used yet.
I had no idea what I was looking at until I remembered you mentioning they have a Juno bomber.
Yeah. Used to be tier 2 the last time I played Legion. Now at tier 1 plane. It's a very interesting
100 metal? That is cool. Okay, now that is something that has a lot of utility.
Yeah, I can see that being very strong. There's a lot of mosquitoes getting made. I'm assuming we're just continuing the mosquito production here.
Yeah, this does seem that blue team has got a large advantage map-wise from these mosquitoes.
So the
red team is struggling.
They're actually making they're upgrading some of their base mexes to these overcharged Legion 1.5 mexes where they, instead of being, their normal tier 1 mexes where they get less metal but they also generate energy, these just generate more metal. For a pretty high upfront costs, they actually generate a pretty substantial amount of income.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see, is how this changes the eco dynamic.
Yeah, we need like Kuchi to like get us a graph. All right, get us a spreadsheet. Like show us the numbers, Kuchi.
Yeah.
Like are these good? Like do the math.
How do you
for us.
know? Yeah, when do we care about these? Cost 5 times.
Yeah, good luck.
Max.
Yeah, you're gonna start doing the math. Good luck.
I just want to see it upgraded. I just want to know how much more efficient it is than like a Cortex Max.
Well, unfortunately, it has a quite high BP cost. So yeah, until its converts are actually helping it, it was taking quite some time.
So it's double the price. 10 times. Sorry, double the price. What am I saying? 5 times the metal cost. 10 times the energy cost.
And look at the BP cost is also quite high. The also has a higher energy upkeep.
Ignoring even that, double the M income for 10 times the E expense.
It's very expensive energy-wise. Again, this is what we need. We need a math guy. We need a math guy to sit down and like actually look at it and say like, how worth it are these mexes? How worth it? Is it worth doing this? Is it worth going tier 2? We do have a big push happening on the east now. Now that finally we started talking about math, we do have some actions happening.
This is a big, dangerous push. NZ Sass could D-gun all of this if he's on point here. Gets 1 D-gun onto 1 tank. Oh, much better D-gun coming out there.
Still getting some really meaty D-guns here. Unfortunately, he's not spamming the button.
Can he get another good D-gun there? Maybe the...
E-store explosion
those
almost
mosquitoes
was his
are
biggest
coming
friend.
in.
Oh, yeah, rest in peace. They are going to volley him down very quickly. Does lose all the mosquitoes almost. That is...
and the ground force, so at least no more harass.
That was kind of a brutal loss there, but it's definitely looking pretty bad for the red team here, as they, if we zoom out, are missing quite a bit of the map.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling to consolidate the area. Not quite having enough eco to do anything either.
A decent amount of these mechs
Sorry,
have actually been up to the upgraded to the overcharged mechs. Is using like mass air cons to do it probably does do it pretty quickly.
It probably takes them about 1 minute 10 seconds, give or take, to pay themselves back per overcharged mech. So, kinda need to get this 2 solars to supply each mech. Which,
Math.
I don't know, that's...
Yep.
Situationally, I think if you have like a really
yeah.
big mech somewhere, like imagine on Rosetta,
Yeah, the 10 mechs rush.
you
or
get that
something
10 mechs and you
pretty
just drop that there really quickly, that will be strong. But I don't know about small mexes.
Alright, so it is
You
looking
could
like
maybe get an optimal build.
Red team being down an entire player now. You know, Confusing Fool did just lose all of his maces to the Lincoln Incisors round. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold back this push.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling. We do see some Ballista and Karkanos up on the hill, but
Unfortunately in the wrong position to help their ally who's being cut to pieces by these Incisors.
and at some point, Charles Warmonk is going to move off this hill with his gigantic T1 army.
We're getting there.
And
Oh my god, he does have a
bad
lot
things
of
are going
units.
to happen to the people in front of him.
He has
The
quite a
man
lot of
is ready
units.
for war.
I think he is at the point
Yeah.
where he could probably just hit the go button and roll over them like
Yeah.
an unstoppable tide, but, well, you know what, we're going to work
As
our way up to
long
that.
as he doesn't walk into an exploding commander, he could probably clear almost everything.
Looks like we have a tier 2
Definitely
lab
everything on the
from
low ground.
Bart Jones as well, and opting for a tier 2 con almost immediately. It's probably the smarter choice to push their lead even further.
Yeah. Seems he's handed our T2 to a few people as well. We see 50 Sheldons queued up, as well as 4 Mammoths. Now, this is a man who understands that Mammoths are extremely good.
Whip those mammoths out, go to town. It'll probably take them about 10 minutes to get across the map, but when they get there, okay, this game will end.
Unstoppable.
Looks like we have another...
To be fair, he has to build the 50 Sheldons before
yeah,
he gets
true,
there.
true.
So.
It's gonna be some time.
Oh, no. He's doing it in 10 Sheldons Mammoth, 10 Sheldons Mammoth. 10
Oh,
Sheldons
okay.
Mammoth. Okay.
He's got plans.
I like that.
He's got plans.
Yeah.
Got another mosquito wave readied. I'll have to see what we end up doing with that.
There is more AA up and around. There's the chainsaw straight down the middle.
Yeah, I wonder how mosquitoes do with like the full magazine, right? With like what is it, 8 rounds, I believe that they have. With like a mass mosquitoes
Yeah.
full magazine, can they volley an AA quickly enough? Like, because they're definitely gonna have a higher burst than something like say like a Banshee snipe would, right? So I'm kind of curious how did they perform in that.
Looks like...
We have another incisor run by on the front door, though this time it does look like Confusing Fool has the right unit comp to fight it.
Yeah, and Sausage Sauce did stop the back threat, at least for now. I doubt that the mosquitoes have the damage to take out like a chainsaw.
Sorry, you just
But-
shocked me that dude's name is Sausage Sauce. For some reason, it
Yeah.
didn't click in my head, and then I heard you say it, and it clicked. Actually,
Yeah, no, they're great names. I've been waiting for a chance to say instead of Red Player, Sausage Sauce,
it's a good name.
doing work over there.
All right, well, it looks like we the Sheldons have reached the other side of the map, and I'm not sure Confusing Fool has any sort of units to deal with this.
He has about 13 pawns. Sorry, 18 pawns out.
Which, admittedly, that amount of pawns probably could kill this amount of Sheldons quite easily. But
Probably.
you know, as the one mammoth in that queue is probably going to take another like 5 to 6 minutes to get up here.
The next wave of 10 Sheldons will arrive
Yep.
before the mammoth gets there. You do see the pawns moving forward, so far not having taken any damage.
They're juking. Look at him go. My God. Actually bombing and weaving.
He's dancing.
Oh, it looks like
But
he's thinking of
the
committing.
problem is there is a commander in front of them, and now they're starting to catch damage
Yeah,
because they are balled up.
And a few incisors here. Like pawns are very good units, but a few incisors in front with the balled up pawns taking AoE damage from the Sheldons. They're just unfortunately not going
People
to get any
showing up
value.
as well.
Oh, we have a
I'm just waiting for the Warmonk to go on the war footing and send his army forward.
one lone Centurion shows its face, immediately dies to Sheldons.
epic Oh no, sorry.
Not an epic
Raptors came out.
Tyrannus. This isn't Raptors.
Raptors gamer coming out here. A Tyrannus.
Just a normal, boring, vanilla Tyrannus, but Legion's Flying Fortress, very expensive unit, but also very cool unit.
It is currently on an ETA of about somewhere between 4 and 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to assume the Sheldon Ball or even the Mammoth Ball might end the game before we get there.
No, stop killing them. Show us. Combine your powers to make this.
It's gonna take so long to finish this Tyrannus. Like it's got about a minute and a half, looking like.
Yeah, he got a bit more energy. As he builds more E, it gets faster every time. It's barely down to a minute. Just feed him. Calls and Bart Jones, just feed this man.
Yeah, the Sheldons.
Have you
are
seen the
being nuts.
Karkanos, by the way?
Yeah, they've got like the little
cool-looking
like
unit,
shield. They got the
but
powder gun. Look, they have like a little like riot shield. Like it's really cool looking.
I want to actually see them used, but so far I haven't seen them shoot yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are currently fighting Sheldons, and like most units of pretty short range, does not fight so well into Sheldons. Oh my God, these pop-up riot cannons.
Dragon's Jaw are
Very strong.
very interesting. I think they might be really good.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Is it out yet? 15.
Oh, was it time? Are we close?
15 to 20 seconds. 15 to 20 seconds.
Oh man, there's a chance we're gonna see Tyrannus end the game. As once that Tyrannus is out, no amount of tier 1 AA is going to kill that, I don't think, unless unless Red Team was far richer than they currently are.
Yeah. Maybe if they had some.
Oh, you might see the
of
card
the heavy.
shoot. Never mind, I
Yeah.
lied.
That was optimistic of you.
Look, I thought he was gonna walk the commander into him, and like maybe we'd see them shoot. It does look like the Tyrannus is out, so let's go see. This is very cool
Making
looking.
its way across the map.
It's got the multiple barrels on the bottom. I think it's a plasma. It's just a normal plasma cannon. Yeah, very cool. Air to ground machine. Oh my God,
like-
how many guns does this have?
It has a large number of guns.
That's
It's
an
like
AA.
the Dragon in many ways.
Yeah.
But it's more of a long-range standoff unit, which is fun.
Confusing fool, of course, contributing. Bro, we're getting so shit.
Two spectator chat, no less.
Look, he
Ooh,
might.
Karkanos, is it going to shoot?
Oh,
It's got D guns.
it's trying. It's definitely trying. Oh, we see the heat
Oh,
ray,
good
but
shot.
he's not in range of the powder gun though. Oh, there we go. Briefly, little poof. Oh, it's like a shotgun. Okay, I thought it was like a full pounder gun, but it's like the phalanx gun.
Where did the Tyrannus go?
It is currently
Oh,
parked.
it's on the hill.
Yeah, it's on the way. Let's see. Well, I'm assuming we're going to see this. No! Don't listen to Spec
The
Chat.
guy-
What are you doing? Let the
Just ignore
Tyrannus
Spec
shoot.
Chat.
Oh, we're gonna get like 2 shots off. This is so sad.
I
Oh,
spec chatted.
it is hilarious to me. I have Spec Chat like turned off. I've like hide Spec Chat turned on, and I'm like, we're still seeing it. It's very amusing.
Okay, we get to see the long range,
Yeah.
like, I don't even know what that is.
It's like
Plasma
the
cannon,
Legion
I guess?
plasma, yeah. We aren't getting. Oh, there we go.
Gatling gun. No, show us the Gatling gun.
Yeah.
Gattle him.
He's so close to
End up
getting in
with the
range.
Tyrannos.
Alright, we got to
go.
see a
We
little
got
bit.
a little bit.
This is your first. Wait, okay, no, this is the first round, not first game. Okay, I was scared for a moment. We were all.
No, it's fine.
Can you imagine?
Breathe, deep breaths,
Can you
deep
imagine?
breaths.
Hold on, while we're in this, is there a spectator? Okay, I need to
Good luck,
go.
Lewis. You need to figure that one
Yeah,
out.
what am I missing here? Let's try that one. All right. Let's try that one. Anyway, we have our brackets. I believe this was. Is this the last year? Can I refresh this? So this was.
Could be the final one.
Well, we have Executive Decision and Blueprint has not posted the results yet.
Look, I don't think I saw them.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I do not want to be in queue.
I see it. Wait, did they just start?
No, they can't have just started.
They just started!
They can't have just started. That's crazy.
2 minutes, 23 seconds, and they're typing good luck, have fun. We've got more work in front of
Wait,
us.
what
Let's
was their
get in here,
first?
buddy.
Is this their first? This can't be their first game, right? Like, that can't.
No, I assume this is game 2.
I mean, I would have assumed their
Oh.
game 2 what was their first game of 40 minutes
It looks
slugger?
like it might be game 3, but who knows?
Okay,
I
we
think
should
they're in a lock
confirm.
lobby, so they're technically.
We should confirm that this is in fact game 2. Hopefully.
I'm asking.
Oh, okay, you got it. I trust. I trust. That's crazy.
They type to each other, but they're not typing to me.
They're ignoring you.
I think so.
Okay, hold on. I will try it.
Maybe they're just. Yes, this
Oh,
is
okay,
game
okay,
2.
okay. Okay, so we've got one more game. It looks like until the end of round 1. Little unfortunate, unless the other teams want to start, but we'll leave that up to the organizers if they want to start. But looks like we have one more team to go through. Oh,
I guess
interesting.
probably a pain to start the next round. But
Yeah, especially with these guys still going, right? Yeah, I've
Yeah.
noticed that red team they're opting for a little bit of slider gaming, a little bit of the tourney co-op. They're seeing
You see a little bit of sliding on blue team, but not a lot.
true. We got the
Not a lot. Very little. We do see 2 air labs, 1 Legion,
Ooh, Legion drone
and
plan.
1 Arm.
We're gonna see. Wait, okay. I thought you meant on different teams. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, on the same team. Yes, yes.
All right, I'm
You
gonna
see-
be very interested to see what they do with this. All right, Banshees. What are we up to? We have Banshee mosquitoes. Okay, so we're going for some hard air aggression.
But they do currently have a large number of rascals, and ooh, we see the base bomb built here.
The base bomb, the one and only. Oh, please, yes. Okay, I thought he was gonna drive away for a second. Didn't quite fully chain everything, but
Didn't
we were
kill
close.
the winds. Oh man, he should have killed those winds.
we were very close to Gloria.
My personal pet peeve of base bombs showing up real fast.
Yeah, unfortunately, both, we're seeing a little bit of inexperience from these guys, right? As both players have walked away from their labs with no BP, so like there's no units coming out, and they're kind of
Yeah.
just dying to the harassment from these rovers or rascals.
He's building a new base bomb.
Wait, is he?
Yeah, I'm just looking up.
Yeah, we got another one. As we know, surrounding your converters with valuable economic infrastructure, generally not a good idea, but does lead to some very spectacular spectating experiences when they do explode.
Yeah, large explosions are likely to occur in
Yep.
these cases.
And we're
We
having
do just see this air open struggling with units. They are not really dealing with it very well.
yeah, Banshee's unfortunately not known for being particularly good into any sort of actual units.
But Banshee Mosquito doing work. Unfortunately, Rotted Pontiff having his large number of his wins die.
Yeah, only has 1 max as well. Like currently reduced to 1 max, almost no energy. Like they're looking to get some aggression going with this mosquito Banshee play, but we'll have to see if they can actually get any economic damage as well. Defending is all well and good, but taking the map, taking mexes, and denying them from your opponent is the very important thing that needs to happen.
Yeah, they need to kill a fair number of mexes, and we see Lumen currently pushing pretty hard, has some pounders, some musclers.
We do have a couple, and we have 1 AA tower set up in Table K's base.
Wait,
so we have
these
2
can
now.
shoot at air units as well?
Wait. Well, I mean, most plasma weapons can, right? Like pawns can.
I
but
guess so.
Yeah, all these banshees
Kinda
and mosquitoes are gonna die to these AA. Unfortunately, doesn't even get a mex or a win to just just loses them all.
One mech. One mech was
Oh, they
the
get one mech? Oh, they did.
the
True,
total.
true. They got one
one,
mech.
one singular mech died there. Red team definitely coming out ahead of this opening. Blue team not really moving out and expanding or taking the map.
Yeah, unfortunately,
So,
it looks like
definitely something for them to look at is taking mexes and getting more eco out.
you know, one of the most important things in any bar match is you know, finding the midpoint of the map and getting there to contest your front line, right? And you know, gotta claim mexes and deny them from your opponent. And it does not look like blue team is managing to do that very much, and will slowly be choked out. It looks like, as they just do not have the economy to fight this.
Yeah. More eco means more units means more space means more eco.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, they went for kind of an aggressive play with 2 air labs, but air units, unless you're Cortex with shurikens, struggle to deal with T1, and they just lost complete map control, and now they're just being flooded by units that they can't still really deal with.
All Pontiff's wins and mexes are now dead, as he's reduced to his commander and his lab and two sand banshees trying to do anything.
Grievous Wound, kind enough to hand over some wins to try to keep him floating, but unfortunately, I mean, eco-wise, the E production between the two teams, you can still see this is still newer players to the game. They're not quite used to the scaling. Like, red team should be scaling E a lot more. They're playing with full metal bars.
Yeah, I have a feeling with this will still be somewhat quick of a game, as it is looking like you know, red team is, even though they can't, like you said, they're not really scaling E enough to spend their metal.
Metal is still the main resource
good.
to have, which is what blue team does not have as any metal income.
More metal is quite good. We're seeing some of these Decurions from Grievous Wound.
Yeah, into pounders.
Which, honestly, you know, not the worst. Like, looking at, I
They're
guess
extremely tanky. Like, I cannot believe how much HP Decurions have.
They're also very expensive, right? If we look at the actual cost, like that is definitely more than a medium
expensive.
tank. 300.
They're like 60 metal more expensive for double the HP of a stout.
Look. You're right. They are very tanky. Their DPS isn't even that bad. Like at range, they do tend to miss a decent amount, but like close up, like
we're seeing this duel here between the Decurion and 3 pounders and 2 LLPs.
And you know what? Didn't do too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it did just fine. Honestly, better than I would expect. I mean, so the closest price comparison would be like a Jag at 330 metal, I believe. That's definitely tankier than a Jag.
Yeah. Of course, you know, it loses some of the some of the benefits, shall we say, that I think a Jag has, right?
Yeah, slightly slower, slightly worse of a weapon, slightly less AA, you know.
Just a generally worse tank.
But not Tech 2.
Yeah. We are we're getting a bit of a stalemate here. I'm assuming red team is just trying to. Wait, did you say a Belcher?
Napalm tank.
Oh my god,
I'm
where?
not sure, it's the napalm tank, yeah. Where we were looking, they built a napalm.
Yeah, oh my god, I'll find it eventually, I swear.
A barrage.
Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Yeah, another tank we have not actually seen yet today. We've seen more Legion.
We got to see this.
Ooh.
Red team does currently control, what is this? 70% of the map, 75% of the map.
Yeah, like you said, they are just kind of struggling with their E generation to actually spend their metal.
Yeah. As soon as they scale up more, their economy is going to do extremely well, but they are starting to approach doubling blue team's metal income. We do see the barrage artillery being used kind of as a frontline unit to just break Lumen's frontline.
Advanced bot lab going down for yellow.
Yeah, bot lab coming out for table KK. Error of it.
Hopefully, we'll see units from that will quickly, you know, just run across the map and actually apply the pressure needed to end this game.
In
As,
all fairness, they are able to probably just end the game through topside at this point if they send in a command or two. But they're struggling to get enough massive T1 units to quite get through Defender's advantage. But if red player just walked his comm forward with the T1 units here supporting him, he probably just kills the base.
yeah.
And at this point, you're fine trading your commander out for that.
A bit, two teams a little inexperienced, right? They're
Yeah, they're definitely new, especially to team or to larger
like
tournament games.
tournaments, yeah. Which is definitely cool that we're getting more people that are like, you know, willing to step up. Oh my, I can't stop looking at the Legion Resbot. Sorry.
Yeah, the Resbot is really cool. What is this called? The Zagreus.
Zagreus, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Hades character name.
It is. Which I have a feeling that's not lore accurate, all right? So, but I don't think Hades is quite lore accurate.
I don't think either game is quite going for most accurate.
Yep.
Story,
but still, yeah, it's cool. We're getting more people willing to you know step up and try and see how the competitive experience plays.
And this is the best way to learn.
Yeah.
You know? Like, if you're new to a game and you step into a tournament, you're going to have a bad time, honestly, in your first tournament. But you are going to be so much better off for it.
Yeah, as long as you're willing to sit down and learn from it, right? Like.
Yeah, as long as you look at what happened and what other teams do, you're going to become a much stronger player. So I hope all of these people show up to the next tournament, whenever that is hosted.
Yeah.
And try again.
So it is looking like we're going for some tier 2 con gameplay here with Table KK. Not quite going to be able to afford his tier 2 mexes as he doesn't have any energy, you know.
We do have all-terrain combat engineers coming out.
Oh, I need to actually.
Lumen is trying to push. Yeah, the Proteus.
Yeah, like I need to look. Can these still make? Oh my god. Okay. Yep, they can still make their tier 2 pop-up parties and being all-terrain. Those are some very powerful little combat engineers. Ooh, massive Wolverine impact on those Pounders, but the Pounders are going to get their own in return.
But there are a lot of Pounders coming through here. There is another Decurion out, but these Pounders have cleaned out all of the lighter units.
Where did those Wolverines go? I blinked and they died. They actually got pounded. No pun intended, of course, but...
No pun at all.
one to carry
so,
like,
in this situation, Lumen should just be sending his commander in. Like, once you've created a break like this and you have units, you just walk on to the slab and you end it.
Yeah,
Lumen and Erovich are both here, so they could do this.
Claim
the
metal.
Man, the Decurion is tanky.
I mean, it is Whistler shooting it, but yeah, it is definitely kind of like getting shot by a lot of them. It's a lot of lashers shooting it. But yeah, look at the at range. It's missing so much actually. Like its at range DPS is so low. It's very interesting.
I wonder how the scatter works with blobs of units. Can it hit units? I need to see that. Like if you're shooting into a blob of units, do you hit the units around them, or does it actually like miss over? I don't know. It's an interesting mechanic that I'd have to look at.
We're learning things.
Red is finally attacking Blue's base here with a large number of units.
Oh, yeah, it's quite a few Janus, Stout, and Whistlers here.
A Cockinus joining in the fray from Table KK. There is almost an Agitator going up, but I don't quite think it's going to make it.
Big cannon, unfortunately, not gonna quite finish in time, I think.
Not focusing the comm. Not on hold fire. Why is he retreating? Just go, buddy. Send us. Just don't send it into the commander.
Yeah, the willingness to be aggressive, right? There we go.
There we go.
Now, it does look like we're just seeing some actual aggression, yeah.
Yeah, they're slowly pushing through, slowly breaking the line.
I'm glad we weren't gonna wait for the tier 2, hopefully.
Yeah. So far, I think there's no tier 2 combat units.
No, I think he just was straight making tier 2 cons, which I mean, again, like they're doing just fine on tier 1. There's no need to.
Is Grievous Rune going to take out the army? Boom! His comm explodes.
Oh, Rotted Pontiff is the last commander.
Yeah, currently being walked at from 2 different directions.
And I mean, he has a bit of army of his own, but oh my god.
Wow, there is some impulse on that Karkanos shotgun, by the way. Are you watching it displace those forms? Oh, the Stout walking into the Janus.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
nice,
Janus
nice.
volley.
Why, is he ground? What?
I don't actually know what just happened there, but he
Sorry,
should kill Pontiff, and we are looking like we're going to be free of the last game of round 1.
3G.
Yeah, look.
And so ends round 1.
It's funny, we saw more new Legion units in that one game, I think, than any of the previous ones.
Yeah.
All right, so Neb, you got I think something to
Yeah.
say before the next round.
Yeah, I just wanted to hop on here and give some rules updates after that first round. So originally we were gonna allow lobbies to be unlocked, but since there's a prize pool and a lot of people are watching, we're gonna have everyone lock their lobbies now. So just make sure that you're communicating with the other teams, like sharing the passwords and everything. And then also just for keeping the tournament like moving, because we have to wait for every game to finish, just make sure to start your games before or within the 15 minutes of the bracket being posted, and start your second game no less than 5 minutes after you finish the first game, because like for example this game we were just watching, they waited a little too long, and so we want to avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't want to be here for like 20 hours for a tournament,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so just make sure, and also make sure that if a game is like pretty clearly lost, I know it can be really hard to pull the plug, but just resign, please, for everyone's sake. But then also I wanted to do a little good news announcement. Legion officially, this is from the Legion devs, T1 is almost completely finished except for the
nice.
seaplanes and shipyard, but we don't have a lot of sea maps anyways, so for our sake Legion's T1 is like pretty much fully done. So
It's definitely looking like its unit roster is pretty filled out. It's looking pretty cool.
yeah, Zephyr and Tharsi were grinding so hard to finish all of these models for Faction Wars, and it looks like their work paid off.
Oh,
so
yeah. They've done some crazy work.
Yeah, anyways, that's I just wanted to give that little update. We're ready to start the second round here.
Round 2.
So just remember to lock your lobbies, make sure you're communicating with the other teams to share those passwords, and yeah, keep reaching out if you guys have any questions.
So it is looking like the challenge is mine just not up to date? Is there, because it's still looking like it's saying there's one team. Oh no, there it goes. It's working now.
Versus P3. Okay, so that's been updated.
Yes, we're just waiting for the round 2 bracket to post.
It should. I think it's just thinking right now.
Yeah, maybe.
A lot of teams, so it has to like.
Wonder if it's confused because of like the only 1-1 in the bracket, right? The only non-2-0. We'll have to see. We'll have to give it a moment as we wait.
There we go.
Oh, we got it?
Yeah, my round 2 is loaded.
Awesome. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. Well, have fun casting. You guys are killing it. So.
Yeah, I believe round 2, as far as I'm aware, is going to be between. It's going to be Brightworks, actually.
I believe it's Brightworks.
Yeah,
yes.
like Hells and I are taking a seat till later on. Matt has.
Hello,
Oh, we do have a
welcome.
Brightworks. There we go.
That was wonderful. That was very fun watching you guys get to enjoy Legion.
Yeah, watching us
There's
stumble.
no pleasure. yeah, there's no pleasure greater than watching players interacting with Legion units for the first time and getting to see them. It was really genuinely interesting. Man, those res bots really blew me away. I was not expecting.
Oh, they're so cool looking. Like
they
I
look
love
like.
that design.
Yeah, they've got a really, I don't know, a spindly look to them, which it definitely it feels very like they almost have like an arachnid sort of look to them, like a spider weaver sort of thing. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
I think in general, most of Legion's units have just got a really cool aesthetic to them at this point.
Yeah, I almost feel like Cortex and Armada are a little. I imagine they've got to be getting a little jealous. Like, you know, all their designers are like looking at it like, oh man, maybe we gotta, you know, those Cortex engineers are like, oh man, we can't be outclassed by this bullet-loving race. We gotta step up our game here.
Yeah, the new kids on the block are pretty flashy at this point.
I can't help. My mind immediately jumps towards the Tau of Warhammer 40k.
Oh yeah.
They like.
It's like
totally
if you
remind me
took
of that.
Tau and smashed them into Necrons.
Yeah, they've totally. That's nail on the head right there. Absolutely, what it reminds me of.
It's a very cool aesthetic. I like it. I like where they're going and what they've done with it. So I can't wait to see the final completed roster.
And then conscripting these guys to go work on Legion, or not the Legion, work on Armada and Cortex, and see if we can get some nice new models for both of them.
Right.
It should be pretty fun. So do you have a preference?
I'm very excited for those Legion boats.
Oh, for sure. Oh man, I want to see what they cook up with that. It should be cool stuff.
I remember the very earliest, like, basically just very early demo testing. Back before Hornet's computer exploded, they were looking very interesting. It was definitely, I mean, obviously there's a lot of room for changes, but it was very interesting. So it's gonna be a shakeup for the naval scene, that's for sure. And it's sort of niche, but.
So did
Anywho.
you have a preference for a team you'd want to like see, right? Out of curiosity, any like?
Let me look at the bracket here.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Gosh, there's so many good ones.
Yeah, quite a few, right?
DME game. Yeah, the pro game is going to be good too. Eddie Murphy Party versus Peace Through Power. Okay, that's points for a name that's pretty creative.
Yeah, that is for sure. I know Pro and DME have been doing like clan scrims for quite a while now, as both clans have gotten like big enough that you know they can pretty regularly do it, and
yeah,
it's pretty fun to watch those games.
I've been excited watching those. It's kind of cool to see a little like miniature, non-hosted professional scene developing. Like it's becoming its own thing.
Yeah,
just neat. For a guy like me, it means more high quality replays. I'm always thrilled about that.
Can't ever say no to watching bar. You know, it's the stuff
Exactly.
it's too good.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Are any of these games up and running yet?
It looks like the Pro and DME one, they're starting to get in the lobby with each other. Oh no, it's not Pro and DME. It's Pro and don't. Was it don't give a flying duck? That's the other DME.
Yeah, the other DME team.
Oh, is it really? Oh, that's funny.
Don't give a flying duck. Yep, that's a good name.
I think this is like the DME 1v1ers more.
Yeah, we got Raxel there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down to join that one.
We do that one? Alright, sure.
Looks like it'll be a good one.
Okay, then I'm going to dip out. GG's.
Yeah, you will be returning later, of course, Hells, as
Yes, for the 6th round, I will be back.
we will be back.
Yeah.
But
Revenge of the Hells.
yep, Revenge of the Hells, exactly. We're gonna have to see if we can convince these guys to get their maps, picks, and bans.
Yeah, so let me see. This map pool is kind of interesting. I was looking at it earlier, and there's 2 new maps in it, which is cool. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen a bunch of new maps, and now we've got 2 in the map pool already.
Yeah, and like both of them are so cinematic looking. Like they're so cool looking.
They are.
Love the
They
design.
really are. Yeah, they both are so pretty. Like they look really beautiful. These like big pyramid things and prismatic anomaly are so
that. Like we don't
amazing.
get any other map that has these pyramids, and like now we get them, and it's like, well, now I want more cool structures on new maps. Like,
right?
Oh, okay, so they
I would love some. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say they have done picks and bans. They did ban FTL, Prismatic, Desolation, and Gas Bag, and are picking pools of what is it, Ilias? Is that I'm assuming the correct name?
Oh yeah, pools of Ilias. Ilias or Illis? I'm not entirely
Good
sure.
luck. Yeah, I have no idea.
Pools of lies. I'm not sure.
That's how I'm feeling with like almost every Legion name of like just trying
Oh,
to
yeah.
say the names is a struggle. We're getting there.
Absolutely.
That looks like they're picking Aurelia for their second map.
Is that? I think we just got streamer bombed right there. Pools and Aurelia. Okay, I'm interested. It's been interesting to me to see that Aurelia has been picked so often. That's not one of those maps that I feel like we see all too often, but it is a pretty much picture perfect 3v3 map.
It's also pretty popular 1v1. I've seen like there's been like a good amount of 1v1 tournaments that have used it,
okay.
and like they'll play it decently often. As it is one of those 1v1 maps that goes tier 2 a little more often than the others, a little more choke pointy.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess I'm not as familiar with the 8v8. My speciality here is definitely the Legion.
Yeah.
is my pro speciality. But that is interesting to see because I feel like there's a lot of I feel like we've gotten to see a pretty good skew of the different units here today, but I feel like we still have some untapped potential.
Oh,
like
for sure.
There's a couple of bots we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen Belchers or well, they got a new name, but I can't remember it. And then the Arquebus. I don't think we've seen very much Arquebus play either. The Spider railguns. Yeah, there's still some cool stuff that I hope we get a chance to showcase because it's really cool. I also want to see those T1 anti-air bots. I don't think we got to see any of those.
We haven't seen those
I really
yet.
want to see what those look like.
Personally, I want to see tier 2 air. I want to see any sort of tier 2 air play. Like we saw Tyrannus earlier, which was very hype. I know Phoenix is probably my favorite looking, like visually playing in the game. Very cool looking.
Yeah, those things are crazy. Watching them just turn on the beam and turn an entire surface of a planet to glass.
Very cool looking.
Pretty awesome.
We'll have to see if we get there. And I have not actually seen most of the tier 3 get played. So that'll be another one I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, the tier 3 has really come into its own. It started very, one or two like sort of one-off units that kind of filled like really niche roles, but the roster has definitely morphed. I will say the Legion T3 roster is kind of interesting because it feels like basically every T3 unit is self-sufficient. Like they don't fit as specifically into a role as a bunch of the other T3 units for the other factions. Like I'll give you an example here, like the Vanguard as like a single point siege unit essentially. Legion doesn't really have one of those. They don't have like a unit that's designed to target a specific point. They have the Astraeus, but really the Astraeus is a long-range harassment tool, and its damage isn't as focused, I guess I would say, as the Vanguard.
Closer to like
because
an LRPC, right? Like it's not really
exactly
like meant for shooting units. It's like an economy destroyer kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there's they have like the Daedalus, which is the 3-round burst kinetic weapons platform. That thing is super cool to watch, but it also has very, very low range. So it's not really a siege tool. It's actually like it's almost like a tank killer kind of a thing. Like it's very good against big single sturdy units that are a little slower. Like I think they trade pretty well against Thors. Is kind of one of the use cases that I've seen against them where they work really well.
Well, we have to hope we see something like that in some of these games. But anyway, I am gonna pass it off to you, Brightworks. So
Alrighty, are you just gonna follow my camera around?
I believe either I will be my camera or I'll be following yours. One or the other.
Okay.
So
sounds good.
Enjoy.
Alrighty. Well, on the northern side, I guess we ought to meet our teams here, but on the northern side here, on the top left-hand side, it's going to be the pro team. We have Indy Club, Randy, and Florio all going to be playing here. We have Florio as our Armada commander, Randy as the core, and it'll be Indy Club that's playing as our Legion commander here. I will try to give a breakdown of each of these units as we see them. Some of these are new to me as well, like this one right here. I'm very curious how this anti-air bot works, because previously, for anybody who doesn't know the history behind Legion, basically Legion started a long time ago. Legion started as a kit bash faction. Basically, all their units were put together from the pieces and the scraps of other factions, and it was essentially a temporary measure, right, until they eventually got up to speed. Nowadays, Legion has their own aesthetic, as you can well in a way tell. And it's very cool to see, but it also means that we have frequent changes here, which is why we're all struggling with these names. Like this, the Satyr here used to be called the Lobber. The Phobos here used to be called the Centaur. This Zagreus or Zagrus was originally just a grave robber from the Cortex faction, repurposed, and this used to be the Cortex Trasher, the anti-air bot as well. So that's in case you're out there and you're curious why we're struggling so hard with the names today. It's because of the wonderful work from the Legion team, who has been putting in tons and tons of effort to get all these units ready for us for today, and effort that I think has well paid off, because these things are looking beautiful. Double Legion Lab right here start for both of these teams. Looks like Inda Club and Neb, Flying Duck, and Raxel. All of the DME clan on the southern side here, the orange, yellow, and red commanders, going to be going into a Legion Lab here as well. Now, I spoke with Neb about this, or, well, let me think, how did this conversation happen? Anyway, Neb informed me that basically this one lab Legion start has been super popular recently. It's actually been one of the like premier strategies that these guys have been going for. And originally I was a doubter. Like the couple of games that I saw, it didn't really look very strong. Like it kind of confused me originally, but it does make a lot of sense, because part of the way that Legion is balanced is essentially around the idea that you have these units that are basically the same price, but they're a little bit more effective for the price that you get, right? So you get these Satyr, for instance, that are only 60 metal and 400 energy. And they're very effective. You can see they have tons of range for a T1 unit. You can build up a whole ton of them for very cheap. But normally when you're playing Legion, because of your T1 metal extractors not producing as much metal, they produce, I believe it's 80% metal. It means all of a sudden you're in this situation where you have you have units that are very effective, but you can't produce very many of them. However, you can offset that easily by just going ahead and team working. Yeah, so you can see these commanders going very heavily into the Legion production right here, making the best use of that strategy. And you can see a nearly mirrored build order now, as we have the Cyan Commander Inda Club going into a whole bunch of lobbers and sending them across the map, or Satyr sending them across the map, and we do have Satyr production here as well for the Yellow Commander, trying to produce these. And man, what a tricky load to balance right here, trying to make sure that you have units all over the place handed off to these other commanders, right? Now, obviously, these guys will be in a Discord or a TeamSpeak, maybe, if you remember that. a little bit on the other side, on the older side, but yeah, if you remember TeamSpeak back then, I'm pretty sure all these guys are going to be in a Discord. But anyways, yeah, they will be more than likely coordinating as likely as possible. And so I imagine these callouts are going something like, need reinforcements on the southern side, we're losing ground, enemy advancing. You know, very prototypical, almost Command and Conquer-esque callouts. Requisitioning reinforcements right here. Oh, all the eco right here for the Yellow Commander, or well, for the red team, going to be handed over to the Yellow Commander. You can see Raxel actually managing the expansion of both commanders here. So we've got the red Armada Commander on the southern side, and then we've got the Legion Commander expanding forward here as well, trying to apply pressure on both sides. It kind of makes sense, right? If you're microing, if you're not macroing with an eco at home, you may as well just micro twice on the front line. That math isn't a direct one-to-one, but it's close enough that I think we could call it good. Quite a number of lobbers on the front right here, man. Inda Club is definitely going for a very aggressive production in the midsection. We've really gone full force into this lobber production here. Whereas a lot more units, I think, have been spared up to this northern side. Yeah, you can see these lobbers are headed up here. These Satyr are headed up towards Flying Duck's little fortified center over on this side. Now we have a couple of Mosquito gunships out as well, looking to snipe commanders. That comm is pretty low, actually, at 48, 49% HP. These Legion gunships do about 2%. It's almost exactly 1.8% HP to the commander, but down goes the green commander as well, as the Flying Ducks Satyrs do manage to push in. Oh, the cloaked commander, and he will get away with it. Dang. Flying Duck manages to keep it alive, manages to keep the damage to a minimum, and now we'll have a feast of 1,000 or so metal, except for, of course, the fact that these gunships are now uncontested in enemy space. We need an air transition, and we do have it. The Legion Air plant up and running right here. We go into these Noctua, which are a fighter/scout drone, so they have tremendous range, or tremendous vision range, I should say. They are, they're bad. They're bad, and that's for a reason, right? They're meant as like a hybrid between a scouting plane and a fighter plane, so to that effect, they are very cheap as well. And that means that they're not super good at brawling with other air units. However, they are very cheap, so you can produce a whole bunch of them, and if you have enough of them up and running, then you're going to be in a pretty good spot. They also look cool, probably cooler than any other fighter in the game, at least in my opinion, aside from maybe some of those T2 Legionnaire. They are the Legionnaire are very similar to the Noctua in the weapon type, where they fire a big machine gun forward. They are just a lot tankier and a lot more maneuverable. Ooh, a red commander goes down, walks into the LLTs. You can tell by the experience over here. LLT will kill the red common, so that's basically a trade. And now we have both the red and blue team about even for metal that's been reclaimed, except for, of course, the fact that we have a whopping 46 Satyr moving forward right here. Rexel in tons of trouble. Now, these Lobberbots may be cheap, but they still hurt, and you can see Rexel taking huge damage. Gone from 80, 90-ish% HP down to 43 in the blink of an eye as the Satyr fire forward. Satyr really are commander killers. They're specialized, brutalized commander killers. They're meant for a purpose, and when they achieve it, it's usually swift and unending. Yeah, Rexel forced to retreat right here. The Lobber count has just overwhelmed the defenses. There's nothing really that the Red Com can do aside from enter full retreat. Now the Lobbers are marching forward. Rexel, ooh, not cloaked. No cloak on this comm. Ooh, boom goes the Red Commander. Goes down, doesn't even take out very many of those Lobbers with it, and now the middle of the map is completely contested. Meanwhile, by the way, of course, a little run-by of units has snuck into the main base right here, the main production center for the blue team, as we do have a whole bunch of these now firing away right here. Satyr taking out all the build power right here. The wind turbines are falling as well. There is accessory economy over here, so it's times like this where I wouldn't actually mind seeing like an accessory lab built on the southern side or something. Just anything to try and go ahead and move that production around here. We also have a big old push on the northern side. Flying Duck did manage to crack. Of course, once this commander went down, then the defenses were humbled quite intensely. And now all of a sudden there is basically... yeah, basically nothing to stop any of this from moving into the backline here. We do have a lab up and running once more. Constructor's been shared over here, and the blue commander will start going into some of those solar panels, trying to spend the metal however that they can. You can see the blue team is completely full on metal, whereas the red has gone ahead and gone into enough vehicles and air and all sorts of other production that there's not really... they don't have the same stall on spending their resources here, but you can see big old... wall of Lobbers is going to start moving forward to try and deal with all this. A couple of those Decurion tanks, they are for the T1 era, they're an extremely tanky tank. As funny as that sounds, it is basically the way that those work is that they are very expensive. They're 300 metal a pop, which is quite high for a T1 medium tank. They are also nearly 3,000 HP, which means that relative to the T1 tanks, they have quite a lot of HP. Their weapon, nothing to really speak of. Hey, look at that. Those T1 airbots. Is this a salvo? Oh, it is a salvo missile launcher. Oh, okay. So this is very similar to, there's a static defense that uses these as well. It's the Rapsis. Rapsis? Yeah, this thing right here. Salvo anti-air missile battery. Fires a little barrage of anti-air missiles. It is, kind of bad, actually. Doesn't kill things very quickly. Oh, look at that, though. This thing seems pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking the way that these are looking. The entire base here has been cleared out, though. What a match. All of a sudden, the blue commander is all that's left right now. Randy trying to go for some sort of a play, sending the commander forward. Barely enough energy production as it is to get the commander firing and producing and all this other stuff, let alone... oh, we need a little repair. No repair command, okay. Luckily, it looks like these are pretty good. Yeah, the Taxotai... Taxodi? Well, we'll go with Taxotai. They seem pretty good. Yeah, they seem pretty good. We have these Helios tanks out as well. If the Lobbers are commander killers, the Satyr are commander killers, then the Helios are commander devastators. They are even better against those commanders. Their heat ray beam fires out for just miles and miles and miles around, and it does tons and tons of damage as well. Especially with proper micro, these can be really devastating, much more devastating than the other light tanks. Basically the way that Legion is balanced, kind of the... you know, after meeting with the developers and learning some of the design philosophy here behind some of this, essentially the way that this works is that you have these Decurion, which are super heavy, but don't do a ton of damage on their own. They do a decent amount of damage, but it's not crazy. And then you have these Helios, which are very light, but do a ton of damage. So what you kind of have is your damage and your health split into two different units. When you build a good front line of Decurion and then put the Helios behind or, you know, mixed into them, you got this basically unstoppable wave. Basically, you can't push into it because the Helios will kill you, and you can't stop the Decurions from pushing forward because they're just too tanky. That being said, the red team had a gigantic advantage here, of course. These Mosquito firing away at the LHTs, killing those Pharaoh's Heat Ray towers. And we know of the Decurion now blasting apart this front line as well. All that talk about the Decurion not being the greatest damage dealing, kind of a moot point when you just build 100 of them. After all, in an RTS game, more stuff typically beats less stuff is the way that it goes. And that's more or less what we're seeing exactly right here, is Decurion try and chase down the final commander right here, one of the final commanders. We actually do have a hidden commander over on this side, Indie Club, looking to maybe get a little cheeky, beaky, sneaky in the back line. Yeah, hoping for it. Ran out of words right there, but hoping for it. Looking for a play. The red team, you know what? The red team is down to just one commander. Oh, could we get a trade right here? Oh, Indie Club's looking for the trade. Must have scouted that this commander was around here eventually. Oh, Flying Duck is in trouble. Oh, no. Yeah, he starts running away immediately. The orange commander realizes it. Realizes that if they trade out right here, this is the end of the line right now for the red team. This is the very last commander, so if this comm goes down, then this is more or less the end of the game. Well, more the end of the game than less. Indie Club's little anti-air backpack missile launcher will fire away right there. We do also have, yeah, Flying Duck just kiting around this hill right here. Maybe retreating to the LLT would have been the wise move here, but anyways. Oh my goodness. Decurion's pushing forward. Randy just trying to hold on as long as possible. These armored assault tanks doing the best that they can. Indie Club trying to sprint towards the commander. Oh no. Yeah, those mosquitoes in the air chipping away at the HP bar on that commander. The anti-air gun is, well, firing away at them slowly but surely here. What a funky cat and mouse game right here. As suddenly Indie Club is in this weird position to chase. The blue commander did go down. That means this trade doesn't really work anymore. But I like the play. I think these reinforcements will be more than enough right here. Yeah, these Helios are going to fire away, do tons and tons of damage. Mosquito gunships are up in the air as well. And that will be all she wrote. The pro team goes down as DME manages to take the first game. What a back and forth. These two going for the throat immediately right here. We'll take a look at these graphs because I always find them so funny. Yeah, you can see the yellow commander scaling just a little bit quicker right here. That's Neb scaling up just a little faster and maintaining that. The cyan commander losing it ever so slightly with the rise to prominence for the blue commander. A very nice game between these two. So cool to see. So interesting to see the interactions between these Legion units versus as Legion versus Legion, as well as just Legion versus Armada versus Legion versus Core versus Legion versus Legion. All of it kind of compiles into a gigantic bundle. Turns into a big mess, but it works pretty good in the end. Gonna do a lap after that. 1 sec.
Looking like Neb needs a break after that game.
Yeah.
That was a pretty intense one.
Absolutely, a breather for sure. Well warranted, because that was down to the wire right there with that high-speed chase between those two commanders.
yeah, Raxel, you know, really smart with that run by around. Like he ran instead of like trying to fight into clubs like Army, he ran around it and just basically killed their entire base, killed all the BP, killed all the energy. Like it was really well done. Very smart.
Yeah, it is definitely one of those major flaws in this whole one lab style that we're seeing is if that lab goes down, you are out of production. There's no other production on the map anywhere to save it, to send units to save you. It's kind of, you know, as the meta shifts, it's one of those things where only pretty much, like this is something that you see in a lot of RTS games, but basically the most extreme strategy will survive, right? The all-ins will survive. The ones that kind of defend against everything are too weak to defend against the strategies that are really focused like that.
Yeah.
And I guess that's kind of where we ended up, is now we have these one lab rushes that are super cool, but also very, you know, it's like a glass cannon.
You gotta make sure
A
you
lot
gotta
of
make sure you don't
production.
die. Yeah, you gotta protect
Yeah.
your economy. It's all in one spot, right? So if you lose everything, you are losing every. Like if you lose everything in that spot, you're done. Like you've got nothing left. So it is. But yeah, all right, game two, and leaving it up to you.
I think I'm curious to see how these commanders are going to approach each other now, because now that the strategies are revealed, obviously these folks have been preparing for this tournament for a good long while, so they're well aware of the premier strategies, and everybody's been scrimming against each other. They all understand what the other team is going to be going for, but I'm curious to see if we're going to see any responses to that, like if we're going to see any adaptive play. I do wonder. Well, I think there's good potential here that we see something cheeky on this map, because Aurelia does have this weird water lane here that can be pretty easily harassed by commanders. But because Legion doesn't really have boats, and in fact it's kind of inefficient to go for Legion boats because you can only get those 1.8 mexes to start with, and Navy really, really heavily relies on having a solid economy. Boats are kind of a bad idea, but one thing that is pretty good for Legion is their hovercraft. So I wonder if we'll ever see hovercraft being used on this map. The hovercraft for Legion are more or less the same as the other factions. Their tank fires I believe it's a burst of 2 projectiles, or otherwise it just fires fairly rapidly. And then it's a light projectile, so it doesn't do as much damage, but it fires rather quickly. Makes them really good raiding units because you don't need a lot of damage to kill those eco structures. You would rather have the speed so you don't overkill as much. You have things like and then they also have their specialized hovercraft, their halberd equivalent, which I believe is called the Phalanx. No, it's not the Phalanx. It's got as creative a name as the other ones, but I'm drawing a blank on it right now. But anyways, it is essentially a shotgun hovercraft, but its shotgun is like turbocharged or something because it does tons of damage. It also has very short range, so it has to struggle to get into range, but once it is, then it's very, very difficult to deal with. So, especially against T1 units, it can be super annoying to fight because it can kill most of them in 1 or 2 shots. But then, as long as you can kite it, you're going to be alright. So, ballistas are going to be very powerful. Even Satyr are going to be pretty good. They have quite a long range as well. There's a lot of play and counterplay, even among Legion. Not even including Core and Armada. Alrighty, Florio, Andy, and Indiclub going to be spawning on the northern side here, the pro team. Dropping into the northern side here of Aurelia, as we see, going to be going for that good old-fashioned Armada vehicle lab. Okay. Must be looking to get into blitzes here. We do have a couple of rovers queued up, but this is something we saw before in the tournament, so apparently a strategy that they're well and away comfortable with going for. Aurelia is a map of many choke points. You can see that there is let me just clear this really quickly. If we take a look here, so you can see there's a big choke point over on this side, and then there's a big choke point over on this side. And then, of course, this entire lane right here through the midsection is basically one big choke point as well. You can sort of get up onto this high ground here, and you can fire away onto the low ground, and then again, there's even higher ground, right? Obi-Wan Kenobi in the chat, feeling wonderful about it. But yeah, we've got plenty of high ground here available. But for the most part, you're going to be fighting on this low ground right here. This is where the main battle is going to take place, because obviously that's the shortest distance to get in the backline, so that's where you're going to go. Once you're on this high ground, you can't really harass anything else. It's just a good strategic position for contesting the middle of the map. A couple of those wheelies coming out of the Legion vehicle lab here. They are 90% wheel, like 9% gun, and 1% vision. Maybe that's not fair, you know, they're like maybe 80% wheel, 10% vision, 10% gun. They have quite tremendous vision range. They also are basically 2 wheels duct taped together. And with, you know, a little machine gun strapped on top of them. Very cool stuff. Anyway, to the other point, I think Armada makes sense in these choke-pointed maps because of the simple power of the Janus. The twin medium rocket launcher has little heat-seeking rockets that come out of it as well. Very, very cool. This is an adaptation that I've seen recently come up from these players here, as where we've started to see these one lab strategies come up and running. It is basically going for a lot more build power early on. We used to see like 1 build turret, maybe 2 build turrets. Now it's not uncommon to see 4 or 5 build turrets in a main base because, well, you've got an entire team's worth of production, right? So you can afford to actually have that build turret and spend the build power as well. So far, though, defense has been really stellar. A single one of these wheelies makes it through. Rexel with the wheelie in charge here. I'd like to see this microed around this constructor, actually, just sending it in circles around the con to get that flanking bonus. It's something you'll see Armada commanders do with ticks, is basically you just queue it around the constructor in order to get the flanking damage. Instead, we're going to prioritize the mexes here, though, which is not the wrong move. It's just going to take a second. Blitzes sent out on the map here, though, and blitzes are pretty fast, as the name might imply. Their plasma gun not great against fast units themselves, though. Oh, just 0% HP. We have literally 0 HP. If you saw in the bottom left-hand corner there, that wheelie had 0% left to its name. 0 HP total. Managed to keep on rolling. But all right. We're settling ourselves in here. So far, the red team are the only ones to manage to do very much damage. However, the blue team has basically offset all that by being a bit more aggressive with the expansions out here. You can see Rexel moving the commander over here to grab these, of course. We do have Inda Club, who has already grabbed those mexes and will be moving into the coved middle island mexes. Yeah, they're kind of hidden back here. You can harass them from this high ground in the midsection, but other than that, they're pretty difficult to get to. You don't really have a lot of units that can harass those from the water. Again, hovercraft are kind of the only thing I can think of. There is also a secret mystery tool that we'll talk about later that didn't get brought up on the other game that we watched on Florio, but I was biting my tongue because I was excited to talk about it. It comes out of the T2 Vehicle Lab, and if you're in the chat, then you probably know what I'm talking about already. But again, we'll talk about that when we get there. Gotta keep some secrets, some surprises for later. Gonna be a big old Armada T1 V1 Vehicle Army. Wow, look at that. Big old compilation of words. T1 Vehicle Army on the northern left-hand side right here. Yeah, Randy looking menacing at this point. Looking very, very menacing. Handing over a bunch of these units now. It's going to be a bunch of these missile trucks. No, sorry, pardon me. It's just a single missile truck, accompanied by 2 medium tanks and a Janus in the midsection now. He's, Decurion, getting very close. Janus firing its missile and then backing off, sort of as Janus do. Trying to make the very most out of that missile launcher is very important. Obviously, those Janus are expensive. You cannot lose them without getting some serious value for them at the very least. Doing a little tanking right there with the with the tanks in front. I like it. The Gatling guns obviously aren't like the plasma cannons. They don't have any arc to them. They're a direct fire weapon. Means that you can't really do anything in terms of firing past other units or targeting past other units. You sort of have to hit whatever you're aiming at directly. But okay, Decurion to push through this front line, and they've done a great job of it. The Janus are starting to slowly whittle this down. The medium tanks trying their best as well. There's just only so much they can do. Those Decurions are so beefy. Wow. What a push right here. Okay, Decurion's looking downright unstoppable as they march forward right now. Flying Duck eagerly eating up the 1,000 or so metal on the front line right here. And the Decurion are absolutely unstoppable. Oh my goodness. Okay. I really didn't expect 5 Decurion to be the game winners right here, but the entire production center for the blue team has been completely shut down. We have the construction turrets not building right here because they're trying to reclaim, but that Decurion's out of range, so they're not going to reclaim much. Yeah. Janus connects, and again, we're doing damage. Why is this thing... Oh, it is being reclaimed now. Okay. Finally, the Decurion goes down, but reinforcements are coming out. And already, I mean, this is game-winning damage right here. Okay. Decurion really making a name for themselves here today. We might not get that T2 vehicle play that I was hoping for here. If we don't see it, I'll spoil it at the end of this game, but I was really hoping we get to showcase the unit. Don't think it's going to be an option, though, as all of a sudden the red team is feasting on thousands and thousands of metal made up of the corpses here of the blue team. Florio gonna lock this commander in, though, so at the very least, Flying Duck doesn't have a very convenient escape. Randy out in the open a little bit. Yeah, these heat ray tanks. If they're not moving, then they're gonna do full damage. And Randy goes down. Boom goes the blue commander right there. As a bunch of those Helios and some accompanying Decurion do take it down. Florio's setting up a vehicle, a bot lab on the front line here. Okay. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Is this not too much damage? I don't know. The red team has... They've done so much damage. All the metal extractors are going down. These Decurion aren't even done yet. They're still going to find more metal extractors to kill over here. Yeah, with the commander going down, that's a bunch of build power as well. This This is a very, very quick bad situation here for the pro team. When those commanders move away, there's not anything holding the front line back, and you know, a D-gun or two from those commanders would have been an ideal situation. Now we got the mosquitoes coming up. Very popular transition for today to see these mosquitoes being pumped out right here. Their little homing missile, they're recharging homing missiles are not the most amount of damage, but I mean for a T1 gunship it's considerable. Obviously, once they've spent all their missiles, they have to take a second to recharge, which is their major drawback. Still an untapped red commander on this left-hand side. We have more and more Decurions being sent out to reinforce all this. Looks like we're going to try and break this left-hand side next. LLTs, yeah, not really going to stand up against the Decurions. The other interesting thing is that these Decurions gain quite a lot of accuracy with experience. One of those things that doesn't affect very many other units, but when the when the Gatling gun units gain a little experience, they lock in, and their beam of projectiles goes from being fairly sporadic and spread out to being very, very concentrated. GG is called right here by Florio. Looks like Inda Club called the GG vote, and Florio said GG, so it must mean that only Randy is left standing. Have we, oh, there we go. The resign vote is called right here. It looks like all hope is lost, and the red team, the DME clan, manages to take this game number 2. Well, LB definitely showcasing some Premier Legion strategies right here, showing us that they've been practicing and are well refined in their build orders here. Man, that was that blows my mind how well those Decurion really performed right there, but I guess it was just enough force in just the right spot with just the wrong defenses, and they managed to crack it wide open. I really, I don't have any more notes than that. That's basically as good as it gets.
That was a ridiculous push. It was like you said, it was 5 Decurions, and they just kind of kept driving. Like nothing was stopping them.
There was nothing. They couldn't stop. But it was wild to watch. I mean, even the Janus, which you know, in my mind, kind of I think of as like the thing to kill big tanky units. Even those couldn't really stop them.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Randy just didn't expect that many of them that quickly. Like he had like a few whistlers there for vision, I guess, but like they just don't do anything to those Decurions. Hell, even like the stouts didn't seem to do almost anything. Like it was just they just kept driving. Like
kept on trucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kept moving.
All right, so it's
that
looking
was,
like now that was a very quick sent. I mean, again, I don't know how many people expected Pro to get 2-0'd like that, but
yeah, that was definitely quicker than I was imagining for the Pro clan. Clearly, DME has been practicing a lot, and
I mean they showed some like Legion familiarity. I think that you know that definitely seems to be pretty powerful to have some knowledge of those tanks. As they look very good.
All right, I found a match here. 8 minutes in
nice.
for a kill versus casual newbies.
Oh man, these guys again. Yep. On another very nice looking map.
Yeah, this is the other new one, right? This map is pretty beautiful.
Yeah. Very well done. I think was it Neb made this, I believe. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Yeah, I think I remember seeing him in the mapping channel. You know, when this map was getting developed, and I'm pretty sure it was him that made it. And well, for your first map, I will say A+. Very nice, very nicely done.
Check we can see the signature on the bottom left here. Pools of Illis.
I'm actually here.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's a
I
very
did
nice
make the
map.
map.
Look, big fan, big fan.
Thank you.
Is it Illis? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Is that how
Illis.
it's read?
Illis.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just checking.
Yeah, it looks like we're loaded into this nice little match between casual newbies and Kill.
Looks like a nice advantage right here for the blue team. Crushing through that midsection, and now there's looks like a bunch of thugs moving forward. We also have some grunts and pawns. Seems like one of the rare games today where we're going to be getting to see Armada and Cortex playing the game. We've got actual laboratories producing for all 3 commanders here, rather than just one for the whole team. We do have that T2 laboratory up and running, so I'll point out the I'll give the solution here. I'll point out the solution right now to all these T1 units that comes out of this laboratory that it feels like a lot of people have neglected so far today, and it's this humble little unit right here called the Triton. The heavy convertible tank / boat is essentially the tool that most of these commanders are going to be looking for here. It fires a Gauss projectile out of its main cannon that has a ton of impulse, which makes it very, very good for dealing with these early T1 units. And then it has a riot cannon, or I guess it's an auto cannon. It's a machine gun on the top that does a decent amount of damage against single target units. It makes it very, very good for stunning these early T1 units and then blasting them down and getting rid of them. It's a tool that a lot of Legion commanders don't utilize very often because, well, as is the way with the world of Beyond No Reason, whenever a map is played and there is not water on the map, the Triton is not selectable. It's not buildable. And so what that means is a lot of commanders don't actually get a lot of experience using it because, well, not very many naval maps are played all the time. But if we do see any of them today, I can guarantee you're going to be blown away by how effective these things are, and especially, of course, if we use them to, I don't know, harass through the water lanes or anything like that. They are, of course, convertible, which is quite nice as well, just as a little side fact, a little extra bit on top. It looks like, yeah, just steamrolling through the midsection here, though. We do have an AA truck losing its life on the front line there, unfortunately. Autopilot and Shashgren trying to hold this front here with these T2 units. The Gladiators are quite good. They have quite a lot of range. They do very little damage, but they do have quite a lot of range. So their primary goal is to just start shelling away from long range and just trying to do damage without the enemy being able to engage. They are, in my mind, somewhat comparable to a gunslinger in the sense that they are fairly ineffective against T2, but they are really, really specifically very effective against T1. So if you can get these out while the enemy is making T1, and that's exactly the situation we find ourselves in now, you can see that they'll actually do tons and tons of work because these T1 units just can't keep up with them. They're too fast and they have too much range. And these guys are slowly but surely whittling down these T1 forces from out of range very, very nicely. Love the Prometheus Heavy Assault Heat Ray Tank in the mix here as well. This thing is dangerous, to say the very least. It does tons of damage. Oh, Sir Ice Cream moving forward. Wanted to get the D-gun on that Heat Ray Tank, but nice micro right there from Autopilot. Will keep it alive. For 1,250 metal, the cost of a commander, you get a tank that can melt down even up to T3 units with relative swiftness. Couple of resbots on the front, extracting some metal from this front line, but the Heat Ray Tank will fire. Getting rid of those. This central battlefield has really turned into the core focus of this map here. Yeah, those Prometheus are so brutal. Their Heat Ray Beam, I believe, has a little bit of AoE on it too. Yeah, so you can see the AoE. I mean, it's actually fairly substantial, the AoE in these guys. When they connect with a big bundle of units, they can actually melt down multiple units at once if they're all bundled together. It's why it's very important to spread out your units quite a lot whenever you're fighting against most Legion stuff, I would say. Very, very effective against big spams of units. Gladiator are making a push here. They're trying to come back into this this middle rampart in the map. Josido a little bit stalled out on this northern side. Yeah. We've got the LHT here, the Pharaoh, guarding against this. Doing so much damage to that commander. 75% HP left in that commander here. 25% knocked off by that single LLT. But eventually it will come back down to the midsection here where these these Prometheus are continuing to fire away. The power of the sun in the palm of your tank. Geothermal in a lot of trouble here. Sir Ice Cream also in a lot of trouble here. Geo does go down, and the commander obviously is going to lose quite a lot of energy production as soon as that Geo falls, and so it means that cannot stay cloaked as well. Killa moving in as well. Yeah, you can see spamming energy to Killa to keep that commander well fed. But now Autopilot is on the run. Commander was spotted, and Autopilot knows better than to dive on top of that, so Killa will be forced into retreat. Burning through the energy here of the blue team, though, so you do have to be super careful about that. Looks like a single Gladiator has moved around on the southern side as well. Very cheeky little assault tank moving around and doing a bunch of damage. Taking down these T1 mexes with very ease. With much ease. There we go, that's the right word. Putting the word salad sandwich together. The Gladiator tanks also have the unique skill of being able to outrange LOTs, which means that against T1 static defenses, they can actually trade really efficiently. T2 Corebot's going to be the strategy here for the blue team. Going for a couple of those Sheldon and firing away right here. Sheldon can be a solution to the Prometheus. They are not as great a solution right now to the... Oh. Nice Deegan right there from Killa. Catches one of those Prometheus tanks before it can detect the commander right there. Does get away with the comm here as well. The second Prometheus not able to kill it. Sir Ice Cream in trouble, but now the Gladiators are dealt with. And as I was about to say, the Gladiators deal a little bit better with the Sheldon, but they're so flimsy that they don't deal... They're not as good. They still suffer quite a lot. There goes the Red Commander. Blown to smithereens by the Sheldon, firing away from the distance with their minuscule little projectiles that they fire a bajillion of. Fiends. Waiting. Legion Geothermal up and running here as well. We have some Exciso, the light construction buggy. They are, how to describe these? They are the butler. They're a butler for Legion, yeah. They have build power of 120. They have quite a lot of mobility, so they're very, very fast. They're a very interesting little unit. I haven't personally gotten a lot of chance to experiment with them, but you can see they can build the wind turbines, the solar panels, all that good stuff that the butler normally would. They're really interesting as just an ability to, allowing you the ability to reclaim things quickly from the front line, just like this. You can see it moving around and reclaiming a whole bunch of stuff. Light construction buggy. What a cute little unit. All right, Sheldon pushing in here. LOT getting some shots off on the Sheldon. Not really supposed to happen. Big old Air Force built up here for the Orange Commander as well. I'm curious to see if we're going to be going for anything else. At this point in the game, I'm going to say Tritons aren't the solution anymore. You're probably going to have to look into better things, one of which would be those Legion T2 bots. Legion has a missile bot. It is their version of the Arbiter, essentially, the Arbiter slash Sharpshooter. It fires a big volley of missiles forward, very similar to, for instance, the Medusa here. I think one of those missiles hit a plane right there. Unfortunate, too, because it might have been enough to kill another one of those Sheldon, but it won't happen. Yeah, the Medusa running away right now, trying to kitty corner to fire away here at the distance, but also retreat. Not a bad situation right now for the blue team. They've got the map controlled. They just need those T2 mexes, and they are coming up slowly but surely. We also have the AGO coming up right here for the blue team. Very important right now is Akumar 6, the blue commander for the kill team. Going to be getting that 1,000 energy production rolling into the laboratory very, very shortly here. There's a couple of strategic geothermals all over the place here, but nice little run by from a Fiend. Just a single Fiend, but it's finding value right here. Chisato is in position to intercept it eventually if it follows this path, but it looks like it will be adjusted. Construction buggies attached to the constructor here. Not bad. Medusa tank with its little targeting laser. Love the design on that thing. Look at it firing away with its little its little targeting scope right here. Not bad at all. Looking for that commander. Yeah. You can also split fire with these. It is a it's micro intensive to do, but you can technically split fire with it if you target and retarget different things down. You can you can fire the missiles at different targets. They will track onto the thing that it is currently pointing at, though. You can see it switching targets right there, flipping between them, and so the missile's going a little bit haywire. It's a missile guidance system, so they can only go where they point. My goodness, we've got the fusion reactor up and running, and we're well into T2. I'm very curious if maybe we're going to go into some T2 air here eventually. Might be the game where we finally get a chance to see some of those good old-fashioned T2 aeroplanes coming out of the Legion T2 Air Lab. One of the biggest issues, obviously, with going into T2 Air is that it's a huge amount of metal to dump into units. They can't really save you from this ground army right here. Wow, those missiles going absolutely haywire, but they did actually eventually end up connecting with that commander nonetheless. Not bad. What was that? Oh, it was a scuttle. Haha, we are Scuttle Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Killa has gone ahead and gone for those for some of those thermonuclear amphibious suicide bots. The advanced amphibious crawling bomb for 755 metal and a whopping 27,000 energy. You can pump one of these bad boys out. Effectively a nuke on 6 legs, or 4 legs actually, I think. Yeah, a nuke on 4 legs. If we can manage to get one of these into the base, it does single-handedly kill the entire T2 laboratory. The only issue, of course, being that, yeah, these things are... Well, they're relatively slow, and they're not incredibly... I mean, they're one-time use, right? So you have to get maximum value out of this thing. Oh. it can weasel its way between here. Boom goes the scuttle. Nice hit right there for the blue team. Takes out a bunch of the wind turbines and a whole bunch of E-converters. Doesn't manage to chain the build power, though, unfortunately. And ultimately, actually, probably mostly just clears up a bunch of space right here for new eco investment. Yeah, the new eco district has been opened up. What a mass shuriken transition, though. The blue team going into a bajillion shuriken on the middle here. 23 shuriken in total to paralyze literally everything. Those creepy-looking 4-legged spider bots right there. Very, very arachnid-looking, very cool. Going to be trying to repair up as much as possible, or reclaim as much of this as they can. Yeah, fighters do eventually sweep in here to try and clear out these shuriken, but the damage is already done. Thousands and thousands and thousands of metal worth of these tanks, both the Prometheus and the Medusa, going down right now. Oh, what a brutal moment. What a really, really tremendous moment right there for the blue team. So much value from just a less expensive army. There are multiple comeback mechanics in Beyond Horizon, but easily one of the most useful, or one of the most common, is of course the paralytics, the EMPs. Medusa tanks rolling out. They have a tendency to overkill. They sit in a weird damage threshold where they are very, very effective against heavy units. However, against most T2 units and basically every T1 unit, they will overkill a lot. Means you have to be very careful with them. Select target firing is going to be your best bet here. Let's see, trying to take out these sumos here, doing a bunch of damage there. One more missile fired. We do have a T3 transition, though. The carries roll it out on the field. Firing away with their twin autocannons, as well as their impulse driver. Carries tanks pretty good. As noted before, they are effectively a gigantic pounder. They're a T3 pounder. Very cheap to put out on the field here, too, at 2,600 metal. Very, very affordable. And very good for cleaning up big swaths of units here. As you can see, even the, for instance, the sumos here being blasted apart by those machine guns. And then that impulse gun stunning them as well, making those machine guns even more lethal. Suddenly, with the T3 out on the field, things have gotten very, very complicated. Commander in the water right here. Killa has been spotted. The red commander immediately pinging that location to notify his team that there is some hijinks up and about right now. The blue team maintaining all of their commanders, so yeah, it does mean that you have effectively room to mess around here and try and experiment. Killa will just hide in the water for now. Okay. This area has just been fortified. We've got a couple of these bombardiers, the grenade launcher defenses. They are the T2 equivalent to like the Pitbull or the... Yeah, like the Pitbull or the Scorpion turret. They are effectively in the same category there. Sheldon being blown apart right here. Bunch of ticks being killed by the Impulse there as well. We do have a big push from this northern side. There's this big leak that's been happening consistently here for the red team for the longest time right now, and it looks like eventually this will be dealt with by a whole bunch of goblins. We do have T2 in the air. Oh, we have those T2 planes up and running here. Dual T2 air labs. We've gone out of T3 now that the carries are on the field, and we have gone all the way into T2. We have a bunch of Phoenix, the laser glass heavy assault aircraft. They're a bird of many names, but they have one purpose, and it's basically to turn otherwise fertile soil into nothing more than charcoal and slag. Nice inclusion of the anti-air bots here, though, actually. Yeah, you know what? Manticore doing pretty good. Phoenix not doing so well. Despite having the T2, the blue team is still maintaining pretty good control over this Air Force here, and I think largely that's in part due to the Manticore, taking down a whole bunch of those T1 units before they actually engage with the T1 air units. Carries still fighting out in the midsection here, but they still haven't gotten enough value to bring this back. Yeah, Phoenix in the air are trying their best. We're going back into that T2 lab. We do have a Bombardier coming up here as well to try and clean up some of these fiends that are running forward. Bombardier fires a 3-round burst of little grenade projectiles that bounce along the ground. Ooh, Phoenix doing some friendly fire damage. You gotta be so careful with these guys. Ooh, I don't like that. Yeah, those Phoenix do so much friendly fire damage. We also have the Ichnia counter-intrusion device because, of course, of those Skittles. Scuttles. Yeah. I'm gonna call those Skittles from now on. It's what they say. You make a mistake, just roll with it. Just go with it forever after that. The Impulse knocking these guys off the cliff, actually. Manticore are amphibious, so they don't really care about getting knocked into the water, but falling down the cliff apparently doesn't faze them either. Camera's been set up over here. Would love to see that knocked down. We can switch here to the player view. Take a look right now. This is what the blue team can see. Obviously near perfect scouting. In fact, completely perfect scouting of the red team. Whereas the red team doesn't quite have as much intel on the blue team. I guess they know where most of the key infrastructure is, but man, look at this. Right next to the AGO2 is such a bold move, but the blue commander has just gone wild with eco power here. Has just built up a ton of different forces. If Chisato were to push through this northern side, I think it would be an easy victory right here, but of course scouting is half the battle. Salamanders doing a good job holding against these tanks. The Banishers, of course, are the main damage dealers here. These fiends are so disposable, though. I really can't tell if this is worth it or not. Yeah. Kind of. Green Commander does eventually fall. The Pawn's getting a decent surround on the carries here. That's not supposed to happen. Fiend's also burning it down, and eventually I think these early heavy tanks, or ultra heavy tanks, will be shut down. Not quite Terminator tanks, but they are ultra heavy. There we go. You can see that Impulse really does make those machine guns quite a bit better. Allowing the machine guns to fire almost 100% accurately over time. Makes them quite good. Resbots here. Picking up that commander. I think the blue team did spot that eventually here. We do have a bunch of bombers moving over in this direction. Okay. That push is eventually coming around to this side here. We do have the, what are they called again? Legionnaire moving in. Loads of those bombers are going down at this point. An excellent defense right there from the Yellow Commander. Paying attention with the Air Forces, keeping the units alive, and now the Banishers can move forward. Ooh. Akumar 6 needs to stop these units. Ooh, that AGO in so much trouble. Can we reclaim it? Oh, I don't know. Luckily, it looks like the AGO is going to be rebuilt quick enough here that these Banishers can't kill it. Oh, the commander goes down, and boom goes the blue team, as that will be the last comm available. Man, forced to fight with the commander on the front line or else lose everything because of that AGO sitting right next to the main base. It was in such a good position for a Cerberus, too. I'm so surprised to see that we didn't go for a Cerb right there. Seems like it would have been a good move. But anyways, pro autopilot and the pro team in general will take the win here. The red team win over the blue. Team stats. There we are. Yeah, look at that eco scaling. That's the power of the wind. Yeah.
That was an interesting game. They were really really casual newbies, real pressured there. I think not a lot of people expected to see like them pressured so hard, right? Like those
Yeah,
three
absolutely.
are like kind of insane players, and they seem to be really unable to deal with the just unrelenting aggression, right?
Yeah, those carries got so much value in the midsection. They were the perfect tool to deal with spam, and they were out before the spam was set up, and then the spam was set up. And the whole time I was watching that, I was thinking, we've kind of made the unit to counter the unit before the unit was even on the field.
Just 4D chess being played, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, it kind of. I mean, I don't know. I feel like again, that's kind of just how Legion works. Like, I feel like a lot of Legion units can kind of a lot of the T3 Legion units are so self-sufficient that even if you make the wrong ones, it'll still do decently in the wrong spot.
Yeah, they definitely seemed like decently strong. The what was it? The oh man, Centurion, was it the Centurions? It was like that like mid-tier tier 2 tank.
Yeah, there's the Prometheus or the Heat Ray ones, and then the Gladiators.
Gladiator, that one.
3-round burst, like assault tanks or whatever.
Yeah, like it seemed interesting, like that fighting into like the tier 1 armies. Like it wasn't like hard rolling them, but it was definitely way more than any tier 1 unit can like deal with. It was kind of not bad.
Yeah, it's like no matter how you fight it, it's gonna be inefficient.
Yeah,
and you know, in an 8v8 maybe you'll get away with it, but in a game this high level you really can't. Every little inefficiency is wedged open into an advantage.
Well, it is looking like that is it for round 2. Unlike the round 1, these guys seem to have gone pretty quickly with their games. We have a lot of 2-0s again with just like round 1. We have a single 1-1 in the entirety of that round.
Yeah, my goodness. That means we're gearing up for a very exciting finals today.
Oh, well, yeah, well, the finals, the qualifiers, right? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Whatever that's called.
Sorry,
I'm sure
specific.
that probably has
the
a name.
quarterfinals, I guess.
Yeah.
The quali finals. I don't know.
The quali finals. That's what we're calling it now. Quali finals.
Yeah.
I like that.
Let's see. Their scores should be updated shortly, which means we'll head on into round number 3.
Yeah, we're just waiting for, it looks like, round 3 to figure out who's playing what, I guess.
It's got to do a lot of math. It's got to think very hard.
And
I would rather it thinks very hard about the math than I do.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to do that. I'm happy to wait.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm happy to wait if I don't have to do math.
I also just wanted to remind everyone we have a break after round 3. Just like a short little break for food.
People can get up and stretch a little bit,
regather.
You know.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. Let these commanders think.
Yeah. I think that we're gonna have one of the Legion devs hang out on stream during that break. So.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can, get challenge updated, get our missing caster for round 3. Hopefully we can find her, and we can.
Well, she's coming on around 4 actually.
So we have to be waiting a little bit maybe.
Hold on, let me double check before I just say things. Before I say the first thing that comes to my mouth like usual.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh no, you are absolutely right. No, round 3 is we should have our guest commentator.
Yeah, which we do. We were promised to have a very special Angry Strawberry in this round 3 casting with Bright, which should be quite fun. If we can find her, of course.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can.
Might have to call in the backup.
I'm just gonna keep refreshing until we wait for Challenge to figure this out. All right. Well, I want to see these
challenges like.
Challenge is freaking out. It's like, whoa, you guys usually are so easy on me. What are we doing today? Watching 40 players all update their stats all at once. Man, yeah, those games were a lot quicker. I will say that that round 2 flew by super fast.
Yeah, for sure.
It feels like maybe everybody's warmed up a little bit. kind of up to speed, feeling very comfortable and confident.
Yeah, it's always a little bit like the first round is always, people just figure out how the tournament works, and then it's smooth sailing after that.
What are you thinking about all the Legion nonsense, Neb?
Oh, I love it. I mean, in my opinion, Legion is in an amazing place, and I wish it was just on by default all the time, because it's a and to be honest, I think it's more balanced than a lot of people give it credit for. I know we're seeing a lot of Legion co-op, but I don't know. I wonder if it's just the meta hasn't had time to find counters in the other factions.
I can say with all my heart that after speaking with multiple Legion devs, it has not been a low priority to make things balanced and fair to play against, and I feel like people reach for that very quickly. Hell, I've reached for that very quickly. Like, you get, like, that's a human reaction. You feel, you get stomped in a game by a Legion commander, and you call them unbalanced. That's just how you do it. But
literally, yeah. Well,
reality, so much effort has gone into balancing these units.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of effort. So I got to give huge props for that.
My theory on the whole Legion mentality is that Legion is very different than the other factions. I think what really sets Legion apart is that it has more like specialized units, even in T1. And when you play against someone who knows how to use them, and you haven't gotten to play against them a lot, they feel really strong, because Legion units are like they reward micro, and they reward like good unit composition. In my opinion, a little better than the other factions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even just the Decurions and Helios combination. Yeah. Like, learning how to make that composition and then use it really effectively. That'll win you most games in like lower level lobbies. Like, you'll just win flat out.
Exactly. And like, you can't really just mono spam as much in Legion, in my opinion. But so I think it definitely can happen. I mean, but I think when you make compositions, they work very well together. And anyways, so I think what happens is players aren't used to playing against Legion, and then when they play someone who's really good with Legion, you don't know how to counter it right away, so it feels overpowered. But then there's also a lot of people who think that Legion feels underwhelming, and I think that if you lose to a Legion unit and you think it's overpowered, and then you just go try to spam it yourself, like, it doesn't feel as good, because it really is a very like micro heavy faction, and the units aren't so strong that you don't have to know how to use them in order for them to be like strong, if that makes sense. They're very, it's almost like Legion has gaps that are, it's not gaps per se, it's like their strengths are accelerated by their other units, whereas in the other factions they just have gaps where it's like a unit will just only do this, whereas in Legion it's like, you could have this unit and it's okay, but it's 3 times better if you have it included with this other unit. So I don't know exactly how to qualify that, but it definitely feels like they work really nicely, like way more effectively in a composition than some of the other factions do. But I will say, like, I've been playing a ton of Legion in 1v1s, and you can still lose to the other factions even if you're playing into all of Legion's strengths. So
hello.
Anyways,
we got our berries. There we go.
Yeah.
Hi. I was chilling in the Fight Night Discord, ready for y'all here in the waiting room.
Oh no.
We moved up in the world here, right? We got our official Discord here.
Penthouse.
Yeah.
I just mainly wanted to remind people that after this round, we'll have a 20-minute break, like after the 20 minutes of just a little break after the bracket for round 4 gets published. and we'll talk to to Zephyr, the Legion dev, during that break, and people can get food. And yeah, I'm gonna go find my team. So
Yeah, it looks like round three's
Have fun.
bracket has been posted. We got some
there it is.
some good matchups here. We got,
Alrighty, well,
oh, man.
Strawberry, as the newcomer, would you like to pick our game that we watch? Our first game that we watch?
Okay. Okay.
Any fan favorites?
Ooh. I mean, I really like the Swedish shark enthusiast's name. I'm just a big fan. So I'm not sure if we have already seen a game of theirs.
I don't think so.
No? Okay, then we
Think
can.
so? Yeah, I'll have to look. No, we didn't.
Let me see here.
So it's a Swedish shark enthusiasts are against Just Here for Explosions.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Oh, you
Yes,
found
River.
it? Okay.
Yep,
Okay,
yeah, you can
so-
join me if you want.
Okay. Oh, battle is locked. I'm not able to join.
Oh, you don't. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Let me get.
Do the magic. Yeah.
The super secret, faction or lobby powers. Just gotta find it for berries.
Mm-hmm. My joining passported lobbies privileges have been revoked. I see.
Gotta get in here and cast the official tournaments a little more. It'll be all set.
Definitely.
All right, they
I'll
unlocked for a
get
second.
right back
berries?
on that, in like next week or something.
If you join now, berries, they just briefly unlocked so you can get in here.
Okay, I'm in. Let's go.
Perfect. Yeah, that works better. I was about to message Patak, but that probably works a little more seamlessly.
Mhm.
All right. So what do we've got here? Ban Prismatic. Multiple people banning Prismatic. We've got 2 bans for Prismatic, 1 ban for Aurelia, and 1 ban for FTL. Oh, okay. We are going to see Gasbag. That's interesting.
All right, interesting.
Have we seen a Gasbag game today? I don't think we have we?
I think so.
I
Not that know
don't
of.
think so. It is a bit of an awkward map in my experience.
How so?
There is a lot of elevation, and also a lot of choke points, and also a lot of individual small lanes, right? With choke points. So there are a lot of ways you can sneak around. There's also, a part of the map outside, so you can do airdrops and that kind of stuff around it. I mainly played it a bunch before the transport nerf, so it was a lot of commander drops going from then.
All right, well, I am gonna mute and leave it to you two. So have fun, enjoy
right.
a good game. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, these choke points are very brutal. I can imagine a couple of good Janus hits or like a pounder. Any of those like impulse AoE effects are gonna tear apart those T1 compositions super easily.
Definitely. There's like a few points, and then you push past them and can just go all around the map from pushing past the point that is defensible. So if you see like a little breakthrough, you can leak into so many different lanes. It
kind of goes right into the main map. This actually
definitely
really small too. It looked a lot bigger in the
Yeah.
preview, but it's very close together. Okay. I haven't seen very much of this map, so I don't have very much experience with this one. But I know it looks pretty, and that's all that counts for me. Aidenot apparently was the one who came up with this map. A terraforming mission on Sector 026G has failed. Destroy all opposition before the acid claims you. 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 playable. I think we played this as an 8v8 one time on stream, but I think that might be the last time I played it as well.
Yeah, I played it during small teams.
Let's see, so we've got Balahaj. Is that how you pronounce that? Balahaj. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Versus the Sharks. Not bad. Or
I
the
have no
wait, no,
idea how
sorry,
to
are those the
pronounce
Sharks?
that.
Which team is the Sharks here? Hold on.
The blue team.
The blue team is the Sharks. Oh, okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
fitting.
Now look at the names. Yeah.
Arunda, Lily Silver.
Isn't it like blue high, or isn't that how you pronounce it? I don't know. I need
Or maybe.
some Swedish input on this.
I need even more. I have absolutely horrible time pronouncing anything outside of English. Oh man. And we've got just here for explosions too. Very, very nice.
I mean, they will surely get those.
They surely will. Now,
Mhm.
I wonder if we're gonna go for a Legion co-op lab here, because this is a tricky map for that. Like you said, all those hills make it sort of awkward to move units around. Kind of putting static defenses up makes a lot of sense, and I wonder if we'll see like walls being used as well to kind of cordon off different areas, making it a little harder to move around for the enemy here. Do a little less flanking, that sort of thing. Like, and imagine a big wall across right here, and that big choke like that basically stops this giant alleyway that goes into your main base, and then you have kind of, I don't know, you have like this pathway and then this pathway, all of this pathway as well. Yeah, it gets really complicated really quickly. This might be one of those maps where walls are super useful, just to spare yourself from having to worry about it all the time.
Definitely. I also think we'll mainly see bots, but you know, maybe we'll see a few vehicles here and there.
Yeah, I think bots are for sure, because vehicles are going to struggle so hard on those hills. Especially the plasma bots, those the Satyr, the newly renamed Satyr. Those things are going to be killer on this map, especially for their ability to fire upwards, just shelling away at a high arc against any of these. Like, they can sort of harass any of these units from the low ground without necessarily being able to be shot at themselves. I could see some potential there for some cheeky plays. Looks like Victoria's going to be going into the bot lab here for the blue team. Looks like, oh, we have 3 labs planned for the red team. Okay.
Oh, let's see how the good old strategy stacks up against the co-op strat.
Yeah, the old-fashioned versus the new hotness.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, especially in a more low OS game.
True. Some well, they've all got a decent amount of experience, actually. I was gonna say a lower experience game, but the chef count is still pretty high here, just low OS. I don't know. I've always found that system a bit difficult to explain. The whole OS versus Chevron versus, you know.
I mean, it used to be all different too, right? So it's super confusing.
Yeah.
And then it also doesn't help that they also count spectating as chevrons, and yeah, it's a bit of a mess. But at the same time, you know, it is charming, right? It's a little bit silly and funny and charming, so I'm all for it.
That's true. It's definitely unique. It's you know, it's more unique than just the regular like ladder points or whatever we see in like StarCraft or CS:GO or, you know, whatever else. But all right, we've got our bot lab coming up here. We've got units being handed over all over the place, so the blue team will be going for that newfound lab sharing strategy. Are eventually going to get into lobbers, which I think makes a lot of sense. But because, of course, the red team has gone into a whole bunch of extra labs, or they've all gone into a lab, I should say, they do have the presence on the map for now. Loads of bots headed out the grunts. Gotta be careful, though. Those grunts against the goblins can be they can be an issue. Yep, there we go.
You see our orange commander also going into vehicles, so that's interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah,
Can it get down the hill?
Sure
I hope it can.
Orange commander has a very good plan. No, you can cut off there. That's not that big of an angle.
That's good. Sometimes they're deceptive.
Yeah, you can
sometimes
see.
it'll look. Yeah.
You can see like the blue commander, just a single LT here. You just shuts that down for raids early game.
Yeah, Yeah, those
Yeah.
LLTs are a lot cheaper than laboratories, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've got this entire high ground too. Yeah, the advantage of moving your commander out so quickly is huge. I wonder if we could even go for some sort of cheeky play, like going for a D-gun in the lab or something, going for like a comm rush.
Mm-hmm. Do you see that sneaky little raid in blue and red space?
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, I didn't even notice it. No, look at that. Single
I don't
goblin
think
has
the
made
red
it through.
commander noticed until now too.
Yeah, finally sees the gas bags burning and the mechs is popping.
No, now he noticed. Now he
There
noticed.
we go.
Okay. Took a little time.
That's wonderful. Varunda getting tons of value right there.
Mhm.
Not only the damage, but also the scouting too. Like if you wanted to follow this up with bombers or the martyr, the suicide drones, any of that, knowing exactly where those wind turbines, solar panels, all that sort of stuff is, they can be super, super useful. It's like the end of that poor goblin's life, but so much value right there.
I have a feeling that we won't see the air bombing this game.
I don't know.
Ooh.
Well, there's so much room on the side of the map, like you said earlier. It's definitely. It feels
Yeah,
like you could get a bomber to the back really easily.
I just don't think it will be this specific game.
Yeah, I see
You
what
can
you're
see
saying.
in the top lane, you can see the weakness of the satyr. You know how so many of them, they just get lasered down so quickly. But that's a lot of satyrs now, so.
Yeah, eventually they hit that snowballing point, but it does take quite a few of them. Way more than, of course, like the maces or the thugs or anything like that. But they're also very
I
cheap.
wonder why
so.
they were moved over to Victoria if Victoria's handling that lane over there.
Or at least not handing them over to Victoria. Seems like the right move. I'm not sure.
Oh, they're just melting.
Oh,
Ooh, the commander. Ooh.
Yikes.
No.
Oh, and Smite lives! No way! Oh my goodness. I can't believe
I
the
would
old
like,
combo play.
yeah, I would like to see some raiding through the center. I think, oh, that's another commander down.
Oh yeah, look at that. Nordy went down. Varunda holding the high ground.
Yeah. But, you know, if they can't defend the base properly, you know, that is not gonna help.
That's the end of it. That's the end of the game.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's the most important part. You gotta, like, you know, if you hit the eco, then no more units. Means it's pretty easy after that. Oh, here's those lobbers. Oh, I was waiting to showcase this. Lobbers in the midsection of the map are, so lobbers have a weird ability. They can fire at a high arc, similar to like a shell shocker or a Wolverine, which means they can do weird things like this, where they can harass down this beamer turret from the low ground, despite not, you know, being in like actual direct contact with it or whatever. One of those weird little micro things that I love about Legion, but never like.
Yeah,
like,
that's
it's so
actually
niche,
really
but
cool.
it happens. Yeah.
I must
Looks like
say,
the metal
like,
was distracted.
watching your games, the specting earlier has definitely sold me on the viability of those satyrs, the lobbers.
They're
They are
a little like
so
hidden
weird.
hero.
Yeah.
They're very strange, but they have like they have so many weird traits that all add up that they kind of end up being a really good unit. Like it's so weird that way, but you can mass them up really quickly, which means you get a huge flanking bonus a lot quicker than some of the other ones. Like you need way more thugs to get a good flanking bonus than you do with the lobbers. They kind of just have that immediately. Well, blue comm goes down.
Ooh.
These I've got a really weird comparison, but these these res spiders here for Legion, they remind me of the little crab things from Subnautica. I don't know, like it's such a weird little reference, but there's these little like stalker underwater crab things in that game that they have these big spindly legs and this big flat head. Every time I see one of these now, that's all I can think of. I don't know.
Oh, you mean in the ship? Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Hello?
of the Half-Life spiders. Hi.
Oh, the head crabs. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Shadow. What? But
Might have just unmuted for a second there on accident.
Okay.
No worries. Yeah, we've got plenty of people on standby. It's a big team effort to make all these things work, chat. So you know, pardon us if we celebrate our teammates every once in a while.
Yeah,
Can't
doing a
always
tournament
play
like
there.
this as like 1 or 2 streamers, or that's just not doable. It's you just can't.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially
Blue
the skill set there.
idling their units in front of Red's base. Oh, that's so frustrating
Oh
to
no.
watch. Oh, he's moving him in now.
Finally, beamer turret is up. I don't think it's enough.
I mean, maybe it's enough to scare them away.
Oh, they're backing off now. Oh no. Go for the kill.
Oh, it's
Oh my
he's
goodness.
just okay. Yeah, this is just very frustrating to watch.
Yep. The scouting here is a little lacking for these commanders, so obviously with spectator vision, very easy for us two to make this call, but you know, these commanders are operating with very limited information. We do have the res spiders moving over there, or the what do I even call these? The res bots. They're like little freaks. They're moving over to try and get a good reclaim. They eat up all that metal, which is nice.
Blue is currently trying to sneak around and just walk around. Is that even possible? That's interesting.
Does that work? What on earth?
I don't think
Whoa.
so.
Look at those thugs. They totally walked into the base.
It does?
What on earth?
Wow.
Okay, that's a pathing thing. All right.
Maybe
Hold on,
it's time
switching
to
to
update
traversability
this.
mode. That is weird. Yeah, there is a very small sliver of traversable terrain back there. That's weird. Okay, I wonder if that was intended or if that's a newfound angle of attack. What on earth?
Yeah. All right, tier 2 units in the middle, and yeah, I think when Blue just moves in, it's going to be GG for Team Red.
Yeah, already the red base is destroyed. And once one of those bases goes down, I mean, it's not as bad, I guess, if you're doing the co-op strategy, and so you know, if you lose the main base, then everything is gone. But still, losing an entire commander and also you know, all the potential for microing those units, it's one of those resources that's kind of hard to measure in bar, but it's your teammates' APM, like how much APM your team has in total to spend microing and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, if you're not handing over units, you're sort of wasting it a little bit. This is a big push through the middle, though. Yeah, the Orange Commander's trying to find some value.
I mean, if they just push through, maybe he can still change the game, but he just has to commit and not hesitate.
I think these shotgunners are going to be enough.
Right now.
This is one of the most brutal choke points ever, and these shotgunners are just on all sides here. We have the Arquebus as well, firing away their rail cannon shots.
But like pausing there is really just the opposite
that,
of what you want to do.
Exactly. Yeah, that sealed it right there, I think, because now the extra shotgunner is out. The Arquebus got a couple extra shots off too, which really softened up a bunch of these units. Yeah. Despite the Janus numbers being gigantic, I think there's just too much. Thugs have continued pushing as well here on the red side of the map. Somehow the red laboratory stayed up and running. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. I think that if he didn't hesitate, he would have pushed through here and maybe won.
Yeah, that could have been a play right there.
That was very close. I didn't expect it to be this close.
Can I just say, I love these res bots that have been shared around between this entire team. They've been used to reclaim from 4 or 5 different rec fields throughout this entire game here. Just like what a funny idea, communal res bots, but it works great. So much value.
Res bots are amazing. Res bots are the best. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Very big fan.
We've got a gauntlet up on the hill here. All right. Some T1 long range or area control plasma artillery.
I mean, it's not a bad location, but like at this point in the game,
it feels like a lot of metal to put into defending your side of the map. Yeah. Over 100% advantage in the middle for blue team. It's actually like a 700% advantage. My chart keeps flicking back and forth here, but yeah, it's like 600 to 700% advantage right now for the blue team. As they reclaim these bases and whatnot, and yeah, this is now transitioning into a T2 slaughter as the shotgunners move out on the field.
Yeah, I think this is definitely time to resign.
All right. Sharks taking the game. Oh, there we go. We
Well-
got one commander just leaving.
The blue highs are just too powerful.
Not bad. Hold on, what does that mean? I'm gonna Google it.
What mean?
Blue high.
Oh, that's
their team
literally
name.
it's literally shark in Swedish, I believe.
Oh, it is. Oh, I see. I get the joke now. I see. I understand. Looks like it's a plush toy sold by IKEA as well. Yeah, big blue shark. Very epic.
I mean, hence the Swedish shark enjoyers, yeah.
It all makes sense. Yeah, I was wondering how the name related to the clan name there, but okay, it all makes sense now.
Somebody was asking in chat, do we know, are those resbots all terrain?
They're not.
They're not.
They're not
Okay,
all
okay. They just look like
No,
little
I believe
cool spiders.
they tried to make it so that you have 6 legs to be altering. I'm not sure, but that's
Yep.
a pattern that I see lately. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
the unit
confirmed.
has 6 legs.
Yeah, that was that's why the Arquebus got a little, or not the Arquebus, pardon me, the Vanguard got its surprise makeover.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Makes sense. Being a
I
little
don't
more
know
consistent.
why, but that one bothered me a lot. Like, it looked so freaky all of a sudden.
It
to
does
have
look
an
really
extra set of
unsettling.
legs.
Yeah.
Just looked like a little like uncanny.
And I don't know how much of it is like the actual model is uncanny, or if it's just like, okay, it's just change. Like, it just looks different because we've been expecting it to
Yeah.
look the same way for so long.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. I think it's just that, but it was so. For me, it was just shocking. Like I didn't realize it was like shock value. All of a sudden, there was an extra set of legs on my Vanguard, and I was like, whoa, wait a second.
That's not right. That's not what it's supposed to look
Yeah,
like.
It's like a Sons of the Forest type, sprouting extra limbs all over the place, like
Yeah.
growing horror. Yeah. Anyway, we don't have to go down that train any further.
That was kind of a pretty a little bit back and forth game there. There's a few moments I think either team
Yeah.
could have won that. It was
Definitely.
Yeah, I think a little bit more aggression from just here from explosions, and they might have been able to catch that T2 transition just before the T2 units really started rolling out in mass. But I think Strawberry pointed out they sort of faltered on that timing, and it just meant a couple extra shotgunners were out, a couple extra arquebusists were out. Like, it was just enough time that the defense could be 100% held with no counter damage, and by that point the red bases had already been gone as well. So kind of ended up being a snowball from there. But I like the.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Also, when Victoria's commander went down in the north, that was if yellow had units there, which they didn't for some reason, but that was definitely a very big moment.
Yeah, that took out all the static defense too, which was, it basically opened that entire section up.
that looks like they're subbing in a player. Varunda's got some internet issues supposedly. I think is what they're saying.
Okay. Then we go for another, or do we wait here?
No. They said they're logging in right now, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Just to chill until they get in here. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we are. Nice. Very, very swift substitution. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
nice,
for sure.
Nicely done. Well coordinated.
Got a lot of rounds to go
Swedish
through
shirts.
today.
The Swedish fish. Alrighty. We are starting up our next game. Candace River, gonna be the map here. Not a bright and shiny new map, but definitely a fan favorite. Well known for cheeky commander plays, I feel like. Walking commanders
I
in
will
the
just-
midsection. Mm-hmm.
Forever remember this map where I pounded a lot of lost units in our 1v1s. It was so much fun.
And then that game, that then Bright then goes on to cast you pounding my
Yeah.
units. Wonder who sent him that, Bears. I wonder who did that.
I wonder who. Yeah, no, must have been one of the many spectators who saw
surely.
it happen live.
Surely.
Uh-huh.
Alright, well, I'm gonna mute again, guys. Have a good one. Enjoy the game.
Alrighty. Yeah, this is another map that has some pretty dangerous choke points. There's I feel like Legion I actually more than probably the other two factions is really good at shutting down choke points. They have a lot of tools that are good for that. With like the napalm, and then there's a bunch of impulse on a bunch of their weapons. Like you have the Karkanos for early game. I guess you have the barrage for napalm out of the vehicle lab. The air lab doesn't really have anything, but then as you get into T2, those options expand even more. Like you have the Triton, which is good impulse from the T2 vehicle lab, and then you have the Shotgunner, which is your impulse from the T2 bot lab. You have the napalm out of the Belcher and the what is that thing called? The Inferno? Yeah, the Inferno out of the T2 vehicle lab, T2 bot lab. So just like just through every stage of the game, it feels like Legion has some way of shutting down big areas, like denying areas.
Yeah, Legion is pretty insane. They have so much crazy stuff.
It's
Maybe
like
a
they have
little
every
too
tool.
much even.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it can feel a little overwhelming because it's just, it feels like every no matter how you play it, like they have a tool to shut you down there. And it can be like, okay, well, I got you. You're using, a big slow firing unit. I'll throw 100 ticks at you, and then they just pull out a napalm unit and shoot at their feet, and then suddenly they're completely clear. And it's like, oh well,
Yeah.
dang, okay, back to the drawing board. I like this plan we're drawing out here. The Sharks putting together a little plan of attack right now. Victoria being the IGL.
Maybe you can even say they putting out some baits. Yeah, okay. Stay silent. I deserve that one.
That was a good one. I gotta give it to you. That was a good one. Oh man.
Yeah,
how
I
many
pay
shark
Bright
puns
Works
can
to
we make?
laugh at my jokes, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
every time Strawberry makes a bad joke, I get $5. It's a agreement. Oh man. No, I'm
But
just
only if you laugh.
only if I laugh. No, I mean, in all honesty, I'd rather make jokes than sit here and talk about statistics or something. Cracking jokes is way more entertaining. Like I gotta enjoy this game as well, right? Like, come on now. Don't I get
Yeah,
to
no,
watch
fair
games
enough,
too?
fair enough.
Fair enough.
I mean, there are some weird people that enjoy statistics a lot, though. So
I can appreciate
there
it
will
for
be an
sure.
audience.
Yeah, that's true. All right, spawning on the bottom left-hand side, the blue commanders. No, I don't think that's gonna work.
The spawning
Duke's,
on the upper right side is the red commanders.
there we go. Have we appeased the audience yet? I think they're probably happy with that, right?
They must be. I think so. Yeah.
I wonder.
We're very funny after all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, we're so funny. We're cracking up the audience. I'm sure. I'm sure they're just dying right now at our jokes. Is it I'm only realizing this now, and it's probably pretty late into the tournament to be realizing this, but is it one of each faction? It looks like it is, isn't it? One core, one arm, and one legion.
On both sides? Yeah.
That's right.
I think so.
Okay. You know what? I feel so embarrassed that I just realized that, but that's awesome. Okay. I was looking at it and I was like, oh, that's nice that we get to see one of each on the red team, and oh, it's also on the blue team. Oh, okay, that's probably just the rules. Okay. Well, looks like, okay, we have a little bit of a change of pace, though. Victoria is going into a vehicle lab of their own in the backline here. A green core lab, going to be pumping out some core bots, or core vehicles, I mean. Wonder if the idea is to go into pounders just to shut down that northern side eventually?
I mean, I'm a big fan. I would love to see that.
Well, they're such a good unit, and they're very, for their cost and their tech level, they're one of the most efficient units you can build in the early game. They kind of, in my opinion, it feels like they sort of force you to go into a higher tech composition Like whenever I see pounders on the field, I'm sort of like, okay, well, these are very slow, so I have some time. I may as well just start investing and building up the eco, or at least trying to go for heavier units like maces or thugs or something like that.
Yeah, they're very specialized, I feel. Like,
Yes.
they, in the situation that they work well in, they work amazing, but
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
otherwise they are very much outclassed.
Yeah, they're I almost like whenever I now with a grain of salt, of course, because I don't play very much Cortex and vehicles at that, but I feel like sometimes when I'll use them, I'll just make them and then take them off my hotkey groups, and I'll just put them in spots where I think they'll be useful. Like I'll just leave them lying around in different choke points as like essentially the Legion Dragon's Jaw pop-up turret, but just as, you know, a tank instead.
My dog is being very needy, but
Oh, the beloved.
There we go.
The hero of my Discord.
The little goober. Yeah. Yeah.
Let the dog play bar, okay?
Yeah. I'm definitely competing for attention right now. Yeah, but yeah, we can see the little lobbers or the satyrs in action right now.
I probably will never stop calling them lobbers. They're forever cemented in my mind as that adorable name.
Yeah, they are very cute. Especially their old texture. It was not pretty, but it was very adorable.
Yeah, that's true. I know what you mean. I feel like I was also sentimentally attached to some of the old models, like the Strider I liked a lot. The what was it called? The Centaur. Little bombing run coming across here. Actually, tons of anti.
I like that a lot, but yeah. Oh, they must have scouted that earlier. But I like the play though. I like the play.
Yeah, that was a good move. I think those I think those bombers just would have been better off with like just taking a slightly different path, or maybe just going after one of the other bases. Like the blue base is pretty exposed right there. Obviously, that's a matter of scouting.
Yeah, now of course the red base is going to die now. So.
Oh, no,
yeah, no, he saw the static defenses and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna just go walk around."
I'll take the easy path here. I feel like we keep seeing that too. Like it's just okay. Well, if you're gonna pork up one area of the map, I'll just go ahead and yeah, I'll go where the units aren't. And that's
I like the little micro dodging the bomber there.
Yeah,
very
to split
nice.
up.
Ooh, don't just finish off the tank. Oh no. Okay, I know we're not seeing it happen.
Well, the push is halted. One of the awkward things about dying to lobbers is that they cost basically nothing, and their wreckages are worth even less. So normally where, a base would go down like that, and I'd say, well, you can sort of reclaim some of that, and maybe, you lose a bunch of metal, but you're going to reclaim most of it and get back into the game. That really was like barely a couple hundred metal that gets reclaimed in the end here by the red commander. So it's just a horrible loss all around, just really, really inefficient. I've got the incisor. For the viewers at home, I think Strawberry is still wrestling her dog.
Yeah, he's demanding food right now. Alright, so he got food, so now he should be chill for a little bit.
Distracted for the moment. Throw the dog a bone. That's funny.
I mean, definitely nice that I'm not playing and casting, because when I'm playing and he is getting like this, that's yeah.
How's the game?
It becomes very difficult
dog
to
at
play
the door.
suddenly.
This is looking great for the blue team. I don't really have any other way to put it. Their front line is devastated. Their eco is in shambles. They have no units. There is one bomber and a gunship in the air, and they're barely holding on to these front lines. I think this is about as good of a position as you could hope for. The question is, how do we finish this game? Obviously, the game's not over until the commanders die or they resign. So, gotta break their spirit.
I'm a big fan of thug walking, so I would love to see a massive lobber walk and the game like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just spam out 100 of those lobbers with res little res spiders behind them. I think it would be. I've got to stop saying res spiders because they're not Alterate, but the little res bots for Legion.
Maybe like little green bugs or something.
They've got these like weird wires coming out of them too, and everything. They look very they look definitely like definitively alien. I would say most of the Legion and core stuff looks human, or at least human designed, right? But Legion looks very I don't know, Xeno.
Definitely do not want one of those spider things crawling on my face.
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah. If I like woke up and that was on the end of my bed, oh yeah, that'd be horrible.
No, thank you. No.
Nicely done by the Sharks. A decisive victory right there. Definitely much less of a contest. Yeah, feels like the Sharks are ready. They've warmed up here.
Yeah, put him against Gisato next. They will win. They will bite. Yeah.
They'll bite. Yeah, blood in the water. They're maybe a 1v3. Maybe Chisato versus all three Sharks. That could work. That'd be a fun match.
Speaking of, there is actually Chisato and Otto Sash's team, which is what Casual Newbies versus Yes is currently going. If we want to jump in there.
Wonderful.
The only awkward thing is it's locked, and I have no idea how to get berries in here if she does not have the powers to get in here. Because they
maybe I can like beg Patak or something.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me shoot Patak a message.
They are about 10 minutes in, or 13 minutes in.
Exciting.
And well, I don't know if both these teams are pretty. They've been in a lot of tournaments before, right? Like.
I played against them, so yeah.
Wait, you did?
Maybe not exactly. I mean, I've played against Chisato.
Oh, you played against all of these players. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, of course. Not maybe in this setup, but...
Yeah. Alright, we're starting to catch up now. We'll just see how this looks. Wow. It definitely looks.
Barbara, could you send me your in-game name on Discord?
Oh yeah, sure, will do.
We're just behind the scenes. We're gonna like give berries the secret hidden tech to joining locked lobbies.
Secret superpowers.
Yep. So far, it's pretty economically overwhelming for casual newbies. So it's looking like Yes is pretty solidly behind in almost every metric.
All right, try and join on me, Strawberry.
Okay.
You should be good.
Yes, I'm in. Let's go.
Nice.
Welcome to the club.
Thank you. I'm honored.
And once you're loaded in, Bright, I'll just swap back over to your camera and meet again.
Sounds good. I'm so far I expected to see a lot more Legion versus the other two factions, but I will say not like unhappy about it, but I feel like I've seen a lot more Legion versus Legion in this tournament than I expected. Yeah. Which is fair, I mean, I'm not like I said, I'm not unhappy about that. I love watching Legion play, but yeah, that was a crazy assumption.
I think part of it's like what is it, like a lot of these like competitive players have never really played Legion that much, so this is kind of like their introduction to it as a faction, I guess, right?
Yeah,
so maybe that makes sense. That's a little part of the reason why they're playing it more. But well, anyway, I will mute and pass it over again. Hopefully we get more of a good game here.
You caught up, Strawberry?
Yeah, I am caught up. Yes, I'm in.
Great.
Yeah, wow.
That's a funny name.
Yeah, no, definitely. Can you guess who that is?
Yeah, who could it be?
I know you're a little behind in naming sometimes, so...
I am always perpetually behind on the naming.
Yeah.
I can never keep up with it properly. I'm not that into the meta, unfortunately.
So, what do you think of these bombardier towers?
I
I've
honestly,
seen
I
them
think they're
around.
great. I think they're one of the best. I think they're probably actually the best. Oh, little atomic bomber snipe. Sorry, got distracted there.
Ooh.
I think they're one of the best
Ooh.
T2 statics that there is. They have a little bit of AOE on them, which makes them really good against like clustered up units. And then because they fire a 3-round burst, they will. They don't overkill as badly, so they'll usually fire twice, and by the time the first shot will kill the T1 units, the second shot will have fired before it kills the units, but then by the third shot they can retarget and fire again into a different T1 unit. So if they're going up against T1 spam, like these ticks or anything, they're actually super efficient in that way. But then they also do a bunch of damage, so they're also just great against T2 in general. So yeah, I don't know. I think they're really, really superb.
I'm just interested right now in seeing how they will use this atomic bomber.
Yeah, I know. It looks like they were trying to snipe 8D gun right there, but they didn't manage to. Commander cloaked, and they didn't manage to discover it. Very close call right there. Looks like
maybe a little skirt around the edges and go for the base.
Yeah. Maybe go for the laboratory or maybe those fusion reactors. Let's see what scouting.
Those fusions are a very juicy target.
Looks like I'm just looking at the blue team's vision right now, and it looks like they don't know that those fusions are up, but the fusions are right next to the lab. They can also see the E converter over on that side, so there's definitely some awareness of juicy targets going on over on that side. So this could.
I mean, they have a scout with them, so I'm sure they will find it. But of course, red team is right on top of that with an AA truck heading that way. And also from the base, so I don't think this nuclear bomber is going to do too much.
Yeah, might just have to resign to bombing these tanks on the front line, or just trying to pick off single targets.
I think if you keep it alive, it will be a very big fear tactic. They will have to keep watching out for it, and keep it around and doing stuff, because otherwise they just get nuked. And there's gonna be plenty of times when people are not watching over their units very closely, so I think they will definitely get some use out of it. For example, now.
Right now. Yep. Oh, we do have that long-range railgun, though, the anti-air railgun.
Yeah, those things are... Oh.
They're interesting. Little run by on the left-hand side there.
I like how red team is trying to snipe all the radar planes.
Oh, is that what it's going after? Oh. That's cheeky. Yeah, try and blind it a little so maybe it isn't going to bomb as effectively.
Yeah. I mean, they gave up a lot of their fighters for it, so I'm not sure if it's worth it, but, they definitely tried.
It's all that matters. This one cheeky radar tower over here on the top right-hand side, I just keep looking at that. Like, so much vision right there. Just showing the entire... Basically, the entire northern side of the map is revealed here to the red team. Oh, there's a nuclear bomber goes down.
Too bad. Yeah, that's the thing, right, with those things. You actually need to pull them back and repair them every now and then.
Yeah, Armada commanders aren't very used to that. We don't typically think about repairing our air units, I feel like. There's definitely a big push building though.
Yeah, no, I'm very ooh, that's dangerous. That's so many ticks.
Is this hold? Maybe.
I don't know. If they spread out, they can overwhelm that Prometheus.
We kind of pulled back at the last moment there. Ooh, I don't know. I feel like we might have just been able to win that, but didn't quite get it. Oh, what a bummer. Yeah, I know Raiko was definitely a little worried right there. Must have been feeling a little intense watching all those units run by, but barely manages to hold.
Oh, we see a little rover play from Red.
Oh yeah, look at that. We got the quick
vehicles are
shots.
so interesting. They're so quick.
They're built for speed and basically nothing else, which is, in a lot of situations, that's all you need.
They have a lot of a fairly big punch too.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, their damage is fair.
I think the main thing is that their projectile just travels very quickly compared to a lot of other similar units.
Eden.
I don't think that was worth it though.
Yeah, it didn't quite get the value they were probably looking for with those, but at least revealed the base, which is nice.
Yeah, the scouting was nice.
So many static defenses in the midsection here. We've got these Eviscerator pop-up turrets firing away. I mean, if they can kill these Starlights, that's worth it, for sure.
Yeah, Red has their Aphis up now, though, so Aphis getting...
Oh, wow. Yeah, we've started our Aphis scaling already. Dang. Does the Aphis beat Marauders, is the question.
Ooh, Commander Trade in the north? Ooh, no, Ryko lived. Ooh, and those two... what are they called? Prometheus. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah, those heat ray tanks are going to be wonderful, especially for dealing with these ticks as well. That's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of just... Oh my goodness. Yeah, watching them carve through those, trying to hide the commander back there with the Prometheus. That is funny.
There's just so many ticks, though. So many.
Juno missile will be sent over in that direction as well. Who has the Juno? Is it... Oh, it looks like... It is Ryko actually has the Juno. Ah. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Accidentally shooting his own heat ray tanks in the back as well.
The repair micro is just too strong. Oh, Marauders on their field from two sides. I don't think that... Yeah.
Oh wow, they just happen to pop up right next to that commander. Oh no.
Ooh, I mean, if they can snipe AD, Ryko is going to be in a lot of trouble. No, okay. They're not going for... Maybe they are going for AD? I mean, I really would like to see.
I think they must have lost vision of him when he cloaked right there. There's no radar over here or anything, so they didn't realize there was a commander there until two of them got degunned. But so much damage already done on the right-hand side, too. Air Lab also being shut down is nice.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a big play. I love it when Marauders get some use.
Yep, Marauders they're one of those units that just always find value. Like it's so easy for them to find value. Even just skirmishing on the front line, they do so much damage. They're not like OP damage-wise or anything. They're not going to one-shot any units, but they're just only 970 metal for how fast they are and how much damage they do. I feel like Marauders have a hard time finding inefficient fights.
Oh, those Razorbacks, though, coming to the front line. That's going to be the game ender, I think. Although maybe not if they push through all the static defenses.
Every single static defense turret. Yeah, I was just about to say, they're only pushing the hardest point in the entire game to break through.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The E-converters did pop, though, and alongside that, a bunch of the build power in the back line. I'm noticing as the pressure gets higher and higher here, some of these commanders are struggling more and more to hand over their units to their teammates. Like I'm seeing, it's funny because I've noticed this between all these different games is like with the one lab strategies, as the pressure gets piled on, the map turns into 2 colors more and more rather than 6. And I'm like, I wonder if that's another one of those things that's still to be figured out, is like how to very efficiently manage all that.
Well, a great way to manage that, of course, is give the lab to one of the other players. And then just manage the build power and the economy and let the unit queue be managed by someone else.
That's true. That's a good point.
But, that's how we do it in 2v2s, and might not be super... you might just get an efficient situation where you have, like, 2 colors on the map if you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the downsides in a moment like this is where all the build turrets, they're not making the Aphis right now. They are repairing the other Aphis, and wasting time. I don't think the red team can afford to not be using that build power on units.
Not with the bomber headed in. Bombs away. Boom. Got the fusion reactors. That's a huge hit.
And now
Those,
on the Aphis? Yeah, on the Aphis, there they go.
Yep. GG is called. With the nuclear bomber overhead, that's basically as good as it gets to complete destruction. The red team knows it. T3 were on the field already. GG.
GG.
A 24-minute 3v3 game that went all the way to T3. And unfortunately, it was Armada T3. I was really hoping we get to see some Legion T3, but those ARM T3 units are so good. The Marauder, very spicy.
I think, they definitely got the as much use out of them as they could have asked for. Yeah.
Yeah, what was like basically both the front lines went down, and then they even killed some of the T2 or some of the back line as well. I mean, let's see. Okay, that was game number 2, though. That was the second half of their best of 2. Let's see if there are any other matches up and running. Should be able to search by Faction Wars.
Yeah, hopefully. As I can see, there's quite a lot of these guys have actually finished. Still a lot of 2-0s. You know, not a lot of split results here.
Everybody getting everybody warming up also means everybody's getting better.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's looking like Kill is done with theirs, I'm assuming? Like, they're just sitting here and they're AFK, so I'm assuming they're done, they just haven't reported their scores? I guess I should ask.
I mean, there is still one on Kane. Oh no, that one just ended.
We might be done?
Literally just ended, yeah.
Because it was the Canis one, right? Yeah, the I think we might be done. We just need to get everybody to report their scores, and that might be the end of round 3.
Yeah, let's go scream at them a little bit.
Let me see.
I'm in the Kill Guys lobby, you know, trying to get them to report, but I believe all of them are AFK, so getting them to report scores might be somewhat awkward. As all 6 of these players appear to be somewhat AFK.
Oof. Yeah.
Which definitely makes it a little more unfortunate, a little awkward to, you know, get the next rounds going when we're trying to figure out exactly, you know. I guess we have the break.
Yeah, we have the break, so.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I DM'd them though, so we'll see what's going on.
Making sure that way we can at least show off the bracket for next round when we return, right?
Yeah, for sure. You know, most of this relatively, I think, you know, relatively understandable, I guess, the 2-0s that we see here. Like the, you know, like Pog versus DME, I think was a big one where or Don't Give a Flying Duck, which is another DME team with a fantastic name. Yeah, Pog did get a 2-0 on that, and you know, Don't Give a Flying Duck did show versus Pro that they were pretty strong. I don't know.
That is my team, so I appreciate that you like our name.
It's a very good name. Yep, it's very good. And
any favorite units so far on the field? Any like favorite Legion units so far?
Dude, the
I
Phalanx.
really like the Duck. Or sorry, no, the Lubbers. The Lubbers are amazing. Of course, not the Duck, but it's not a Legion unit.
Yeah, what are they? No, the Satars, right? Satars?
Satyr.
Oh god,
yeah.
help me.
Haters, yeah.
Like I was telling Strawberry, like I think that thing's always gonna be the lobber in my heart. Like
Lobber,
it's just
yeah.
such a adorable little name.
I didn't know it had an indirect fire too. That was crazy. I wish I could have taken a picture of my face when I saw that because my mouth was like wide open. Like, what the thing has an indirect fire? I did not expect it to start shooting
Right?
like that.
It's crazy. Well, and it's so niche and map dependent.
Yeah.
But when it happens, it's so useful, and you can get this crazy effect out of it. It's yeah, those things are wonderful.
Yeah. So for this break,
Yeah.
Neb, you were saying we have like, is it just a little bit of an interview with like the Legion developers, or is it?
Yeah. So Zephyr is one of the Legion developers who was also helping us. He was kind of helping Prodar with getting the graphics together for the stream. And Zephyr also was helping to push Tharcy. Both Zephyr and Tharcy were pushing to finish the land and air Legion units before Faction Wars. So we're gonna have Zephyr on to talk a little bit about just how they're feeling, I guess, or hear his thoughts on what he's thinking so far too of the tournament and everything they're seeing.
If we can find Zephyr, I guess we'll have to. Like he's in here, but whether or not he's actually here.
He's coming. He just needs a minute.
All good.
So, has Kill come back to you? I see
Yeah.
in the stream chat.
Kill apparently misreported their score.
Look, it can happen,
Okay.
We just have to, once we get that fixed, we get a quick little break and get a little discussion about Legion with Zephyr. We'll be back for round 4 and see how that goes. In fact, it actually even looks like we have. Wait, if this is, I guess we have to wait for. Just Kill changing how they reported it. Does that
yeah, the round 4 is up. So starting now, we'll come back in, let's say, 15-20 minutes and get the next round started so people can have a break. Gonna put up the announcement.
Oh man. Okay, round 4, Pog versus Casual Newbies, or I Will Meow versus Yes. Both of those are. Wow.
I feel like you gotta watch Pog versus Casual Newbies because that's X Factor and Autopilot going against each other again.
That seems like a really good two teams. Yeah, a lot of good games. I don't know. There's been some good games. I'll have to
Definitely.
see that. Hopefully, I'm curious. If Zephyr, like how complete. I want to know. He's not here, so I can't ask the question. But I want to know, like how complete, like say, what is it, like the Legion C is, like exactly like what the idea is for Legion C.
Zephyr said he'll be here in a minute, about 3 minutes ago. So.
I remember last time I saw the C, and it was a while ago. So take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
It was looking very interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody's awkwardly quiet.
I don't know.
We're all excited.
Yeah, no, I was. I mean, this is like a year ago now. I was talking to one of the Legion devs, and they were asking for suggestions for their Legion C, and I suggested shotgun boats. So boats. I saw them later in the.
Sign me up.
I think, I guess since we're still waiting for Zephyr, he'll have a lot more to say. But from what I know, now that they've mostly finished Legion Land and Sea, now they're gonna do the sea models. So they're gonna start on those now, and they have a plan essentially to do it in a way that will be very streamlined compared to how Legion was previously done. So I think it'll move a little bit faster than it was. And yeah, I'm pretty excited. He was also saying like it's actually just easier to model boats because they're just like simpler
That makes
shapes.
sense.
Yeah. that makes
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
just a
of
big
sense.
like square or triangle.
Okay,
none of it's super
Zephyr-
overcomplicated.
yeah.
Can imagine.
Zephyr's here, so hello, Zephyr.
Hey guys, I've actually been here listening in for a little while just to ensure nothing's going wrong with the stream. But yeah, hi. It's good to be here. Nice to talk to you all. Strawberry, I believe this is the first time we're actually talking on stream together, so it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
So yeah, I'm here. I didn't really have anything pre-prepared for
Me neither.
this. So if you guys have questions or thoughts aimed towards the Legion team, well, I guess I'll be representing them today for now.
Okay.
Why
well,
is the Soul Invictus so cool?
That's a really good question. It took a long time for Protar and I to get it right. I mean, I think the Blender file that I made has like 6 different revisions. The entire thing is like 500 megabytes, half a gigabyte large. It took a long time to get right, and there's still more to do. There's still a couple of fixes with it, as you know. It has the little wiggly problem with its heat rays, but other folks on the Legion team have also been helping out, such as Ender Robo, and making sure that the wiggling ends soon.
Okay.
See, I thought it was a feature. I thought that it was showing off.
Yes, it's very excited, but I think we need to allow it to calm down a little bit more.
I have a question which maybe is burning in some viewers' minds. So far, first of all, have you been watching the games? Have you gotten to catch any of them?
Yes,
And
I've actually been watching over the last few hours. I've been watching and looking in here and there.
What do you think of the state of like the meta? I guess like what are you seeing from Legion that you expected? What are you surprised by?
Honestly, I've had my ear to the ground for so long that a lot of what I'm seeing today is not entirely surprising. It's been something that I've seen reflected in a lot of the matches that I've both seen players encounter in the lead up to Faction Wars as they get practicing with those units. I do feel like there's a huge difference that I've found between players who are pretty much seeing and playing the Legion for the first time in this tournament and those who have spent a couple of weeks, kind of figuring out what their quirks are, where they work best, where they're not so good. I believe I saw that in the match between I forgot the name. I think it was the Pro versus a 3 comms and the Pro versus Don't Give a Flying Duck. I think it's
My team.
Yes, that was truly something I did not expect. I mean, especially that second game on Aurelia, where Pro just could not handle just almost like 1600 worth metal of Decurions. That's tough. That's
So
tough to deal with.
I need to give credit to the original person who showed me that idea in the first ever Legion 1v1 fight night. We were practicing, and I'm sorry if I butcher this contributor's name, but is it Kroya or Krolia? Kroya, the admin too.
That's an I in his name actually. So
yeah, Kroya. Kroya. Sorry, I'm sorry for butchering your name, but he in a 1v1 did like a Decurion rush against me, and I was just like, what do I do? I made all these T1 units that are so useless against this really big tank ball. So we kind of took that.
Mean, it is a huge investment getting them up to those numbers. So if you can take them down, that's a lot of metal, obviously, at your doorstep. But they are quite expensive. 300 metal each. Is no joke, and so the investment should naturally should pay off if you spend all that metal on it. But at the same time, obviously, there is a little bit more difficulty. I feel like Florio, I believe, in the Aurelia game was not doing too bad in dealing against it. Maybe a couple more Janus to kind of, burst
Yeah,
down.
that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I was thinking Janus could be a good answer too, although the range might be an issue.
The range, Janus have pretty good range. The Curians have pretty, their range just cannot compare to them. So, it's really, there's a couple of different matchups that do work against the Decurion, but at the same time, if we don't want to essentially tell players, here you spent 1,500 metal on these 6-7 tanks, well, too bad they're not actually that good.
Yeah.
they should at least be somewhat effective.
Something that I think you guys have done exceptionally well with Legion is making the units behave like you expect them to. They're obviously if you go into them expecting them to be like Armada or Cortex equivalents, then you won't really know what to do with them. But once you figure out what the units are supposed to do, they do it well. But then they're also still vulnerable to the counters, so I just think you've done a really good job balancing Legion, honestly.
Yeah, it's obviously been a team effort. In the early days, there was a lot of I would say the balance for Legion, at least a year ago, was every unit was kind of like soup, It was just it was good at a lot of things, but it wasn't really that effective at any given role. I feel like a good example is the old Scorpion tank, the one that had the 2 heat rays and then also the plasma cannon on top. It was not really good at anything. You weren't really supposed to bring it in to get use out of the heat rays, or you weren't really supposed to use it at range because then you don't get the heat rays. It was my decision to kind of separate that out into 2 different units, which is now the Prometheus and the Gladiator, and I feel like they actually do quite well in their specific roles rather than having a mushy unit that doesn't really excel at any given role that you throw at it. And we've had a lot of that situation with a lot of units.
I was literally gonna say I've noticed that with the Alaris and Helios seems like kind of a splitting of the roles there, dividing up of the responsibilities, I guess, of the units.
Yes, the Alaris was actually previously a flamethrower tank.
Oh, really?
Not. Yes,
I didn't know that.
It had the name Hades before, but it was converted to that little burst, Gauss kind of shot thing. So, but I think it was for the better. It definitely helps lean into that speedy scout killer raider role. Probably even a bit better than such as the Blitz and the Incisors.
Yeah.
But of course, it has the natural weakness by leaning so far into that role too.
Yeah, Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, where did Angry Strawberry go? She had a couple of questions.
Oh no.
Where'd she go?
While we wait, we have a few questions in chat about Legion, if that's alright.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll try and give a read through them, I suppose. Let's see. Victor says, "Can we make Legion good again?" And I'm telling you, man, it's already pretty good. It's already pretty good. Me Saber asks, will Legion's flagship have a napalm attack? I want to say no, primarily because we already have the napalm bomber, and napalm itself is going to get a rework to be more of a what you see is what you get sort of deal. Probably reel back the stacking mechanic and make it a little bit more standardized and similar to how other for example plasma artillery works, so that we don't it's either napalm stacks or it doesn't, and we don't really want to do that. We want players to understand that, hey, that's a fire patch and it hurts, rather than that's a fire patch, I can't tell if I'm gonna walk in it and instantly die.
Yeah, I actually just a few days ago realized that napalm, the PR which takes out the stacking, hasn't been merged yet. Or has it? I don't know.
It hasn't.
So napalm does stack, but I didn't even notice.
Who does the main balance for the entire game. He's the leader of the balance team. He specifically requested for the napalm stacking to kind of stay as a PR for now, and then add it in after the tournament because we don't want players to relearn that, oh, surprise, napalm doesn't stack anymore like a day before the tournament.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Relearning the names is enough for the
let's see.
players and casters.
There's also a couple more questions. NG Wolfgamer asks, what is the status on Legion C? And there is no status, but we're going to get started on that once land and air are done, and we are pretty close to that. I know, Neb, you already mentioned that C, that I mentioned that C is going to not take a lot of time, and I do think that it's going to be relatively quick because you don't have to do walking animations for ships. Well, you know, unless you want to do a very specific type of ship, and I don't want to talk too much about that, but you know,
oh, is that a little teaser there?
I guess we'll see when we get there, right?
Do I hear leg boats? Boat legs? I hear them? Is this what I...
Wait. Hey, to me, leg just means Legion. So...
I don't know, man.
I can't say anything else about that.
I need my boats to have feet, alright, as a subcomm enjoyer. I need it. I'm not complete without it.
We do also have Protar here, who is one of the other Legion devs. I would say he's one of the other Legion devs who's kind of underselling it. I mean, he's been responsible for kind of molding the art direction for Legion, especially in its early day when it first got their own textures. You know, he was instrumental in ensuring that, you know, we have a pretty comprehensive and focused approach to how we design those units instead of just going like, everybody makes their whatever they want, they think is cool. And I think that's he's been his work has been really helpful in making sure that it has a good theme throughout the faction. So I'll pass the mic off to Protar if he wants to say something. Or not. I guess he's just listening in.
Oh, well, Prodar, you are more than welcome. I feel bad. I was just saying that Prodar was doing the graphics, but of course, yeah, he's contributed a lot to Legion, which was part of why we even asked him in the first place to do these graphics too. So,
yes, this cool little screen you're seeing with the whole logo and everything. This is all Protar. He did that in record time, and you just gotta appreciate that.
Yeah.
Let's answer. Protar asked for a little bit more time, so let's quickly answer a couple more questions. You guys see anything interesting in the chat?
Well, I have a nice suggestion by Climate Changer. Maybe a prism kind of unit that stands in front of the beam weapons and increase their range. I kind of like that suggestion.
Is that can the engine do something like that?
I'm not an engine guy, but I want to say not yet.
That sounds
kind of cool.
That does sound cool.
Kind of cool, but if we do something like that, I feel like that's such a unique sort of unit. I mean, we don't really have units in Bard that supplement other units and enhance their damage or range like that. I think the closest thing is the pinpointer, which only helps radar wobble be eliminated. So if we do add something like that, I feel like we should add it in some capacity, in some variation to all three factions and not just gate it behind one.
We also have a few questions about. We also have a few questions about napalm and water. Napalm burns on water. I think way back in the beginning, when the napalm unit was released, it did burn also on water. I don't think it does anymore, right?
I believe napalm is in a weird state when it comes to water at the moment. I mean, we'll address it once we start working on Navy fully, so that, you know, the balance is okay on that front. But at the moment, how it works is that if the napalm blobs land on the water, they fizzle out. If they land on something that's above the water, then that napalm stack will explode and actually, you know, burn on the water itself.
Oh, that's cool.
That is
interesting.
It's interesting, but personally, I feel like that's very, like, again, it's one of those knowledge things. It's a knowledge check.
Yeah.
You either know or you don't. It's hard to kind of understand while you're looking at it. So we might just make it more universal and say, if it hits water, it will burn on water. And we have the capability to do that. It's just that we haven't really touched it yet because everybody is on limited bandwidth, of course.
Yeah. I wanted to ask about another question I'm seeing in the YouTube chat, which someone says Legion seems to have too much overlap over different tech tiers. High-end Legion units are on par to many mid-tier T2 units of ARM and Core. What do you think of that?
I feel like that is more of a case of perception and how these units feel when it comes to, you know, a lot of it is part of the new factor. Obviously, if you've never seen a Decurion before and you see it actually, you know, kind of going hand to hand with, for example, a Jaguar, you might feel like, oh well, that, you know, this is obviously busted. Like, how can this be? But the idea is that these T1.5 units, you could say, are inherently designed a little bit to fight with the cheaper T2 units. Definitely not the medium T2 units. You will not be seeing a Centaur is called a Phobos now. You will not be seeing a Phobos and a Decurion, you know, matching equal amounts of metal in terms of, like, say, a bull or a tiger. That's going to be a complete, you know, complete massacre in terms of the T2 units. It should be noted that although these T1.5 units are more powerful, the way we balance units in tiers is that the higher tier units are more powerful per metal cost. These T1.5 units, they are more powerful than regular T1 units, but their metal to power ratio, you could say, is on the T1 level. It's not on a T2 level. So per metal spent, you are still better off going into T2. It's just that the T1.5 units can stretch a little bit further into the early T2 stage.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we are coming to the end of the break. Is there any, like, closing thoughts you want to share?
Yeah, I wanted to say, at the very least, that the T1, I'm pretty sure Neb mentioned it earlier today, but the Tier 1 is completely done for Legion for the most part, except for Navy and Seaplanes, but we'll tackle those together. And T2 is very close to being finished as well, and I believe T3 only has 2 units left. So we are very quickly approaching the completion of the faction. So although it's in a more incomplete state today, you know, thanks to a massive team effort from folks like Hornet in the past as well. I know Hornet's kind of MIA at the moment. Folks today such as Tharsis and Protar and Robo, and of course Zekris, and of course some other modelers too who aren't, you know, part of the core Legion team, but they've been doing good work, such as Zaf and Gavs. It's been a massive team effort, and, you know, I'm super duper proud of what we've done. I hope the team is super duper proud of what they've done too, and I hope the people watching today and playing today are also enjoying what they're seeing. Of course, there's always the case of, is it balanced or not? You know, don't worry about that for now. Enjoy the unit. Come on, these things shoot like bullets and heat rays.
Literally. Yeah. If the super cool unit is OP and everyone uses it, it's a cool unit at least.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do want to say you guys really have done a very good job of making Legion fit into the game, and I really think that the balance is more than playable. I know a lot of people want Legion to be just released already, but you guys are, I'm assuming, waiting until the whole faction is finished, right?
Of course, we don't want to release anything. I mean, in this stage, maybe we can release a unit sort of half baked. We don't like to do that. We really would avoid that. But when it comes to something that's actually in the game, no way, that's never gonna fly. We want to make sure that when it gets into the hands of everyone, it gets handed off right.
Yeah. Well, we clearly have a lot to look forward to. And yeah, I'm excited to see the rest of the tournament and just see, like, how Legion looks when it's all complete. That is going to be, I mean, we're obviously going to do another Faction Wars around that time. So
yeah, I'm very excited to see the rest of the qualifiers today, and I'll definitely be tuning in to the finals next week too. That's gonna be awesome. So thank you guys for having me on today. I really appreciate being able to speak a few words about, at least from the development side. And I hope everybody here who's watching gets to enjoy the rest of the qualifier today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
And thanks for all your help too.
A lot of good questions and answers there. Like I feel like we're learning a lot about where Legion's going and kind of like the design behind it. It should be kind of interesting to see like what it's like in a, I don't know, a few months' time.
Well, I think round 4 is getting started here. So I'm gonna hop off again. Enjoy the rest of the tournament. I'll be back here and there, but who's our next caster?
I believe we have Shadow and Big Fellas are our
Yes, sir.
our next 2 casters, right?
Yes.
We currently are. I don't know about you guys, but looking at the challenge, I think for sure the Pog versus casual newbies, like we got.
I second that.
We can't watch that. That's too good.
Just one more thing I would like to mention, if they are still here, about the Legion thing. I think it's amazing how the Armada units, they feel Armada. The Cortex units, they feel like, yeah, that's a Cortex unit, and now they're pulling it off again for another Legion faction. You know, just by looking at it, you know what unit it is, how it plays. I think that's just, wow, hats off to those guys, because that's really amazing.
Yeah, truly, honestly, like Legion is so cool. I have absolutely loved seeing all the different kind of lasers. I've been loving seeing the napalm. It has been such a good time. I've absolutely loved it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely has probably one of the more unique things in bar. I like Legion. It's got all the fun little toys, right?
Yeah.
We've seen a decent amount of them, I think, so far in this tournament. Wasn't as I was worried going into it that we weren't going to see as much Legion, but we are actually seeing quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really nice that in the rules that they made it to where each team has to have a Legion player, and it's been so nice to see like the ways that people have been utilizing it in such a different way, and seeing those Decurions go, bro. It is so cool to see like how they're able to just push through those lines and how big they are. Dude, you know, those are my favorite kind of units, the big fellas, right? That's how it is, right?
The big chunky like tanks, you know, doing what they do best of just driving at the enemy and well, good luck getting in their way.
Indeed. I would just like to take a moment to thank you all for all the follows that you've been showing us. Thank you very much. We also had a community donation of 5 subs. Thank you for that. Sorry we can read them all out. It's just because of the delay. You know, we can't thank anybody 5 minutes after the fact. So, but keep them coming. And thank you very much for that. And let's get on to the next game. Oh, and if any of those teams are listening, POG or casual newbies, if you go tier 3, it is gonna be Legion tier 3. Okay? Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
I want to see one Soul Invictus at some point this tournament. All right, I've heard cool things about it. I've seen it every now and again, but I wanna see an actual Soul Invictus at least once.
And the other ones are also awesome. I played a game, Nico game versus Protar a few days ago. He was just obliterating everything that I threw at him. It was amazing. I was like, what? No! He's killing everything! My lasers, whoosh! Gone in seconds. It was just so OP.
Yep. I've only seen it in one 8v8 match, and it was so cool watching it go against a Leviathan and just looking at them just shoot lasers at each other. And oh man, it is such a good time. It is so cool. Look at those 2 behemoths running at each other.
Well, it looks like, Shadow, we do have a lobby up with the POG and casual newbies. Just gonna have to trying to like corral them into doing picks and bans, getting these guys going.
All right, let's jump in there. And I hope Big Fella's got the perms by now so we can join in. Otherwise, we might need a little unlock to get him in.
I'm in.
You're in? Okay, perfect.
I'm in and I'm ready.
You're always ready, it seems.
Yes, sir. Like I told you earlier, I got my pizza, I got my Mountain Dew, and I'm ready to go.
It definitely sounds ready. Sitting here with water, just watching some bar. That's all I need.
Yes, sir. We're ready to get hype, baby. Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm excited for sure. Between these two teams, like, they're also very, very, very strong players. And seeing how they use Legion is always very entertaining to see. If especially with like how Legion's been talked about and at a higher level for so long, it's kind of interesting to see how they play.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's also really looking forward to the naval part of things. I know that it's not such a popular unit or class of units to utilize in Beyond No Reason, but still, if you see a naval battle with a third faction, that's going to be perfect. That's going to be awesome. Also, with the special tools that you mentioned earlier that they are using, imagine somebody in the chat saying a napalm sub. Or something else like that's great.
How does that even work? How would that even work? I guess it shoots like a
no
napalm
idea.
missile. Like I don't know. Like that's true. Who knows?
Yep.
Just imagine a giant missile just coming out, and then all of a sudden everything's on fire. That's how it works.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
That would be excellent. Looks like they've started. They ban pools for the first one. Oh, we have bugs. I think they have to restart the game and then get back in here.
Well, they're also wondering who's banning or picking first, and I'm not sure. I think. I'm not actually sure who picks and bans first.
Highest OS combined, I think.
I guess that would
But
make sense.
who is that?
I would assume that would be Pog, I think, right? With the small team OS, I think.
Yeah, that looks reasonable.
Alright. Well, hopefully we can get them back in here.
Yes, LDM is on the camera, working today in the entire day. Thanks again for that, LDM. You're doing an excellent job, like usual.
Well, the last one wasn't too bad, right? I just put my camera on brights and let him go to town, and made it
Easy life.
very easy life.
Awesome.
As Brightwork has quite a bit of experience. Any sort of casting. He's a very good caster. Always fun to watch.
Yep.
I agree. No, it's been fun watching everyone and learning from you guys and how to actually, talk about Bar. It's been nice.
Bar is just fun to watch. What can I say? It's too good.
Yep, indeed. It's always fun. Always difficult to go to bed. I always end the game, end my evening with checking the streamers who is on, and I always stay up too long after that. I should stop doing that. It's eating up my sleep time.
That's kind of how it goes, right? It's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, it's games.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Shoot, man, shoot.
Yeah, I was saying that I had a dream the other night where I was literally playing Bar and Legion was fully released, and there was Raptors as the fourth people you could play as, and we were able to do all this other thing. It was crazy, dude. This dream was nuts. And I'm like, man, I'm dreaming about Bar now. It's crazy.
That's how you know
I'm
you've gone
addicted.
too deep. You start dreaming about
Yeah.
Bar, it's over.
Your dream is already pretty much a reality. Earlier, I saw a developer actually using Raptor units to make a base and stuff like that. So it's already in the game. It just hasn't been pushed, I think, to the game. So yeah, maybe soon we will have something like that as well. I was actually running around with the construction bots and stuff like that and making the towers, the anti-nuke towers, the nuke towers and stuff. So it's a possibility.
It's trying to get them to actually like get going is always the biggest struggle.
Yeah, we still have 2 rounds to go, so well, it's not that late yet. So
No, it's not too bad. That first round, it took some decent time, but like the rounds after were decently quick.
yeah, and stupid me, I was basing every calculation on when streamers should be coming in on that first round, and all of the next months were about half shorters.
Yeah, like way quicker. Yeah, for sure.
Everything fell in the water there.
I'm pretty sure next weekend is gonna be much longer, as we have more than just best of twos, and it'll be like the actual like the teams that have made it through, right? So
Yes. So everybody here who have made plans next week, be sure to cancel them immediately, because Saturday and Sunday there's gonna be the main stage and the finals. So be sure to tune in next week, Saturday and Sunday, for the continuation of this Faction Wars.
all right.
Oh yeah, if you think today is awesome, next week's gonna be even better.
So it looks
For
like
sure.
first game or first map we're banning Pog is banning Theta, right? And then we got Casual Newbies is banning Pools of Illis, which a little disappointed, as that is a very cool map. We have seen it played quite a lot today, but
Still a possibility of some pyramids in there,
I
so
want to see
maybe.
the pyramids. I want to see them real bad. I've only seen that. I've
Almost as
only
bad
seen that
as I
map
wanna-
one time. I've never played it, but I've only seen it once. So I wanna see more.
I'm still waiting for the moment in a Vanguard climbing up such a pyramid and
Yeah.
then shooting all the way up top of the pyramid downwards. That seems like such a cool move.
I think we saw that in the Lightbringer trailer. Actually, now that I think about it, I think somebody did actually have a Vanguard climbing that.
Really?
Yeah,
Wait, are you
I think,
serious?
Yeah. I'll
That
go-
is
Man,
so
I gotta
funny.
rewatch that thing.
It's a good trailer. I'll be honest. It was very satisfying.
I have to look at it again.
All right, banning
Yeah,
FTL.
I think they're just making some adjustments on it still. They had a bit of feedback on the vid,
Yeah.
so expect it in a few weeks maybe when the updates have done. And we will they will release the Lightbringer update.
So
That's gonna be big.
yeah, X Factor, or I guess we should be clear. Darth Revan in this case is X Factor Live, another well-known tournament winner, but changing his name, making it a little more awkward to actually, call him by how he's known, has banned FTL for his team, and then as a response, Casual Newbies then bans Incandescent.
Alrighty, so we'll have a map slower than light. Okay, that's something.
Yeah.
Okay, we were just waiting for more. Cost.
Waiting for
Okay, big fellas, you're playing for the pro team. Yanami just.
Here I got my 3 chefs ready to go.
Yeah,
Let's get
yeah.
in there.
We can do this. We can do this.
Oh, there you go. Oh my god, these guys. Bloody throwing the rule book at us, turning off ranked. Imagine. That's crazy. Look at that. I'm assuming we're still missing picks now.
Yep, we just need picks. That's all we're looking for now.
Like, you just prodding the players, and this always to get them like just to keep going. All right, no sitting here like just yelling at each other. No, none of that.
I will say it's nice to see that at least they're getting along and that
Yep.
they're friends. It's good to see that they're at least doing that. But at the same time, right? We got games to play. We got
do.
things to watch.
We got 2 more rounds to do, and I mean we want to see some good shit here. Oh, Aurelia first
Sure.
pick.
Oh, that's gonna be a small one.
We've seen a lot of Aurelia today. Very popular map. They're arguing over ranked or unranked is not gonna stop being funny to me.
Especially since they gain like 0.01 OS or something if they win or lose.
You actually lose quite a bit. I do remember with a few of our previous team tournaments with leaving ranked on, you start losing a lot of rank. You start losing a lot of rank when everybody's relatively even in OS.
Okay. Did not know that.
Yeah. And especially if it goes into like a best of 5, right? A best of 7, like oh man, you can very quickly lose a lot of OS. Or gain. You know what? You can gain a lot of OS.
That's true.
Okay, who picked? Okay, Pog picked.
Just think they might be talking to each other so they have more time to talk and think about what picks they might actually want to do.
Yeah, clearly.
They're over here still strategizing.
They're stalling for time, pretending it's about ranked, till they're trying to think of what map is good.
They're staring at each other menacingly.
Oh,
We have this pyramid
nice.
map. All right.
Prismatic Anomaly is like
All
our second
right.
game.
You know, I've only seen Prismatic Anomaly in 1v1 and 2v2, so to see it in 3v3, dude, I'm so stoked.
It's a cool map.
All right, just for your information, boys and girls, these two teams have won all their games. So the winner of this game will be the winner of the qualifier. Well, these following two games. If you're looking for the brackets, exclamation point B or exclamation brackets or exclamation challenge. And if you want to see them all, you can do exclamation commands. You can see a list of the commands we have available for you. If you have any suggestions on what other commands we can add, please let us know.
So,
LDM is the best from Eagle 8768.
look,
There you
we're
go,
all the
LDM.
best. All of
You
us
are the
together
best.
are the best.
Honestly, all
collectively.
of us casters have been awesome today. Listening to you guys has been great. I've learned a ton. I will say that. I'm gonna be given the new perspective here today. Been playing the game for just over a month, and I'm ready to go.
Oh god, Shadow's too quick for me. It's a quicker typer. Alright, well, boys, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna leave it to you guys, and I'll be honest, personally, I'm hoping we get to Tier 3. I'm hoping we get to see a late game between these teams.
We're all praying for Tier 3.
Yep.
Tier 3, baby.
But on Prismatic, there's a good chance, I think.
There's a chance. Always a chance.
We're just hoping. Hoping to make the dreams come true.
All right, so I gotta ask you, Shadow, what is the main strategy that we usually see here on this map?
Well, we have usually some cheeky plays in the water on the sides. I've seen a lot of games ending with the units just being sneaky through the water and going to the other side and just breaking in onto the backline, because yeah, that CZX is over there, just going around that southern... Well, I have the map with the maybe I should switch it around a little bit. The top lane is the left lane. You know, the left lane, the water lane there. With just units going by and then going for the back line. What you can also see is in the middle, the title is not that strong, but still 14 is pretty good. So we're gonna probably see some titles in there as well. And yeah, I think it's also a pretty small map on Australia. It's not that big, so you can see the front lines will be pretty close to each other. The commanders don't have that much distance to walk to face each other. So I'm thinking this is gonna be decided in T1 if I can take a gander at it. What do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I 100% agree. Like, with the water on the left side, right, that is where I've seen a lot of the most cheeky plays, like, really happen, where a lot of people are sneaking stuff in. They're starting to build, like, the torpedo turrets, and they just abuse that side. Or, you know, right, they could build the aquatic vehicles and sneak their way all the way through if they don't have any form of sonar, right? You know, that's where I've seen a lot of, like, the big swings in a match that generally happen are through this water area. So that's something that you really have to watch out for and take care of. And obviously, right, you also got to take care of the right and the middle side, because if they're able to just push right through the middle or the right, they're going straight into your base. So that's obviously right there. So, woo, what do we got here? Here on the blue side, we got one Legion, we got one Armada, and one Cortex, one of each. Heck yeah. I'm loving it.
Yeah, that's one of the rules of this tournament. They have to be one of each faction. That's why it's called Faction Wars. Just a small reminder for TNT Brightworks as well. Welcome to Faction Wars. So yeah, that's how it's being played today.
Gotcha. I thought it was just you had to have one Legion. That is my bad.
And we're gonna see Terixi versus Shanami on the right. He's gonna have his work cut out for him. It looks like Dark Raven is taking the eco role in the back like he's used to, and Autopilot is doing the same. He's going vehicles, and Raven is going Legion eco. Oh, cool.
Oh, you know what Legion eco means. You know what that means. Tier 3 Legion. Yes, sir. That's the hope, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping with you, man. I would love to see it. That would be really... But I'm thinking it's going to be more chance on Prismatic. This map is just so small. It's there's not that many mexes also to cap, so yeah, maybe, but I'm not really expecting it. Rover versus wheelie action in the middle, and they both just pass each other by.
Yep, they said hello, how are you doing? See you later.
This wheelie is free in the back. There's no units for autopilots to counter it yet. Maybe his commander can get that one. And there we go. The rovers are chasing and getting it down.
Yep, just the casual scouting with each of the light vehicles. It's really cool to see the wheelies. The wheelies, honestly, are my favorite, like, vehicles that Legion have. It's just one wheel going out there and, you know, with a gun on top. To me, it gives very much a shark with a laser beam on its head kind of vibes, right? You know, it's pretty menacing because it's literally just a wheel with a gun on its head. Absolutely love it.
Yeah. Also pretty fast, a little bit slower than the Rover with 160 speed, and the Rover 168.
Yeah, so yeah, just typical scouting, just going out, nothing too crazy happening here. Autopilot and Bladier looking like they're getting a bit faster on the water on the left side there, so they might be able to reach the middle to metal extractors over by the water area. So we'll see.
Looks like they got two mexes there. One from Bloodwood and one from Trixie. So a little bit damage done to the red team in the north by those little rovers and wheelies. X-Factor now is bringing out some missile truck and the chains.
Yeah, and over on the red team, Darth Revan actually built the light amphibious tank, the Cetus, on the Legion side. So as I was mentioning earlier, right, those aquatic tanks, they can really put a lot of pressure if you don't, you know, respect them. But Autopilot taking more of the defensive approach and building the Sathinos, which are the offshore torpedo launchers. So we'll see if this aquatic tank is able to go on far to the left side, then it might be able to just avoid this torpedo launcher, cause a little bit of trouble. But if it goes right under that torpedo launcher, then it's not really going to be too useful there. But it looks like they're pushing more. It looks like red team is pushing more into the water side of things.
Yep, and looks like Autopilot is gonna win the race to the mix, but he's gonna spot Blooded pretty soon. Looks like Autopilot also has a little bit of more E. Blooded doesn't have the D-gun ready yet. He has the little... Oh no, now it's gone. He just manages to get his eco up. With 2 wins versus... well, a lot more wins on the other side. But Raven is expanding quickly though.
Yeah, tier 2 coming out first for the blue team here. Autopilot already going tier 2 vehicles and getting a bull out right away.
Only took him 4 minutes and he's already bumping out the bulls. In the other side, the T2 lab has just been started by Darth Revan or X-Factor as you prefer. And Blooded and Autopilot battling it out there. Autopilot trying to go for the run. Blooded wants to detonate his gun. He just stopped. And it's gonna be a comic change there.
Yeah, I don't know if there's the trade between the 2 commanders, which is pretty good. But I don't think blue team realized that the Cetus took out the 2 metal extractors on blue side, and now they just noticed the Cetus hit the land. Might be able to get a little bit of aggression here, stop some of the solar collectors, stop the E coming in for the blue team a little bit. But it looks like it's just standing there menacingly.
Yeah,
Heck
a
yeah.
little bit of an APM stall there for our yellow player. That's unfortunate. He could have done maybe a few more mixes in that radar as well. Yeah, he could have done more damage there. That bull took a while to get him over there, so...
Yeah, overall getting 2 metal extractors though from it isn't too bad, but it was Legion metal extractors, so they're not getting too much metal out of those. Oh wait, no, they weren't Legion. Oh yeah, they were Legion, sorry. They were Legion metal extractors, so you're getting more electricity from it rather than metal, because they give both E and metal.
Yep, and those two commanders initially were gonna be eaten by the yellow player, but it was nicely cut by Sashkorin, who's moving in his commander now, and he's gonna get a free medal donation of about 3,000 medal. That's gonna be very good for the blue team. There's no contending over there, so he's gonna easily eat them both and get those mixes back up. He might wanna send out a new amphibious constructor to get those two mixes back up, and maybe that fourth, and then they definitely will have an advantage on the eco side.
Oh yeah, and now we got the tier 2 Legion vehicles coming out. The Prometheus. Look at that laser going. Oh, it's so good. Oh, melting the competition. Absolutely love it.
It's a heat ray. You have to get the names right, big fellas.
Sorry, my bad.
It's
My
heat
bad.
ray. I really liked that idea, by the way, of that prism unit just standing in front of there and just increasing maybe the damage or the range of that. That would be pretty cool. But I don't know if the engine is actually able to do that. But I like that suggestion. I'm also really in favor of that napalm sub earlier, like just shooting rockets from a napalm, from the sub on top of it, like out of the water, and then just bombarding the other side with napalm. That would be pretty cool. Also, I've seen you commenting that in real life napalm actually burns on water. They might also think about that. Alterix here is in a bit of an issue there, getting sniped by a bull. Is he gonna lose it?
Yeah, he's missed a few D-guns already, but this bull is just absolutely wrecking him. Oh,
There
yeah.
we go.
So Xerxes might have it close enough to where he might be able to get that medal, but who knows? This bull is putting a lot of pressure.
Yep, that means Dark Raven has the last commander, immediately moves it back to his own base, the protection, seeking the protection over there. They don't want to lose that last commander or they will lose the first game, while Yanami is true on Terixi and is getting down his metal and E production. This is not looking good for the red team at the moment.
No, not at all. I think that early tier 2 that they were able to get doing more of a defensive position in the early game, just slightly more defensive, getting that tier 2 out faster, was able to give them that pressure that they needed here on the land. Nothing happening in the sea, but overall, I think yeah, that early aggression on the land is where it's needed.
Now we have gladiators hunting down Yanami. He doesn't have that many units there, so you're gonna have to be careful with his commander here. He's jiggling like a real pro while eating some metal. Here we can see the APM of Shisato or Yanami or Yudi, whatever you want to call him, in action.
I dream to have this kind of movement even in real life. This dude is absolutely insane with these side steps.
Look at it. Almost every shot is missing.
Yep, and
Sometimes one or two.
Sashkorin is also getting blasted by the heat ray as well. Able to cloak and get out though.
Luckily he has E for that. But Shinami is still dancing around like a madman and dodging all of the gladiator shots. Well, not all of them, he's slowly losing health. He's at 50% right now. So he really needs a unit to help him out there. There's now 4 gladiators coming for him and 1 bull way in the back still. So that is not looking good for Yanami at the moment.
Yeah, but to be honest, like, blue team is sitting so pretty. They have 2 fusion reactors before the red team even has 1. Like, they are incredibly ahead on all aspects of everything, except for the fact that Yanami just lost his commander. So now the army value is slightly swinging towards the red side, but the amount of resources that are going into the blue team is astronomical.
Yeah, you can see on the slider top right corner, my dear audience, where the blue team is taking ahead of all of them. Metal produced per second, energy per second, metal produced and energy produced. Only the army value is on the red team at the moment. Sashkarin being hunted, he has to be careful with this one. But he D-guns it right in time. That's ballsy, with the last commander going in for a D-gun. Sashkarin proving he has some big cojones right there.
Yeah, with the Prometheus costing 1.2 thousand metal and 19,000 energy, that is not cheap. That is completely gone.
Yep. And while we earlier saw Yanami wreck Terix's base, it's now Terix's turn to wreck Yanami's base. He's in the back line and will be getting that juicy eco, solars, and some metal extractions. Luckily they're just tier 1 yet, they don't lose tier 2. at the moment, but still. I think the yellow team has lost 2 tier 2 mixes there on the right side by that bull push, so that's gonna cost them. Have to upgrade them all over again.
Yeah, that one bull getting 2 of the gladiators when being pushed by 4 of them is honestly so valuable, because one of these bulls is the same price as one of these gladiators, and so realistically, that is a good trade in my opinion overall. Yeah, you lost some of Yanami's stuff, but that's okay because they are still ahead on everything else.
Now he gets the help of some ticks. Yanami on the right side with an impressive army, but Terixi is meeting him head-on with his gladiators. And the middle is retreating. Sashkorin is taking a little bit back. And now Yanama is urging his teammates to go over the water lane and getting those last mixes there. It's also wide open at back base. There's no defensive structures or no units at the moment.
I was just about to say, I was about to ask you like what your thoughts on how red team can come back from this, because realistically the only way that I can see it, they've lost the land fight, so they need to take it to the sea. They need to do something there, but you know, with the fact that they're putting so much aggression on the land, I don't know if that's even viable at this point. If the blue team keeps up this constant pressure now that they have going on, the spam that they're building out, I don't know if red team's going to be able to come back from this.
There you could also see in the moment the power of the ticks, pushing back those 2 gladiators, actually killing 2 of them, before the jaguars and bulls are moving in. Yeah, and blue team is now over 70% pretty much on every slider at the moment. They are taking ahead, and Sashkorin is going in the middle lane as well. Don't think this is gonna take much longer. Maybe this Inferno long-range burst fire napalm artillery vehicle. Quite a mouthful for a name. Let's see how it fares against these bulls.
Yeah, I mean, if it can cut off their entryway here, then maybe, but it's not really seeming like it's doing too much damage to these starlights. One shot's able to get it down to about 60% HP here. But they have to sit there in order for that to happen. But they're pushing into this base, and it looks like blue team might be able to take it with this single push, and there's the GG.
There we go.
Boom!
1 point to the pro team. Oh, actually, no. Let's see.
It's casual newbies, right? Is the
casual newbies? Okay, yeah.
Well, it doesn't help with auto being in there, right?
Yeah, I was distracted by that pro autopilot name. Anyways, let's go for Prismatic. Hopefully a little bit longer game. 13 minutes 50 seconds wasn't all of that.
Yeah, no, that was just overall super clean gameplay that just happened. Like it was just they just pushed it in, got it done.
Yeah, and the eco in the back from autopilot seemed to be the deciding factor. Also a very early T2 lap. He had his first unit finished before the T2 lap on the other side was finished, so that's quite a bit of a head start he had there.
Yeah, the little micro adjustments that autopilot's able to make, and the fact that he was just slightly faster in every single regard was allowing them to get in that position. So I agree. Super awesome. Yep. Super cool to see.
Yeah, and also Chisato, they're dancing and avoiding pretty much every shot of those 4 of those gladiators. Was also pretty cool to see. Yeah, I think he lived for 2 minutes straight, being fired by that. But yeah.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, I would get so mad. I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna forget this commander. I'm just going around. Forget this. Like, he's slow enough. I can go around him. It's fine. We get it. He's got dance moves that I don't have.
Indeed. All right, game 2 on Prismatic. Let's see what is going to go down. This is one of the newer maps that have been added recently. A bit of a bigger map. You can see there's a bit more distance to go to the front. Also more mexes with 2.1 each. That's quite a bit of metal that they can gather. So it's going to be maybe less of an eco race and more of a frontline battle here to see who can get those mexes under control. And who can take advantage of those elevations on the pyramids with some all terrain vehicles.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. During the 2v2 tournament, there was a strategy that was shown where it's more of like a pyramid shape, right? So you push as hard into the middle as you can and start building that aggression. And we saw that worked out really well for those teams. So I'm curious if that's what they're gonna kind of do here as well, with the similar strategy, keeping like Autopilot and Darth Revan on the eco side, while Sash, Corrin, and Yanami and the other, everyone else on the side lanes are just gonna be assisting with the eco and getting the micro down, right? I'm curious if that's what they're going to be doing, is that they're going to be hard pushing for the center, but it looks like Darth Revan's pinging like kind of more just keep it straight, potentially for more of a slower push, potentially. Who knows?
Yeah, and the commander's position is also a little bit further away from each other, so it will be more difficult to send some help over. It will take them longer to assist a falling lane, so maybe it's going to be dependent on a good matchup. We have Yanami versus Blodir, 2 champions of Beyond No Reason next to each other. Autopilot and Dark Raven as well, 2 champions next to each other. And then we have on the right Sashkarin and Terxi, one of the more difficult pronounceable names out there. I'm never really sure how to say it. Terxi,
Terxi. Tharksy? Maybe. I don't know. That's the American way.
Well, let's not make too much political comments on that one. I had one ready, but I'm gonna swallow it down and focus on the game.
Yeah, it's all about the game, baby. We're here for the game.
Who is the Legion commander here? It is Autopilot, so he's taking again an eco role on the Legion faction, and Darth Raven, aka X Factor Live, is doing the same.
Heck yeah. Legion on Legion action here. That's what we love to see. One small thing about this map that I really enjoy is on the blue side, you can see the pyramids are leaning more towards like a purple hue, while on the red side it leans more towards like a pink hue. And I think that's just a small little thing that I like to see. You could tell which side is which. I don't know, little things. I love it. These maps are beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of looks like an abandoned alien city from years before. With those pyramids. That doesn't really look like natural forming locations, but maybe an ancient technology used to have their houses inside, or their energy production, perhaps.
Yeah, one thing that I think is pretty interesting here, on the red side, you can see Blodir building a bot lab with Revan also building a vehicle lab. So not just one person building units here on the red side, while the blue side sticking with only one person building units. I think it's a little bit interesting with the fact that they're so spread apart. Maybe that gives them the opportunity to put more pressure on multiple sides potentially.
Yeah, indeed. Nicely cut there. Another pilot is going for wheelies for some disruption, sharing his units with Yanami and with Sashkorin. They get 3 each. While Dark Raven is doing the same for Terxi, and Blodir is making his own units, being Tix. A Tick versus Raven action here, and the Tix takes it home.
Yep, all of our favorite, the Ticks. Yep. We all love them, right?
You love them or you hate them. It's either one of the two. But I'm more on the hater side, if I'm totally honest. Oh, the times they have...
I'm a Cortex. I hate it.
And they're so fast, you can't chase them down. You can't get them. You need something fast to get them. So it's really... Okay, one tick is going through. He can snipe a mix maybe. But I think he's gonna get eaten if Darth Raven has the APM for it. No, it just chases him off. Straight into 2 ticks, and there goes the wheelie. Alaris, fast assault tank now coming over to the other side.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's so fun to just like zoom the whole map out and see all these little units. It's really cool to see how many of these ticks that Blodir's getting to really get enough scouting to see exactly what is going on with the map here. And it's giving a little bit more extra pressure towards the blue side. And we saw last game that the red team was a bit more aggressive, and that was the reason for their downfall. But who knows? With a larger map like this, it might be a little bit more beneficial for them to take more of the aggressive standpoint here.
Yeah, and that's way too many ticks for that small little Atlatis with some APM, of course. Yeah, there we go. Nicely cut there, but there's already 2 more coming at him. Unfortunately, APM stalling there and just standing still there. Come on, little wheelie. You can do it. Move.
Get going, little guy. Go. All right, we got a bunch of... Sorry, go ahead.
I was wondering, he's in the crater, so maybe they can't spot him? Maybe they don't have... Wait, maybe switch player camera. Oh no, they can't spot it. Not that much of a hole in the ground, apparently.
Yeah, not yet. But we're seeing like a lot of these Alarises, which are the light tanks, right? The little guys, similar to incisors in efficiency, versus the Helios, which are more like your brutes, the little guys, the bigger tier ones. And realistically, I think that those guys are going to be able to hold the line a little bit better. So I think red team has more of a presence on the map, in my opinion, than the blue team. And a lot of ticks starting to push in, putting the pressure on autopilot.
But the Helios are taking care of it, apparently, and push the ticks back. But Bloody just keeps on pumping them out. He wants more of the little spiders going across the map.
Yeah, I really like their strategy here on the red team with the ticks to be the support in case anything slips through. These ticks are just able to overwhelm these early game units, no problem. And they move so fast that they're able to react much faster. So I really like that strategy.
Yeah, another ball of ticks, 12 of them going into the backline. There's not that many units now here. Sashkarin has to divert to the Terex's side to defend, so there's not that much here. But will 2 Eliases be enough? It will be. Maybe
what's nice about those heat rays is that they're pretty much perfectly accurate almost, and so they're able to hit them pretty easily here, no problem.
Yeah, and ticks are proving to be a very good early aggression unit here. Just cleaning up every unit from the blue side. They also have the territorial advantage at the moment, while Sashkarin is pushed up pretty far, but he has Blooded and Terexy by his side, so he's gonna have to be careful. Enough ticks will eat a commander, but he has LLTs going down, so that shouldn't be that much of a problem. Yanami's a little bit in the open. Maybe if he spots that, those ticks could snipe him up. But he's reacting already and bringing in his, what's it called again, Helios?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how these early game ticks were able to give just that slight little bit of room that Thurxie needed to give the red team the slight advantage on the resource aspect of things. And so right now, even though it technically says that they don't have the army value advantage, red team has so many units that are able to react to everything and start picking off these little resources from Yanami right now. And so they're going to be getting that resource advantage here. Man, there's just so many overwhelming these light laser turrets. Crazy.
Yep. And now the Helios is coming in to clean up the other LLT, and now they can push forwards. But he's not committing at the moment, just moving back again a little bit.
Sash Gordon with a group of Helios is coming in to support him as he's putting on more of an angry face, saying, I want this middle. This is my center spot. And this is what I was saying, like, if they're able to control the center area and, push their way up in more of like a pyramid shape, then they potentially can get the advantage that they need. But all 3 commanders from the red team moving up to put on the pressure overall.
Yeah, and an aerial transition for Darth Raven pumping out fighters at the moment, maybe planning on a little bombing run. And there's no air transition on the other side yet. Still just one lap on autopilot. This base, and that's it.
Yeah, because now we're at double the time as last game than when they already went tier 2 on the blue team. So the fact that we're not even seeing tier 2 at all from either team is really interesting to see. But mosquitoes are now being built on the red team. So we might be looking at a potential air snipe with these mosquitoes on the Sashkorn potentially.
Yeah, and there's no anti-air as of yet, so he hasn't been alerted of those air units yet. I don't think the blue team realizes it. I don't see any anti-air going down either. And now we have the aerial lap in the queue for autopilot, so he wants to go air as well.
Yeah, and Yanami pointing out that he wants to push up onto Bloatier's side here, but Bloatier notices that they're pushing up a little bit more, and so they're building a wall of ticks ready to go to potentially snipe Yanami here. I know that ticks can snipe these commanders if given enough of them, and they're able to surround. Let's see what happens.
At the moment, they're still avoiding the commander. Oh, they're going for it. Ooh, Yanami, watch out, my man.
Oh, he's
Nice
dancing the
decon
ticks.
action.
He's dancing the ticks. He's got him in a perfect circle.
38, 22, 16, 14.
Not quite enough.
Just made it in time.
But here comes the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes are coming out.
Oh yeah, they want to finish off Yanami, it looks like. Oh no, they're going for the middle, most of them. For Sashkorin, who is just eating metal with no protection around him as of yet. Might want to start building some anti-air. And
Anti-air is coming out. Yeah.
He's getting out his first units just in time to deal. No. No.
Sashkorn getting hit by a couple of mosquitoes. Goes cloak.
Yeah, no radar hidden here. He's nicely hidden behind the pyramid. I was saying the wall, but no, it's a pyramid. So yeah, they can't see him
Yanami's
yet.
troops moving into Bloodier's side though. All these Helioses getting surrounded by ticks, but that's not going to be enough. Yanami getting a huge aggression up here.
Can he get the towers down? One of them, but I don't think he has the... Oh no, he gets the BP. He has two in the back now. Can he get even one nano? Yeah, one nano down.
Yeah, and these
quite a bit of damage there.
These mosquitoes, they're hitting Sashkorn, about to die. 3%. Boom! Sashkorn is down. Whew.
Still on his side of the map, so they might be able to res him or at least get the medal. But,
there's so many mosquitoes here, not enough anti-air built up yet.
Yeah, and that's a lot of mosquitoes and air units there going for Yanami's base. Well, if you can call it a base, it's not that much there, but still, it's doing some damage. On the other side, they have cleaned up Terex's opponents.
Yanami got absolutely wrecked by those mosquitoes. Bloatier coming over to eat the metal from Yanami. Things are looking great for the red team here.
Yeah. And blue team only on one commander left, autopilot in his base there. Has to be careful for another snipe. He does have put down a few anti-air units, anti-air turrets. They are called Bramble on the Legion side. Bramble.
Yeah,
Sounds
honestly,
like a berry.
yeah, I think Darth Revan really transitioned to air so fast to the point where autopilot was just not able to react to it fast enough. And I think that's what realistically gave them that huge swing that they needed in this fight. Because yeah, they're just sending out so many of these fighters, these Noctuas, which are so cool. These Noctuas are able to just absolutely put on that pressure. And he's built up so many of them that autopilot, I don't think is able to... He's not going to be able to handle all these mosquitoes.
Nope, and Yanami now trying to defend Dashcode inside, but they seem to be scrambling a little bit. But it's still not decided. Blue has been pushed back almost to the other side of the map, almost only on their own side. Yanami's base has been completely cleaned up together with his commander. So we still have Sash and Autopilot in the game. And the red team is taking control of the sliders as well, ahead on every single metric.
Yeah, I don't see the blue team coming back from this. They have lost just about everything. Autopilot is in his little corner. He's pushed in there, and I don't think he's coming out.
Nice moves there. That would bring the score to 1-1. So that would be interesting to see who's the winner for today. Gonna be the Buchholz score, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, who knows? And here comes some martyrs to potentially come and finish this up. These martyrs are so cool. These self-destruct, they deal explosive damage, and they come in, blow themselves up for some massive damage here. And let's see what happens here. I'm so excited. Go, go, go! Boom! Autopilot barely dodging with his commander, but taking out quite a bit. So fun to watch.
Well, it's a good thing those mosquitoes don't have anti-air missiles from the cells, otherwise they would be really OP.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Only have the air, the air-to-ground missiles. He's still trying to push them back. Blue is not giving up yet, but it's looking really hopeless for them at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to keep up, because the everything is swinging red team. Not unless they make a major mistake, put their commanders all together, and one of them blows up. I don't see them. I don't see them losing this.
Yep, there's more. Helios is coming for Autopilot's base, while the mosquitoes are anxiously trying to prevent that. They seem to be taking care of it at the moment. But they do get to close some few of those solar panels, disrupting the E-production from Ada. And a heavy air battle all over the place. Over Autopilot's base, next to his base, a little bit further to his base.
It's so cool to watch, just watching these dogfights happen. Some more martyrs going into Autopilot's base here. Let's see if they're able to get through. Only a couple of them have died before landing, but there they go. Oh, huge hit into the base again.
That's a lot of solar. Yep. That's half of his base gone.
Yep. They're just chipping away at him slowly but surely. But this is looking so grim with a couple of incisors and altars coming in, cleaning up some of that extra debris. Oh, it hurts. It hurts.
Yep, and then we have again some Helioses in the middle of that case. Can they get the lab? Nah, they're gonna get cleaned up. Wondering what was the ping there. LDM pinged something, but I missed it. Did you see what he pinged there?
No, sir. We got tier 2 on the front line, coming out for the blow deer.
On the side, the west side, yeah, west side.
That strong side. Yeah, these tier 2 units, they're gonna have no problem pushing through this, because Autopilot literally just has an air base and a vehicle base that's pretty much useless at this point.
Yep. And those jacks are covered by flak turret as well, so that's not gonna be very possible to defend it. There's another flak turret coming in as well, and jacks. On the other side, it is still just some air units by Satkorin trying to be destructive, and there we have the GG.
There's the GG. Good freaking game. Man, that was nice to watch.
But unfortunately, no tier 3 yet again. I was really hoping for it, but...
They're too clean. They're too clean. both teams too are so clean here. I really like the red team, how they went with a different strategy of really putting on the pressure with the ticks. With the thing that we were talking about, the fact that the map is so wide they can't help each other, those ticks were perfect. That was exactly what they needed to be able to react just in time for any of those fast units that they were trying to get through. But I think it was so cool to see how they did something different and it worked.
Six OP still.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I don't know if we've seen a tournament game kind of look like that. At least I'm not remembering one where it was just a massive dogfight hovering over a base for like 10 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen that. That was kind of wild.
I don't think so either.
Definitely a pretty cool game. Let's see.
We've seen a nice for the area as well. Yeah, pretty cool.
The power of swarm of mosquitoes. They're as pesky as they are in real life, coming out just poking at you and trying to eat your base alive.
Yeah. It definitely seems like a pretty popular transition with these Legion labs of starting out with like the tank lab and going into some sort of mosquito play, as the mosquitoes definitely seem to have pretty high value if they go unscouted. But so looking at the challenge, it actually looks like that was somehow the last team. Like that game did actually go long enough that everybody else finished, and there was a lot of 1-1s.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
It's going just faster and faster.
Yeah, everyone's learning. They're figuring out the strats.
And like unlike every other round, there's actually like a decent amount of 1-1s in this. Not as many 2-0s. Like actually a little bit closer games. Like
holy cow, you're right. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 1-1s. That's crazy. Woo.
And just like that, round 4's over, and we're going into round 5. As far as I know, we are only doing 5 rounds today, as we do, we do have a little less teams than we expected, but we should still be pretty good. I think there's gonna be some good games coming up.
Yep, for sure.
I'm just glad we got to see Prismatic Anomaly, man. That was a good map. Such a fun map.
It was so good. It's so good. It's big enough where you can see enough, and yeah, it's just the different strategy. Chef's kiss.
So Shadow, big fellas, that was pretty good, boys. Thanks for the cast. I believe for the last round, it is Hells and I taking over.
Yeah, right. It's back to the pros, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the last round of it. Happy to be here, and catch you on the next one.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Thanks for having me. It was awesome to be able to cast, and with something this big, it was so cool to be here. I love doing this. I love being able to cast, and I appreciate every single person here. Like, you guys are awesome. Keep it up. And contestants, you guys are great. Keep it up. Love seeing it. These strats are awesome.
Yeah, man. Well, thank you again. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. It was a fun cast.
Peace.
See ya.
All right, Hells, I'm hoping you're here. Or am I once again?
Always. Hello.
We are back. All right. I know you were watching that one from Spectate. How did you? It's just an interesting start to that game with the tick interaction into basically the Legion Tank Lab.
Yeah, well, it looked like ticks were countering all the aggression very, very well.
Yeah.
Which again could just be it could be defender's advantage. Could just be numbers being the issue. It's one of those things where you'd have to see like 5 more games played in the same way, and with people leaning hard on the Helios button or the Alaris button.
It definitely looks like
how it goes.
That Alaris tank, just terrible at killing ticks. Like, it just doesn't look good at it.
Yeah, it seems like it's made of absolute paper, wet paper at that. It might have some damage, but it just dies instantly.
It died instantly. It does not do anything into swarms at all. Like, actually just seemed useless. I don't know. It seemed like it had good bursts,
it's one
right?
of those. Yeah, it's one of those, like, you'd have to see more.
Yeah,
you
sure.
need to see the actual number, like if they had 10 Alaris or 15 Alaris. And then maybe, but they look too squishy to me.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of one of those weird, interesting things of Legion, right? Where they don't really have like the traditional like incisor blitz tier into like the brute stout tier. Like they have kind of in between tiers where they're not quite the same thing, and it's interesting.
It looked kind of like the Helios is reasonably equatable to like a lower tier blitz. Not quite incisors level, but it feels like it's not too far off the blitz.
It's a little more expensive, right? Like 40-ish metal more expensive, I think. Which is decent.
I'm honestly not 100% sure. But since it's a heat ray, it's harder to judge its damage output.
Yeah, true.
But what I did notice is that beamer, when I think Chisado had a big Helios run into
the Bloatier's base.
Yeah. And just 2 beamers and ticks kind of shut down like 20 Helios. That was like, huh.
The repair on the beamers, right? Like, seemed pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly. So they might just not quite be there. But at the same time, would you get into the same position with Blitz or
Blitz's incisors would not have enjoyed that experience either, I think, right? Like, that would have been
a hard thing to fight. It's hard to judge them without a little bit more context. But I think what was interesting was watching the Mosquito switch after all of this back and forth parrying going on into double air lab Mosquito.
And they went like
not something you'll really see from other factions.
Yeah, especially not like tier 2 maybe you'll see something like that later on, but tier 1 like double air labs into just mass Mosquitoes. And like I said, I don't think I've ever seen a tournament game where there's an actual massive dogfight happening over, like, non-stop dogfight happening, like, over somewhere on the map. Like, that was kind of wild.
And it felt like once, to be fair, at that point, once the Mosquitoes came out, the game did seem to be over. But it looked, it's one of those, I'd want to rewatch the game again as well, just to see how exactly the map had interplayed. How did they get to this point where they could afford a double air lab Mosquito switch and not have something collapse? Is it that they just defended all the aggro better and didn't take damage? Which is kind of what it looked like to me.
I think the X Factor was pretty smart too, right? With the Mosquitoes of opting not to go for like any sort of base, not opting to go for armies really. Like maybe he sniped like I think ACOM, but the majority of the Mosquitoes were going for mexes and like just crippling the economy of POG. It was pretty smart decision making.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's probably the right way to do it because if you're going after the bases, they kind of concentrated build power there, so they kind of more AA, and you're going to lose stuff. But if you kill all their eco, they just can't afford to build enough of anything.
Turns out you need metal to build things.
Yeah.
But it is looking like, so for round 5, I don't know about you, but what do we got? What is it? Yes versus don't give a flying duck could be a good one. I don't know if you have a specific like matchup.
No, I think this time I will let you decide on which one we're going to watch first.
Yeah. I mean, it's always the fun part, right? Like, exactly. Because they're all good teams here. They're all very good teams. It is actually very like I Will Meow is a good one. Like, I don't know who Mofu Dynamics are outside of their name being very good.
I'd even be down to see Pro play again.
Have we seen Pro? I don't know.
Didn't they struggle versus the?
Oh, we did versus
don't give a flying duck. Yeah.
It's a good name. Damn it.
So
that's too good.
I'd like to see them perhaps have a redemption match, or perhaps not a redemption match. Who knows in this tournament?
Oh, looks like. I mean, it is looking like Pro just went into game. If you wanted to see that.
I am following you, buddy.
Right,
so wherever you end up is where I will end up.
Look, it'll be interesting to see, especially because they're on Canis. It looks like we missed their picks and bans, which, you know, look, we're just too slow. That's on us.
We keep changing our minds.
There's too many good teams. There's just, I mean, that's one of my favorite thing I think seeing this tournament is how many teams actually signed up, including like a lot of pretty competitive teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of very competitive, very strong previous tournament champion teams. And I think more excitingly and more interestingly is the number of completely new teams of people who've never shown up before, never played a tournament before.
Yeah.
Playing this, which is great. That's probably the most important thing, is newer players being willing to put their foot into this competitive environment, shall we say.
Yeah, for sure. Getting the new blood going is always fun to see. I know it's been kind of interesting. We've been seeing a lot of these teams today. A lot of them going for like the one lab play are opting for like a Legion lab instead of either ARM or Core. And I outside of Pog, I guess in the last series, did seem to really like having, was it Aurelia? I think we saw them twice. They went ARM vehicle.
Yeah.
And that like how they fought into Legion with it was actually like pretty interesting. There was still some like
and they had dominating
right?
wins pretty much each time. It
Yeah.
looked like they just get a big eco lead and just roll over them.
I mean, that's kind of what you would expect from that
against
team
good
too, right?
teams.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's not against like teams where they're just abusing things. It's against good teams. They're just finding massive leads.
Yeah. And you know, like just in like how the units fight each other, it does seem like, you know, the ARM tier 2 vehicle and Legion tier 2 vehicle definitely had some sort of like they actually were like pretty competitive versus each other. Like it wasn't just one lab dominating the other.
My biggest question at this moment with Legion is, how do you decide who takes mexes? Because of the difference in how the mexes work between ARM and Core and Legion.
Are we back to
like,
needing
do
a
you
math
value? Yeah, like, do you value this mex that gives you some energy but less metal, or do you value more metal? It started a whole thought train in my brain.
My gut says metal, but also my gut is not a math nerd.
I'm the same. Exactly.
Interestingly enough, we are actually seeing pros opting for 2 lab starts. We got a Core vehicle and an ARM bot. No Legion whatsoever, whereas... oh god, I gotta actually find... What is the name of this team? It was Mofu Dynamics. A+ name. Very
Mofu
good.
Dynamics.
I don't know what it means, but I like it. Opting for 3 separate labs. Oh, and of course they're on the receiving
one
end.
Legion lab. Yeah, the classic Randy ticketing.
Yep. This is very familiar for most of us that have either played against Randy or seen this man at any point in his long competitive career.
One of the most annoying micro players in the game that takes. He will make you not have fun.
As unfortunately this team is discovering firsthand, as he appears to have ticks literally everywhere, on every single person's base, killing everybody's mexes.
Every base with mexes everywhere.
Yep.
Oh man. This is definitely something that they need to try to stop as soon as possible.
Yeah. He's just getting kind of wild value. He's killed so many mexes already. You know, of course, he did opt for I believe he made no mexes right into this lab and just relied on shared overflow. So, like, that lab was really early, but, you know, it's gonna be kind of hard for them to deal with.
Sorry, I'm going to go with this team is Japanese inspired, given the Neko Shoujo name, and Mofo is fluffy or furry. So.
Oh, is it? Oh my god, okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. I
Fluffy dynamics. Or furry dynamics, depending on which line you're going to go with.
I thought it was just a funny word. Alright, I liked it. But it turns out it's another language. Who would have expected? Alright, we got a lot of pawns by Randy. He has been just right-clicked on his lab, using his commander's BP to make as many pawns as possible.
Goblins managing to escape from them. What's the speed difference? 75 to 87?
Look at the range difference.
The pawns definitely can catch them, but...
Yeah,
the range
you think about the old grunt range difference? Yeah, take a seat, old grunt. Like, this is an 80 range difference between these two units. Is not
so you're
small.
going to have to go. You're going to have to walk into them for a while.
Yeah.
So probably goblins actually skirmish really well with spawns because it's two for the price of one, slightly more than 2.
Yeah, two goblins basically ish. Yeah, like you said, for one
But
fun.
we have more pawns running straight down middle. They are just everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, I noticed, what is it, Club started core vehicle, and it looks like he's just shared all of his incisors over to Randy. Just, once again, just deciding this man is the micro god, give him all the units, let him do his thing.
Oh no, the goblins got caught by the pawns.
And definitely if they get caught, they actually just straight evaporate, as they are paper-thin units.
Made of paper and hopes and dreams, but not much else there. This is a very concerning ball of ticks and or pawns and now incisors coming out here.
Incisor is just a brutal matchup.
Yeah, that's not what you want to run into. Also, Florio having 2 comms.
Some weird sharing going on this game.
Club is having a good, relaxing game today.
Neko Sojo did manage to get some ticks in the back line. Well, the mid line, I guess, for some return damage.
Yeah.
Which is definitely
getting
good.
Something. Yeah.
Anything
so far, you see Randy busy sending his comp straight down mid.
They need to do anything to slow down this massive Randy push.
This is concerning for Bruno.
Decent amount of grunts in the north. You're managing to snipe a few mexes, although only fight moved will run right into the incisors and probably will not be able to kill them as well. They are grunts.
Yeah, struggling there. So far, it looks like the line is starting to stabilize. A little bit of damage found against Pro. And Pro currently having a lot more of the map under their control, but nothing crazy yet.
Yeah,
no major issues.
Point blank in front of Midx lab is very uncomfortable, as he's basically a stone's throw away from that lab.
Yeah, that is probably the most concerning thing. We do see
Randy
them walking into the LLT. Probably going to look for a T2 transition soon, I'd guess.
Yeah. They're banking quite a bit.
Or they're going to lean on the incisor. One of 2 things are going to happen. Either that, okay, I'm just completely wrong. Just completely wrong in what I thought they would do.
We get an air swap? Yeah, I saw something out of the corner of my eye.
It's a bit surprising given the amount of metal they have, and I'd say the lack of energy that they have.
Yeah, they're going to struggle a bit, I think, to really dump their metal into that, especially...
Oh, Florio... Probably, should just go for this comm trade.
Ooh, brutal comm trade. Kills the forward lab and the opposing comm while he's got maybe 10 incisors on Neko's lab.
And the incisors running in. His comm, if Florio could run his comm down, that would be good, but at the moment, there's a good chance it won't be a complete nice, yes. That's the confidence you need.
Yep.
Take them with you. Drag them kicking and screaming down.
Look, they killed one enemy commander, alright? That's a win. That being said, Florio has totally wiped that base with those incisors, and it's looking like Randy's deciding it's his turn to get some action.
Yeah, Medek does seem to be the next victim chosen here. Maybe these Pharos can put up a strong defense, but that is a lot of pawns and incisors.
Oh, the Shuri
it's a pounder
as well.
That pounder, oh my, that is, oh
my god, that pounder actually got insane value.
Yeah, that pounder lived up to its name of the anti-swarm tank.
And even then,
but there is still a swarm.
The best pounder connections they could probably get. That is another entire base that is basically dead.
Yeah. And the front is slowly collapsing. Bruno is living. He is alive and holding, though. For now. But how long will this man survive this?
Yeah, he's quickly running out of teammates as they seem to be slowly falling. Randy opting for a proxy lab basically in their face. I'm assuming for resbots and maybe some more pawns to offset these incisors, but...
Yeah. A bit surprised they haven't clicked the bomber button and they're just hitting the shuriken button here.
Look, at this point, they could probably hit any button, and they're probably going to run it over. Although the pounders are going to make it a little more awkward.
The clash of theories here.
It's fun though. That's the answer. All right. You know what? Show up to a tournament, do the best you can, and even when it's looking like kind of over, you know what? Do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And it's looking like Midek is going to fall soon.
Style is to walk his calm into Bruno's calm.
Bruno, of course.
That would be the real.
Yeah, for sure. Go trade with that.
Bruno believing.
Yeah, the only one on his team with a base deciding, no, we're not resigning. All right, you guys had your turn. It's my turn.
Hold the line. Come and get me. The gauntlet is thrown down.
Oh, and like you said, the bombers are now on the way. A few bombers. I mean, at this point, it's just adding insult to injury. I will support you by doing nothing. We appreciate your service. All right, that is good stuff.
That is the teamwork that all teams need.
Yep. Everybody needs
We
somebody
do
on
have the Res Bull starting here to send in the next
wave
of units. Yeah.
Looks like I saw a tier 2 lab on the minimap, and it's looking like once again they're not even opting for more than one tier 2 con. We're just going full tigers. Just get the game over with, you know. Just in case, make tier 2, but get the game over with.
Will this pounder be able to stop the actual swarm this time? Probably not. How hot are these D guns? Pretty good, but not good enough.
Yeah, even then, even with incisors being one of the worst units in the game at trying to kill commanders, that's still something. You know, numbers matter, right? Like, not much
you have enough incisors
that.
and you'll kill anything, technically. So
that is true. Well, that was a quick game 1. Not too bad.
Game 1 is done and dusted. What is map 2 going to be?
Yeah, considering we missed Aurelia. Everybody's picking this map. This is like the most popular map this tournament, I think. Or maybe Pools of Illis maybe actually might be more. But yeah, it's. I mean, we've seen some pretty good games on Aurelia, even if they haven't. There's not been like a really close one, really, right? Like it's.
Yeah, they start close, but then it just ends in a T2 thrashing.
Yeah, it devolves real quick.
It does seem that it's very much a question of who gets T2 first and gets the T2 mechs up and going. It does seem to be the decisive advantage on Aurelia.
Does seem to be most team tournaments kind of go that way of like the co-op, you know, who co-ops the tier 2 lab quicker, who gets their mexes up quicker, and then who you know, does better with the handed out units is kind of the normal transition.
It is surprising that it hasn't ended on T1 yet, though.
Yeah. I mean, that Pyramids game was close to ending on tier 1, but Bloatier with the tier 2 like final nail in the coffin, I guess.
Yeah, no, sorry, I mean specifically for Aurelia.
Oh, for Aurelia.
I've only seen it go, only sitting on a T2.
As far as I know, even in, oh my god, Navy, please.
Yes, that's the play we want to see. Do it now.
Yeah. I'm trying to say, even Aurelia, as far as I know, in 1v1s is it's a map that way more regularly goes tier 2, like much harder to end on tier 1 with how choke pointy it is. And it's kind of going.
It makes sense. There's multiple choke points, 2 lanes you can attack through rarely.
Yeah.
How did the switch work last time?
Real Navy
I
start
don't want to crush them too fast.
No, that's the confidence we like to see.
Those are the confidence you need against teams that are better on paper.
Hover start.
Honestly, throw the kitchen sink.
Yeah. I mean, do whatever. I mean, at this point, if you have a team that you know is a better, like, macro-oriented, they're just better players, probably. Try something out of the box, unconventional, and see if you can surprise them.
We haven't seen any heavy transports dropping commanders into other people's bases yet, so...
You put those ideas in people's heads. Look what you've done. If it happens now, we know who to blame.
I'm just saying, it exists still. Rush that Tech 2 transport. Fly your common in 30 sub 10 seconds, honestly. I was gonna say 30 seconds, but 10 seconds rarely.
Hells, what is he? Is he writing in? Is he trying to write in Japanese? What is?
Yeah, this is ni. I can't make out what the second one is, and then it's either a or an o. Ni.
Look, I'm gonna rely on you to be my translator
it's
here.
Probably. I would have said it was Neko, but it's not Neko. This is definitely ni.
Look, there is an attempt.
I don't know what the X is. I can't make it out. It's a little bit too distorted, and I think that's a.
Flagship would be so iconic, Bruno says. This man with very big plans. Whether or not he
has
realize
ambition.
Yeah.
And that's what we like to see.
Ambition is a word that we will use. It definitely has ambition.
I mean, if you could get a flagship in the middle pond, I think you'd have pretty good winning chances.
You should probably just win. Yeah, just by default, the other team just morally has to resign. But, you know, okay, so it looks like the pro team opting for a single lab opening with just armed vehicles.
Oh no. This discussion of, I need to watch replay later, how did they get ticked so fast? And you just see Randy do 2 mechs lab.
He didn't even do 2 mechs. He did no mechs lab.
Oh god. Oh no.
Yeah, he literally did a no mechs lab, just getting shared energy from his teammates, and he just instant
The
labbed.
rovers are out, and there's currently 1 goblin.
I have no idea if a goblin can even beat a rover. I'm actually...
I
would hope
would
so.
imagine so.
The rover is more expensive.
It depends on if the shot hits. I have no idea if the goblin's gun is accurate enough to hit a rover.
These are the things we need to see, the science we need to know. Well, it is looking like they're defending a little bit better this time, not running into the ticketing that they got last game.
No. To be fair, rovers are slightly... Would you say rovers are easier to deal with than ticks or not? I actually don't know.
I think they're both, like, annoying in different ways, right? Rover's much faster, a little easier to run away. But
yeah,
way less just aggravating. Maybe they are just less aggravating than ticks. Now that I started saying it, they might just be more less aggravating.
Rovers are somehow less annoying than ticks are, except perhaps on like flats and forests.
Yeah.
Then you're looking at maybe rovers are more annoying.
Whatever map where they can use their speed, all of a sudden rovers become very annoying. But
we do see clubs sneaking through at the back with 1 rover.
I just want to see if a goblin can hit it. That's all I'm curious about. I really want to know.
Problem is they keep getting chased down by incisors. Wait, this comm is walking close.
Ooh.
No, Bruno. You don't have the E for that, buddy.
Look, he undid it. He fixed it. He realized, I think, a mistake had been made.
Yeah, that would definitely be a pretty big mistake.
Ooh.
We might actually see some return damage here from the tick going in.
Oh no.
Interesting self-demax there. I wouldn't quite have said that was necessary, but...
Did not want to have to deal with those ticks getting through, I guess. Although there is another one
Yeah.
on the south. Gonna maybe snipe a couple more mexes if Neko's able to do it.
We got both of these mexes, and if he's paying attention,
Nice.
there's a free con right there for the taking. But will Neko go up on the hill, which is what they need to do? You've seen these 2 mexes are taken. Your senses must ring. There's an expansion this way.
Well, unfortunately, does not look like he's going for it, but...
Yeah. But at least they're finding some return damage with the harass. We see some more goblins coming out. The line has been drawn. Mudek actually moving in and taking some of Mud. There is a cheeky little pincer from in the club currently floating along the coast, I guess, driving underwater along the coast.
Yeah, this is going to be annoying. It does not look like... I mean, Bruno does have his commander in base still, so, like,
Yeah.
in theory, he can deal with this if Club takes maybe, like, the, not best direction. Yeah, look, like that Bruno might be able to deal with if he's paying attention.
Yeah. Come look at Bruno's cam. Bruno did see it on the map. Very quick response. What?
Ooh, Club is also paying attention, but... No, I mean, the pincer can definitely be very annoying if he's allowed to just get past Bruno, but it actually looks looking like he might be able to shoo it away.
Is the commander going to chase the pincer? Is the real
I noticed he
question.
D-gunned on it, and it was gonna keep walking. I was worried he was just gonna keep going, but
Fortunately, not yet.
Opting for these pretty expensive jellyfish to dissuade these pincers from going through.
You do see Randy currently doing a bit of a stout Janice Whistler ball.
Just gonna spam lobbers and pray. That's a plan. We take it.
I like how he's still using the old name, the Lobber Meta.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I don't even know what are they called now? Satires? Help me.
Yeah.
That's
something. They have a name, you know.
Look, as a simple.
The pincer has gotten through and is currently being a absolute menace to Bruno's base.
Killing mexes. Nobody seems to be reacting with. We do have Bruno sending some units this way, some sizers to clean this up, but that is 3 mexes so far that have died to this pincer, and it looks like it's going to be more.
Yeah, no, it's
for wins.
closer to like 5 or 6 at this moment, but barely squeaking it out. Florio's comm currently being a bit cheeky out, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Lobbers versus a commander earlier, and it is kind of they're weaker than thugs, but they are still kind of like pretty good at comm pressure with that plasma projectile. Yeah. It's a little scary to fight these with your commander.
I mean, 400 range is definitely solid. We do see Club currently bullying along, capturing this Muskrat. Nice try on the self-D.
Not quite, yeah. And Neko Soju is really in some danger here with Randy's pretty massive army.
Shoujo. Not so. Oh, you know, soju is an alcoholic drink, buddy. Shoujo.
Hells, I'm American. Okay, you have to forgive me my terrible pronunciation of anything not English.
No, don't worry. You were correct. It's just, you know, slightly different words, different languages. Don't worry about it too much.
Okay, Randy opting for a pretty big Banshee swap.
Okay, we're seeing the counter. I do wonder if this is becoming like a new stylistic thing with mosquitoes and banshees, and people are just more willing to now bust out this change.
They've been quite popular in 1v1s, especially since they're like slight buff and like arm taking over a bit. 1v1s.
Neko Shoujo is losing faith in the game.
Well, he currently does have a pretty massive Janus Stout push sprinting at him, while Midek is losing his entire army to banshees.
Club is currently using the captured. Wait, I didn't even realize the. Wait, the beaver goes underwater?
It's an amphibious con, right? Yeah.
I thought it was like the muskrat and stayed on top of the water.
Wait.
Huh.
Wait, the muskrat stays on top of the water. And I thought it was like a beaver.
Am I losing my mind?
I thought it was like a beaver.
They both stayed on top of the water.
All right, look, we're learning things today, boys. No, neither one of us are tournament winners. We don't know what's happening, or truly.
No, we've never won tournaments before. Tournaments are definitely a made-up concept. Yeah, Club currently just walking into Bruno's base, unfortunately. Jojo is being assassinated. Oh, he's just come trading. That's the final call.
Oh, yeah.
What a way to end.
Rest in peace, Bruno.
GG.
The pro once again showing that they're still a pretty competitive team. You know, these guys are pretty good.
Indeed, indeed.
Although, you know.
So next.
Not a terrible showing. You know what? Not a terrible showing. Those guys definitely, you know, they showed that they were somewhat inexperienced. They didn't do that bad.
There was no like glaring errors. It's just not knowing tournament play.
Yeah. They were against a pretty brutal team, right?
Yeah, this is some of the top players in the game. In this team, Randy, Club, Florio.
Yeah, for sure. What is it? SG versus Pog would be pretty good.
I am in. with you.
Let's see. Pro is looking like they're the first ones to actually complete their set. Just looking at the brackets.
Yeah, that was a pretty fast game, in all fairness.
I don't know, it's been interesting. It's hard. It is hard to form like opinions on Legion, right? With these games, I feel like we do need to see more. I'm really like next weekend will be a really good indicator. I think.
It's also questionable if teams are even using their real strategies yet, especially the stronger teams. There's a good chance they are still holding back and not revealing all their secrets.
Yeah.
This must be game 2, right?
I would certainly hope so. I mean, I know we've seen a lot of Mosquito play. They've seen very strong almost every game we've seen them. So that's the only one I think I have like strong opinions on so far is Mosquitoes, and everything else seems.
Yeah, Mosquitoes seem really good, and Decurions.
Decurions seem really good. Yeah, very solid for what you're getting, or what you're paying. I mean.
Yeah. What's it called? The jury is still out on quite where Helios, Alarus,
or even any of the bot labs.
Wheelies seem fine. Yeah. Or anything in the bot lab. Could be good, might not be, can't quite tell you.
We've seen like a Legion rocket bot all of like one game, maybe. I think. I don't think.
Yeah.
Who knows what that unit even does?
The game happens around them.
Did you
it's
know?
A bigger rocket bot.
Did you know these Satyrs? Did you know they have an indirect fire?
Wait, what?
Yeah, my face when I think it was Brightwork showed me that, during one of his sets, they indirect fire like a shell shocker. They can shoot up a cliff. It blew my mind. They just turned their little gun up and started shooting. I was very unprepared for it.
Lub is truly an accurate name.
It is. It is. Very interesting.
It's an interesting mechanic, definitely. I do see these Alaris able to dodge out the Satyrs from Rexy very well, but
yeah, very mobile, these tanks.
Can't really do anything in return to that.
Yeah, because look, I mean, if you look at the cost of them, right, 65 metal, they're very cheap for a vehicle.
Honestly, but I will say, I think Satyrs must be good.
They have to be.
Like, they must be.
60
they're so cheap with so much range.
Apparently they indirect fire.
Yeah. We do see a barrage out here from random variable to help deal with the Satyr blob. Could actually be pretty.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of napalm. We did see like the napalm tremor one game earlier, which frankly seemed incredibly underwhelming. And the napalm, like I think it was hitting like starlights, right? And the starlights were kind of just shrugging it off. I'm interested to see like even this seems underwhelming.
I think I saw that, yeah. It's probably one of those where you really want to get like 5 or 6 and just set up an actual wall, but one of them on its own is just
tickling.
Kinda tickling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, we're sharing the same brain cell already.
That's never a good sign. I mean, this is lovers.
But they are being pushed back pretty steadily by the Thug Belcher combo.
I wonder if Therix's not realizing kind of how little damage the Belcher actually appears to be doing. Like fire's scary and he's just backing up, and I don't know if he needs to.
Yeah, this might be too much fear of it. We do see a Belcher in return now firing at the Thugs.
Yeah, that is.
It does what? About 3-4% of the damage of a Thug?
Yeah.
But I do think this is what my thought would be, is you want like 3 or 4 of them to give area denial. But now that the whole set of the ground is on fire, I don't know if I'd really want to fight anymore.
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell.
It is really actually hard to tell like exactly how much damage this napalm's doing. Oh, we got a Decurion out. I think with this out, all of a sudden, you know, good luck pushing into this.
I imagine Decurion plus napalm is actually a pain to deal with, because the Decurion will enjoy killing units that are damaged, even if they're only slightly damaged.
Yeah. It's, I mean, like, there's a decent amount of Decurions here. Like, they're actually starting to stack up in number. Well, actually, it looks like, as I say that, he does manage to, he stops giving Therixy these Decurions and actually is going to the other
sends
flank
them
with
the other direction.
Therixy's still backing up, which I kind of, I don't get.
Quaif nearly died there to a mixture of a singular lobber and napalm.
Well, that's never what you want to see.
Have an HLT coming out, so clearly SG not really wanting to keep fighting on this side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tier 2 transition from one of these teams at some point. SG has
it
a lot of
must
metal.
be close, honestly.
Like,
yeah. SG is floating a lot of resources at the moment. Honestly, you probably could get away with dropping 2 more con turrets. They're floating.
They got quite a lot of metal in the bank.
500 metal. With a lab to eat.
Okay, Therixy has 6 Decurions now versus no reinforcements whatsoever. If he's still getting pushed back, I don't know. Something's wrong with Therixy here.
They are spamming a lot of napalm barrages now coming out here. But definitely these Decurions have brought some solid stability to this front line.
Ooh, cacophony built by Victor, actually. Like, I have no idea how this turret does whatsoever, but it looks very cool.
It's reasonably useful in Raptors. It can shoot air and ground units, you know?
That does sound useful. Now, how it does in... Oh, Bloater just traded his commander in front of Quaif?
Yeah, I
Dangerous
think
name
he
to
killed one Twin Guard. Not sure if Quaif should be sending his commander so forward. Maybe this was a mutually agreed upon commander trade.
Yeah, I think he was
Both
going
of us
for the
no
HLT,
longer need
right?
commanders, so... yeah, I'd imagine so. Okay, now this is the question. If... Okay, he's not here.
I think the Decurions could just drive forward and kill it, right? Like, surely they can just kill this.
Definitely is what it appears to be happening. I was wondering if the barrage could end up killing it, but I won't quite get an answer to that question.
Yeah, just make Decurions and drive at them. Look, he lost 1 half health one. And now...
Honestly, that does seem to be the play. Is you just... I feel like you probably want to actually mix Wolverines. Like, if you could have Wolverines and Decurions, and you just... grinding push with that seems crazy to me.
Thugs and Sheldon's attempting to push these Decurions back, and I
Honestly,
believe they easily should be able to.
Actually, if you look at the barrage, it does a lot of damage to buildings.
Wait, what?
Because of the burn, how the burn works. The building can't move, and it just sits burning forever.
Well, maybe if we actually get to tier 2 air, we can see the napalm bomber actually show that.
Yeah. We do see Sheldons have come out and are now absolutely mauling Rexy's front, but we have a cleaver.
Maybe I don't think we've seen this today. The artillery equivalent, tier 2 artillery for Legion.
Oh no, it's a class. Oh wow, that's an interesting shot.
Oh yeah. You notice it does like nothing to the shot. They're shrugging it off. Like,
that.
The damage is not impressive.
I mean, it's only 460. The thing is, it's a large AOE, so it actually probably has pretty decent damage. But
wait, this is dangerous. Like,
yeah, I think the Sheldons are all going to.
Well, I mean, X Factor cannot let these Sheldons get here. Like, they can absolutely kill his entire base.
Yeah, the Sheldons have to go. But, no, I think X Factor actually will die if they control this property, and then they're in even bigger trouble now.
Oh, random variable's gonna let him get away? Oh, there you go. He finally sets target on X Factor's commander, but...
Do they have a... The Raider bot died, unfortunately. You can see the poor dead Raider bot lying down there.
Yeah.
But... that's probably what kept X Factor alive. If they got onto this hill, oh man, I think that would actually end the game.
Yeah, for sure.
But the Sheldon push is a problem. Like, how do they actually stop this?
Yeah, these already don't seem like the answer. I'll be honest. Like they seem to be really struggling to kill Sheldons, which is not something I think I've ever said before. But
yeah,
maybe.
No,
I mean, they're opting for Prometheus, but that can't be the answer, right? This thing has so little range.
Yeah, there's no way this can catch up to a Sheldon. I mean, I'd imagine Medusa's the best option.
If you can afford it, yeah. I mean, maybe quick shots can get on top of Sheldons and fight and like actually kill them without dying, but I don't know. It's very expensive.
I actually think this game is going to end. I think this is game-ending damage coming out here with these fiends and Sheldons.
Yeah, these fiends getting on the energy of Pog is kind of brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, the self-D was... No, that's so unlucky. Why did he do that?
Yeah, why did he?
No. He just wanted to watch them blow up. No.
You know, fiends have this really cool feature where they can blow up for extra damage, AoE damage, which kills his own fiend.
He could have gotten so much more damage if he just kept using the little flamethrower.
Yeah, there was nothing killing him, so there's no reason to self-D there.
That's so sad. Look, sometimes the call of the wild calls you, and you just have to hit that self-D button. I get it.
You have to give in. Oh man, they really needed to kill this lab. I mean, I guess it's fine.
Oh, X-Factor doesn't actually have the energy to shoot these Prometheus he's made. Oh, he's making the quick shots now. Okay, he does now, but I'm curious if these can actually gap close enough to. I mean, they're so fast.
Yeah, I don't think the Sheldon can reliably hit them, but you probably need like 10, 15 of them.
Yeah, these Prometheus definitely seem like a very expensive, unfortunate donation to these Sheldons. They just cannot fight it at all.
Yeah. I wonder if in this position, like, you just keep spamming Sheldons and then you switch into sumos and just break them.
Yeah, which is, again, I don't know, I'm not used to Sheldons being the end-all be-all here.
Sheldons are underrated, you know? Sheldons are definitely an underrated unit. These artillery are not it. These artillery are not it.
They feel so bad. Again, they're cluster arty, so I get it, but like, I mean, the cluster's missing. Like, okay, there you go. We got one cluster that hit a Sheldon and half health hit. I don't know, man.
Yeah, and they died in return.
Definitely does not feel like the answer. Maybe go tier 1 spam or something like.
Where you need like 10 plus of them, and then they probably become like a real threat. But
yeah, I can see that. Ooh, X-Factor's in trouble. Fiend's up top, killing some of his solars, and threatening his commander if they manage to spot it. But
I mean, they're just collapsing on every side to the Sheldon play. Like, nothing is actually stopping this. Now Rexy's front's falling, the lab's falling, his comms falling. It's all falling apart for Team Pug over here.
I think we're seeing some like Legion unfamiliarity as the X-Factor or Darth Revan really does not know what unit to make. Like, he bounced between how many? Like 4 different units, and
yeah,
frankly, none of them
seem to work.
I almost wonder if those quick shots were the right answer, but he just, I mean, he opted for like 1 or 2 of them before trying to gap close with them. I mean, spam also. Who knows? Go tier 1 lab. Eat the lab, go tier 1. I don't know.
It probably is also like Medusa's probably a good answer.
If you can get one out, yeah.
But again, you need spam with it. Something to keep giving you line of sight, because it's probably got about equal range to Sheldon's. I assume that was game 2.
They are GGing, so I'm assume so. I guess I should have...
We really are sharing this brain cell real hard, yeah. So I think we need a break at this point.
Oh my god, it's not a good sign. Alright. Let's see what we got left.
Yeah. Hang on.
Oh, man. Last game ended. Running. Oh, DME versus Kill is still running. A Prismatic Anomaly. We could see another pyramid map.
Okay, yeah. Let's do that one.
This is still such a cool map. Very good.
Yeah, I think this is probably my favorite visual map. More than anything. I think if you can have maps with a unique architecture that doesn't mess with like game mechanics too much, it's wonderful. Fantastic. It looks so cool. If you can like lean into a universe's lore, like make maps with like a ruined city or broken machine factory or something, I don't know. It'll look so cool.
God, that would actually
pyramids are good. Pyramids are a good start, you know. It's the promise of things to come.
And they're relatively simple, like in terms of like how they change the map, but they do seem to actually change it in a very interesting way.
Well, I think because it's triangular, like it actually impacts line of fire somewhat. Are they fully impassable? Can spiders climb them?
I believe spiders can climb them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw in that Lightbringer trailer that I was like running at the start of the stream. I'm pretty sure I saw vanguards on the side of it. I'm pretty sure.
And that's also pretty interesting because again, because of the triangular shape, you've got these angles to play with that you wouldn't have on more standard terrain.
So, this is looking awfully familiar. Finally loaded in of just mass mosquito and fighters fighting just an endless dogfight in the middle.
Yeah. You see a large number of AA bots dealing with at least Z-bugs, mosquitoes, but Thunfish appears to just be unopposed for now.
Kind of looks like he's killed so many of the east side mexes. It has his own little Helios run by as well, heading for the main base of Akumar.
Yeah.
And as we saw earlier, mosquitoes on defense when they come right out of the lab. A little rough, as their reload's pretty long when they don't have the magazine full. Although I guess he does have enough of them.
But it looks like they're going to get rid of all of Thunfish's mosquitoes here, so if there is a turnaround time. And Green's push is going. There's like not really any ground units.
Yeah, all these mosquitoes getting cleaned up. Unfortunately choosing to commit into the AA instead of backing off and keeping the mosquitoes a threat.
I don't know, have you noticed, if you go look at Killer's comm, have you seen the random puddles next to him?
Oh my god, okay. Yep, don't click player cameras, we start spinning, my god. I forgot it does that.
Mistakes were made,
Holy,
mistakes were made.
Don't do that. Okay. The random puddles near him? No, wait, what?
It's gone now. There were actually 3 puddles that just slowly disappeared. I wonder what they were.
Apparently the 360s got rid of the puddles. What can I do? All I know is my camera was spinning so bad.
He went spinning off wildly. This actually kind of looks like this game is turning for kill.
Yeah, Zeeberg has a lot of units in front of him and really nothing to deal with it.
He's bringing out the Helios now, but they've lost the air control. The mosquitoes are busy wailing away at this commander.
I do think Zeeberg is going to die.
5 to 10% each. Yeah, 5 to 10% each volley. He is cloaked, so he's currently getting away, but this is just draining his team's E.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's finally stopped moving, so the mosquitoes are trying to shoot, but instead of just wasting their magazine on essentially nothing.
There's a rolling fight going on between Killer and Thunfish.
All the AA bots are getting actually cleaned up here by the Helios, and I mean, all of a sudden there's not really a lot of ground units on the ground for blue team here.
Oh, are they ground firing? These became so much more accurate. Zeeberg is dead.
Oh, if they were, well done. That is a dead Zeeberg. Both teams down to 1 commander. Oh, nope. I correct myself. Mirror just revived another commander on the east side. I believe that would be Sir Ice Cream's, or no, Killa's old commander.
Yeah, probably. I would think.
Oh, some thug on thug violence, although Mirrored has so many res bots behind this that this definitely is going to go deep
That res ball could be the thing that ends this game. Feels like they probably Team Kill kind of needs a lab more forward at the moment. Their labs are so far back. But yes, this Thug Res Ball is steadily making progress.
Well, the Thug Res Ball on one side, the Helios fighting Whistlers on the other, and I have to say I'm not sure these Whistlers are really meant to be fighting units like this. They're definitely not winning. I mean, they're not doing terribly, to be fair, but...
Fortunately, there are a large number of Whistlers, so they actually aren't getting traded horribly yet, but it is getting a bit more rough. Killer's steadily being pressured back. Honestly, it might be time to switch over to, like, just Twin God spamming.
Yeah, just
with
turrets.
All these cons,
Turrets and defense, as the Res Ball is way too much to deal with. There's just too many units.
Yeah, you can see army value is steadily... Oh, there we go. Dropping some guard towers.
It's like, you can hear us.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta stop making units.
Not the right guard tower,
No, yeah.
unfortunately.
You just gotta
One guard might
reach down,
hold.
grasp your inner cockroach, and just start making turrets and still delaying as long as possible.
Yeah. He's trading really well, but unfortunately there is just too much in front of him. And Zeeberg has also managed to break the push now against him.
All the Whistlers having died. And how much metal's on the ground here? 6,000 metal on the
You
ground.
see what happened here? Is a certain T2 transition occurred.
Ooh, awkward
and
timing.
all the pressure has collapsed off red team.
Yeah, the tier 2...
We do have Akamaru's come with a lot of units in its face.
It'll be interesting how these hoplites
Sorry,
trade
Akamara,
into, like, mass res thugs, as currently they're just sitting here, and, like, they're killing them decently quickly, but there's a lot of thugs.
But you can't stand still, unfortunately.
No, yeah,
You'd have to be walking around. Oh, it does look like
Ooh.
Akumar 6 is getting dangerously low here.
Does look like he's gonna hide behind. I'm assuming in a radar shadow with the all the pyramids. He's actually the Helios cannot see him.
I wonder if they didn't realize that's final commander, because I'm pretty sure you can just commit there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the massive ball of T1 does not care for your T2.
Especially when the tier 2 just runs in the middle of all of it. Like maybe Phalanx is here with the riot cannon would be a little better at pushing
Yeah,
this
that would
back.
definitely trade better. I do wonder if you if something like the Vulture would work as well. But again, it's like the question of how good is Napalm?
Yeah, really, I don't know. It seems so borderline. I honestly cannot tell. Like, it looks like it should be good, but the damage, it just seems pitiful. I don't know.
It looks, as I say, it looked good against building.
Yeah.
But not good against things that can move out of it. So I'm guessing you either need so much napalm that you put all the ground on fire, or you don't really want to use it. Imagine that was game 2. Do we have any other games left?
It is looking like we do have a few more teams still going, I think, or they haven't.
There's possibly 3 comms versus Blueprint.
3 comms versus Blueprint. Let's see. 3 comms versus
Bounces
Blueprint.
there.
Last game just ended 3 seconds ago. That might actually be done.
Oh yeah, no, that just finished. No, it does look like that's the final game I see. You see any other games?
I think that might be it. Was it just here for explosions? Is the other team that maybe? Let's see. Let's bring up the challenge.
There's Feds versus Executive Decision, and just here for explosions versus Uber. Let's see, just here for explosions. Just... No, they're definitely finished as well.
All right. I think with that is the last game for the qualifiers. I think we're just gonna wait a moment to get Neb in here. I think.
Confirm.
Yeah, I think that was the last game.
But that does seem like our top 3 is definitely clear.
Oh, true. We can go look at that.
Casual newbies. Who could have seen this team coming in first place in the qualifiers? Truly shocking events. With Pog in second, tied with DME. DME doing really well there, going 4-1. Pog going 3 and 2 draws. And Casual Newbies going 4 wins and 1 draw.
Yeah. I mean, if we look at it, I think we have some real standout teams, I think, this time. Although at the same time, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, and I find myself confused, but I'm always generally confused when it comes to these tournament scores.
Yeah, I wonder how the tiebreaker works. I wonder if it's all included in this.
Yeah. We're always somewhat confused looking at this. Oh, ties
There
are
is definitely.
0.5. Okay, never mind. Yep, never mind. It's clicking.
Yeah, so
it's
half a
clicking.
point.
We're clicking.
Yeah. That's why first is there, and then second and third are tied together.
Wow.
But I guess the differential is in tiebreakers.
You know what? We're gonna have brackets. We're gonna have brackets for next weekend. Those will happen. Those will exist, and
this
all
isn't
this will be
ours
shown.
to worry about. Not our concern, I hope.
Yeah.
But we do see some usual suspects here. Obviously, casual newbies with Sash, Autopilot, and Chisato, Pog, X Factor, Bloater, Lorexi, and Kuchi subbing. DME. Nice to see DME and SG both coming through pretty strong here, third and fourth place.
Yeah, what is it? Don't give a flying duck. Definitely was looking like a very strong team. A lot of experience.
Well, this is the question that I have, because currently Don't Give a Flying Duck is in 12th place. So Lavish, 80, and Raiko are in 11th. So it's a very fascinating standing.
How does it make any sense? Look. There we go. Never mind. You know what I just realized? I was looking at the wrong screen. That's why that looks so
Nice.
messed up to me. Now this looks way clearer. All of a sudden, I look at it, way clearer.
You're like, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah, no, I was... Look. Does that still show that? Hold on, if I go back to that. No, it just wasn't updated. Okay. Refresh your challenge, boys. That makes so much more sense why that was so messed up looking. Yeah, this looks way more... Like, it makes way more sense.
I like how Two Heads is literally just Dart and Jamicus and doesn't have the third player in the team list.
Yeah.
I've already forgotten who it was, even though we watched the game.
There's just too many. There's too many teams. It's impossible to keep it all together.
I will meow squeaking into 7th. He's through power, probably the biggest surprise there, honestly.
I will meow. It's just the best name. I'm sorry. It's
So good. It's so good.
I love that name.
Up there with a certain LDM acronym that I won't say.
Hey now. Let's not. Let's keep that stuff. Anyway. Oh my god. Yeah. So we are just trying to find our Neb, as he does say he will be here soon, before we dip. And I'm hoping that will be soon, as we don't want to just keep you guys here, as I believe he will give us our final little bits of info for next weekend. Of course, people now in chat very excited at how well Don't Give a Flying Duck was on the stats there, until they're going to be very disappointed in approximately 2 minutes when the stream updates and I update.
They are no longer quite so high.
Yeah, they dropped a little bit. It was very good looking, and it was very confusing how the points looked that way, but I knew there was a problem. I didn't know what the problem was.
it does look like actually a lot of the lower level teams, the newer teams to the tournament, actually did manage to take games off stronger teams as well. Teams that you'd expect to be higher.
I mean, yeah.
I could be missing things, but
I'm
surprised that some of the teams that aren't making the top 8 here.
Yeah,
and especially given the results we saw. As we saw, Don't Give a Flying Duck taking Pro out in at least one game. I don't know if they won the series, but...
They 2-0'd Pro, yeah.
Yeah, they got a great result, and to be sitting in 12th place after that is...
A little disheartening, probably.
Especially given how good these players are.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like, there's a lot of teams here that really showed that they are good. Like, they're strong teams. Like, they're decently, like, coordinated, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word, but they also have some Legion. You can definitely see the teams that have Legion experience.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see either teams are going to lean into playing Legion more, or they're going to just completely abandon ship. And it might be a map-specific thing, where you'll see, like, on Aurelia, the team is going to opt for, say, arm vehicles, as we saw casual newbies doing. But then perhaps on other maps, we're going to see what is it, prismatic anomaly, where they want to lean more into having mosquitoes as the option. But I guess no one's really explored the meta to a depth yet where anyone really knows what the best line is. Hold on,
Yeah.
Neb.
Oh, we got a nub.
Hello. Sorry about that. I was just
all
figuring
good.
out a little dispute.
Well, I have to say it's been a pretty fun tournament to watch. I mean, you of course haven't played it the whole time. Pretty fun games.
Oh, dude, these games were so fun. Like, we missed the qualification cutoff just a little bit, I think, but I still.
Exactly how
Really
many teams
enjoyed.
are qualified? Did you say? Is the
8 teams?
No, top 8? Yeah.
It's
all
8
right.
teams. I committed to that, even though I wish I did 16 teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, we committed. So
Look, as the sad unfortunates that we'll have to cast the tournament. All right, not doing 16 teams. We appreciate that.
yeah.
We appreciate
Oh
that a
no,
lot.
of course, yeah. And you know what? I'll be casting it, so just
true,
as much fun. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, like it was so competitive for those 8 spots. Every team that got there earned it, and yeah, I think it was some good games.
Well, I mean, is there anything you want to talk about for next weekend? Like how it's gonna work? Like what teams should be expecting, or?
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
Is there like anything about like how the teams are gonna play next weekend that you want to talk about, or like any like the format? Like what are we looking at? What are we looking forward to?
Yeah, so I guess I only went over the format at the start, so I could talk about that again. So, let's see. Are all the scores entered?
I believe so.
All right, it's gonna take a second to load for me because of the big bracket. Oh, it looks like there's still just here for explosions and Ubers. Let me figure out what's going on there.
Oh, here, let me go.
But anyways, I think that we can still look and see who qualified because these teams are not really competing for the qualification spot.
Yeah.
So, dang. Sorry, I just saw something. I'll say it when I get to it. All right. Should we read the results?
Yeah. Is it up to date now? Because I know, like you said, the
Yes,
two teams are not.
I think even though since we're not waiting for the another round, it's up to date and we can get the scores later. I just need to.
All right, I'll swap it into the challenge.
Ubers.
So these are the 8 qualifying teams for next weekend, right? We got Pog sitting at number 1. Casual newbies. We all know these guys so far. With at number 2, DME. You know, a very strong team we've seen. I've been watching a few of their scrims recently. Up and comers, all right, and they did pretty good so far. Coming in at 3rd place. We got 2 heads. Most of us, a lot of people will know Jamaica's. Some people will know, Dot, or 5 head. Suicidal Grunts, of course, random variable. Zartax, Victor, Quaif. I'm being very careful with that name. We got going at 5th place, right? We have Pro. Everybody knows Randy.
6th place.
6th place.
6th place.
Everybody knows these guys. I Will Meow, once again, my favorite name. Well done, boys. All right, well done. 7th place, and Peace Through Power, which most of these guys seem relatively new for me anyway. Coming in at 8th place.
Yeah.
Should be a pretty fun finals, I think.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty crazy. Wow, that's cool that Bart Jones' team qualified. He kind of just started playing Bar recently. I think he came from like FAF or something.
Those FAF guys, they keep showing up, showing us Bar players how to play.
Yeah.
Just how it is.
What we'll see now is the top 3 teams, so Pog, Casual Newbies, DME, are going to pick from the bottom 4 seeds. They're gonna pick their opponents in order for the finals.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And then the finals are gonna be a double elimination, best of 3. And then we'll eliminate 4 teams from the finals. After that, the grand finals will be the next day. And so the 4 teams that move on from the finals, 2 of them we're gonna call the favored teams because they'll go through the double elimination with 0 losses, like undefeated. And then we'll have 2 teams that have a single loss, and those will be our wild card teams. And they'll play each other in a semifinal, which is best of 5, with the favored players starting up a point. And then after that, the 2 winners from those will face each other in the grand final. And then we have our cash prize. I think we're at $600. So that means
nice.
It'll be yeah. So yeah, they'll play for that, but it'll be pretty interesting. It looks like POG, Casual Newbies, and DME are gonna be the top seeds who get to pick their opponents.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that will be happening next weekend, right? They're not going to pick ahead of time, or are you going to do the pick ahead of time, or?
I think we'll probably do the pick ahead of time. I actually didn't think that far. Maybe we'll have like a little like ceremony at the start of the main stage where they pick.
Well, now we know. Okay, when we have our questions for how the tournament's running, go to Nip. Okay, I have no. I have no clue. So unless we have anything else, I think we're good to call it there until next weekend.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see those teams next weekend. Thank you to everyone who helped make the tournament happen, all the contributors, and also thank you guys for casting. I'm excited to watch it back later. So.
Look, it does not take much to convince me to watch Bar. All right, I love this game. Always will.
You're right.
It's too good.
Yeah.
But thank you. You know, everybody casting was pretty good today, and the players. Hope you guys had good games. But I think with that, we are gonna call it for the day. But we will see. Wait, one more.
We should raid another channel before
we will try our best to raid somebody, but you know, once again, we've got fun little things to do, but
I can do that real quick.
All right. Well, on that, boys, we were gonna call it for us. So